Hey everybody, thanks for being here. Much appreciated. We are going to do our every roundtable in just a second. If you are, if you're around, thanks. All right. I was going to do another intro, but it's fine. Nerdy, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for stopping by. And hello, hipster Sal. Nice to meet you. Okay, only 2 people in chat, so hopefully more people will arrive soon. All right, let's go. Let's see how many people have arrived. Okay. All right. Oh, all right. None of them are. Let's pull people in. Hey y'all. Thanks for being here. Hello, hi. Yeah.
Howdy.
Hey, we're getting things set up. If one of you guys could talk, we make that happen. That'd be helpful.
Well, we've come a long way, Scott.
Oh, have we now? I don't know what you're talking about. You've come a long way. I'm here all the time.
That's true.
I'm
That's
excited. I'm excited to see you here, brother. I'm excited. Dude, like you're like the only lefty I pimp on this fucking platform.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know how to take that exactly, but I appreciate it, and I'm grateful nonetheless.
It's a compliment because I fucking hate most of the lefties on this platform, and also like it's already 90% lefties, so it's like it's not like anybody has a hard time finding a left-wing opinion on in Twitch politics. Like no one's like, I can't find a good left winger in Twitch politics. It's like, are you blind? Like 90% of the entire thing is that way. But when people are looking for
what the hell,
you're the only one I'll point to because I'm like, this guy knows his shit. I disagree with everything he says.
Trust me, I know we have some strong disagreements, but I respect your consistency on many things, and there are some areas of alignment.
Look at everyone being nice to each other here. How kind.
Except for the fucking cat just popped in.
It's not a cat. I am a puppy.
Okay, cat.
Cool.
I didn't have time to change. Hey, my audience gave me money to dress up, so I dressed up.
Wick, that's a very rough gimmick.
What do you mean rough? Yeah, I get it. You know, you're barking up the right tree. You're barking up the right tree.
There you go. You got it.
No, thanks for inviting me, Prime. I'm happy to be here. It'll be fun.
As always, I'm very happy.
Likewise.
Did you attach fake hair to your cheeks, like on your upper part of your cheeks, like near your eye, or is that just makeup?
No, that's
makes
paint.
It look like? No, okay.
Yeah.
Well, like acrylic paint? You're
yeah, it's the only kind I had.
No. See, what's been happening is he's been watching the Amber Heard trial, and so he's picked up on a lot of like really good makeup skills and like stage makeup, like you know, making fake bruises with makeup, or looking like a puppy. All those things. He's getting really good at it. So it just shows he's been doing research for this panel.
Listen. I wanted to know how to make fake bruises, and I figured it out. Okay, thank you, Amber. It was things that we all needed to know.
Right, you know what I mean? Before Amber, most people would have assumed, you put your foundation on, makeup afterwards, or put makeup on first, and then foundation. But she said it in the reverse so that you can understand exactly how to fake a bruise.
I just didn't know shitty actresses like Amber Heard make $50 million in 5 years.
I mean, are we all going to sit here and bullshit and just like not admit that she's hot and that like that's mostly what she's paid for? Right?
I've only seen her in a couple. I mean, that's not
she's
a
hot
take in Hollywood.
Right, she's hot.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like young hot actresses.
In Aquaman is that fish lady. She's really fucking hot.
Right.
I want her to keep the job just because she's hot. Yeah.
All of Amber's witnesses keep repeating that that Aquaman was one of the best grossing movies ever, and I'm like, it doesn't even come close. Have you heard of Avatar? Like
Well,
it doesn't
no,
even
but
it doesn't
it
even
still made
scratch
a-
the surface.
No, it still made $1 billion, I believe. I correct me if I'm wrong. Like,
Yeah, I think it was $1 billion.
It still does, but they say is one of the best, if not the best, grossing movie.
If some,
It's in like it's in like the top 100.
It's the
probably
highest
top 50.
grossing Warner DC movie though.
Yeah.
That's what.
Yes,
yeah.
but they don't add DC. They say they literally just say gross. Avatar got $2,847,000,000. Avengers Endgame $2,797,000,000. As a matter of fact, you have to go all the way down to 24 to get to Aquaman.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
but
to
that's
be
still
fair,
$1 billion. Like that's
Yeah,
still
fair.
Captain
be
America:
fair,
Civil War beats it out.
to be fair, the only people in the entirety of this trial that aren't constantly fumbling is like Camille. Like that, she's like the only one that isn't like fumbling, saying stupid shit.
I don't
like,
know. She fumbled pretty hard when she was trying to show that medical record, and the medical record recorded Amber as a well-nourished male. So, you know.
Yeah. I mean, like
Yeah.
mistakes happen in court, but you know, she's been.
I
fucking
don't know.
taking
She wasn't
people to
paying
task.
attention to it that much because she clearly messed up.
Listen,
on that
Stardust,
part, so.
I don't think you should be talking about Johnny's lawyers because I can point back at Amber's lawyers and what if any? What if any? What if any is it cures
Well, I
leading
mean,
questions, right? The judge is like, it does
yeah.
not do that.
Well, no. They're an inspiration to women and men everywhere of low IQ. That if you work hard enough, you can become a lawyer, no matter how fucking stupid you are, right?
And Amber Heard will hire you, okay? Amber
Right,
Heard
you
will
got
hire
it.
you. It doesn't matter how stupid you are.
wow, this is some next level hate, guys. We haven't really gotten
yeah,
into
we
it yet.
have
Like,
to.
I'm
we'll have
excited for
some-
this
I'm
one.
I'm
This is
I need
charged
more
up
coffee.
in-
I'm gonna be right back.
So I'm charged up in preparation for this. What we've been doing is looking at old band sexist marketing ads that like can't exist anymore. We've just been our chat's just been doing that, so we're ready to go.
As opposed to
I had to
the
channel my
current sexist ads. that
yeah,
can't
but the
air.
current ones are like kind of subtle. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
the 70s
Yeah.
and the 50s, like they had no chill, right? You know. So it's been great. It's been a great time so far. I had to channel my inner misogynist and like really let it come to the forefront in order to, you know, in get involved in this debate.
Sounds good.
And just so you know, guys, we're gonna wait on one other person. We'll see if they get here, but we're just waiting for one other person.
I can just tell by the look on Prime's face, he's already nervous about that topic. He's like, I don't know if I chose the right topic this week.
No,
I'm starting to rethink my
I-
decisions.
I chose the
He's fine.
perfect topic, right? And I chose the perfect group of individuals to come through. Yeah, just dealing with stuff behind the scenes.
I'm just,
but-
I'm just, dude. I'm just memeing. Like, to be honest with you, I could give a rat's ass about two celebrities that like fucking do a bunch of substance
Mom, they're
abuse
just
and
like
poke
us.
shit on each other.
Okay.
Like, I just
Abusive.
don't give
Uh,
a fuck about either of them, to be honest. I think it gets way too much attention.
My head hurts.
Is that because
Okay.
it's hard for women to think, or
I didn't say anything.
No, it's been hurting earlier.
Did you take like ibuprofen or Advil or Tylenol?
Nah, I usually don't. I don't know why.
pain helps you feel alive, right? Like, I think we over medicate. Really, it's pain.
That's
like,
really
I'm
depressing.
pain,
I think we
okay.
under medicate.
If you require pain to make you feel alive, that's really depressing.
I think we under medicate, right? Like,
Really okay.
I mean, look at you. Look at you.
Especially
Oh.
men.
I'm
men,
high on
men
life.
tend to under,
God,
men
it's
tend to
pain.
under
The
medicate
guy dressed as
extremely.
a cat.
You
Same.
heard
I'm
it
a
here.
okay.
You
heard
First
it.
of all,
You-
I am not a
you-
cat. Do not misspecies me. I am a puppy. I am a
Okay, cat.
problematic
You
puppy.
heard it. You
Right,
heard it
I
here
forgot.
first. Prime
Problematic puppy,
Guys
I'm so
states we need more soma for the
You don't seem.
population.
You don't seem.
It's a brave
sorry at
new
all.
world. Sit down and shut up.
But yeah, so to my audience, just give us a little bit and we'll get started. We're just waiting on one other person. We're only gonna give them a few minutes and then we're gonna just jump on in. Yeah. Oh god, I chose a sensitive bunch for the Amber Heard topic. I chose a sensitive, understanding group of people
Why are
for
you
that
calling
one.
us sensitive? What the fuck?
I don't think anyone's upset here.
No,
He's
I mean,
obviously
no.
talking to a woman on the panel.
Oh,
No,
God damn it.
he's doing this thing called irony, right?
Yeah.
Like, or sarcasm, perhaps, would be a better term.
Thank you, freak. But that wasn't sarcasm.
A puppy looks like a member of the Taliban fell face first in a Tony Montana stash.
Ah, nice.
Okay,
It's a
first of all,
Taliban
this
puppy.
this
Hey,
is
that's
an
a good one.
authentic. I actually got this when I was in Moscow about 20 years ago.
Thank you,
It's,
chat. I appreciate that, Jim. That was gold.
He's lying. It's been a little bit longer than 20 years ago. He's you can see him if you look closely in the background of the photos with Bernie Sanders on his honeymoon. All right.
Okay.
Not enough right wingers for that joke to be funny. All
I
right,
had no
fair
idea
enough.
what that
Read the
was.
room,
I had
Scott. Read the
no
room.
idea what that was.
Sorry, my bad. You know, fucking. I don't know. It was a big thing for a while there. I guess we forgot about that. I guess we
I'm sure. I'm sure it is. Okay. All right. We're not gonna wait any longer. We hopefully the other person will stop in. But if not, well, we're gonna start it.
Pro tip to
Yep.
anybody that is watching, because I know Prime Kai's has a lot of like aspiring political debate streamers that are always in his audience because he's the one that ends up opening the floor after these, right? So pro tip, if you're on Discord, link your fucking Discord to your Twitch account and your YouTube and your other social media so people who know who the fuck you are, so people can be excited, so that people can like network with you. Because when you show up in a Discord group and you don't have any of that shit linked, people are just they immediately forget you.
Absolutely, Scott. You hit the nail on the head. In fact, there was someone I was dealing with just like a few days ago. I was thinking the exact same thing. It's like I'm pretty sure you stream. And it's not connected, and I have to like go through all this like to find out. To go search your name, and oh, you don't use the exact same name on YouTube as you use in other places. All right, well, I have to go. No, in your profile, you can link all these things. Do that. It's actually really
especially
easy.
if you want to get booked for things because people.
Wait,
like
I have my Twitch and my Twitter linked to my Discord,
Prime Guys,
but yet I always get my name misspelled on Twitter every single time. By Prime, you always misspell my name on Twitter, even though it's linked to my Discord.
I do. I
You say I am Spraticus. It's not I am Spraticus. It's the Spraticus.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. I don't know. I've never actually looked at it. I thought I had the right one, so I didn't look at it. The Spraticus. All right. Well,
every time you tweet something out, I retweet it and go, "It's the Spraticus." But yeah, I'm here tonight, and then nothing happens.
I'm sorry. Well, you should have just told me. I didn't know. Like, yeah. And I don't look at once I tweet something. I didn't even fucking tweet today. Once I tweet something, I like stop paying attention completely. But all right, let's get started. Let's get cracking, and hopefully our last person will join in soon. Hello everyone. This is the Reverie Roundtable. We stream on Mondays, 8 p.m. Eastern. If you're watching this on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe. We'd love to have you. Super chats are helpful as well. But yeah, we're doing this now. We're gonna have an amazing group of individuals here. Going to introduce them, and then we'll get started with all this. Starting with Corey Campbell. Corey's back with us. Corey was here on Saturday. Yes, Saturday. Saturday. And we had a really great conversation. All right. So how are you doing, Corby?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much again, and super grateful that you reached out again and you were able to tolerate me for I don't know the second time almost in a row. But yeah, thanks.
You were fantastic. Next, we go to Fabian Liberty Scott back with us.
Hey, I'm just memeing. I hope you all are all having a wonderful night. I am Scott from the channel Fabian Liberty. We're a duo anarcho-capitalist stream. We do occasional debates, philosophy nights. Once a month, we do. We started using Tailspire to do D&D campaigns, and it's a lot of fun. So come check us out, Fabian Liberty, on pretty much every social media platform. It's Fabian Liberty.
Absolutely. All right. Next, we have our friend Sprouticus, the Sprouticus. Sprouticus, thanks for coming back. They were here last Monday. We had a fantastic time. After so long, they've come back to us. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing good. I had a good week. I've had a lot of great conversations. I'm ready for these topics. I'm ready to start getting into them. I may not have the view you think I do, or I might have the exact same view you think I do. So we'll see.
Okay, all right. Next, we have we have Wick. Wick is here. Wick is back. He's going through some things, everyone, so I want you to be kind. All right? I'm going through a bit of a transition. There's a new identity. Wick, what would you like to call us to call you now that you're moving to your new doggy form?
Look, this is called a costume, and I am doing it because people have paid me money to do so. And that's just
a
goes to show you, if you want a specific costume, gang, and you want to pay me money to do it, if there's enough money involved, I'll do it. Okay. So yeah, Prime hasn't paid me to be on here, not in money, but he has paid me in affection and attention. And therefore, I have decided to come on and give you my base takes once again. Thanks for having me, Prime.
Prime, what have you been?
What?
You're paying him in affection and attention?
It's too much. It's too much. No, I hear you. It's too much.
What
Yeah. I'll do better. I'll do better. Okay. Yeah. Clearly, I should have been giving him scorn. It's the only thing he responds to. Moving on. We have my man Eucharist back with us. Always excited to have Eucharist here. Always gives interesting perspective. Eucharist, please.
Hi, it's good to be here. It's good to be back. Yeah, I feel like I've been able to make it on more recently than I have in a long time, and I've been enjoying it. So we'll see how that goes tonight.
Okay. All right. We have Stardust. Stardust, who was mad that I invited her, weren't you? Stardust, you were incensed.
I was mad that you invited me. Yeah, I was pretty mad that you invited me. Yeah, this was supposed to be my day off of streaming. Because I've had very long few weeks being accused of everything under the sun, but of course Prime had to message me late last night after I'd already sworn off streaming today and sent me the topics, and I decided I couldn't not be on this panel, so here I am. Thank you for having me, panel, and Prime, Prime's panel. Thank you for having me. I'm Stardust. You can find me twitch.tv/Stardust, youtube.com/c/Stardust streams. Also, I don't know what is going on, why Prime is paying Wick in love, in affection and attention, and what does that mean? Are you doing an NFT scam with him? Are you, what I'm concerned about this relationship here.
I'm not going to leak my DMs to you, Stardust. Even if I am your head mod, there are things that we have to keep separate. So.
It can get pretty racy between us. All right, moving on.
Racy.
Let's go.
You heard it here first. Prime Kais is into race play.
Oh my God. Last but not least, we have my man.
That explains a lot.
God.
Explains a lot.
Last but not least, we have my man Doobie, Dark Lord and Savior. Doobie, thank you for stopping by and joining us once again.
Yeah, thank you for having me on.
Okay, so let's just jump right into it. All right, topic one. Remember, we have two topics, everyone, so we'll get to the other one soon. All right. Social media influencers like Floyd Mayweather have been shilling NFTs and other dubious products for years. In their wake, there are many people who claim to be victims of scams. Do you think that the government should regulate the social media space the same way they do other commercial spaces? Should influencers be fined or go to jail if they are involved in scams? And should NFTs be defined as scams? So yeah, I had read this I've read multiple articles on Floyd Mayweather, right? Who's just, dude, that guy he's shitty on all levels. He's just a shitty human being. Any which way, right? The biggest thing he's doing now, he's getting involved in a lot of scams. He's done a few crypto pump and dumps, right? And now he's doing NFTs, multiple NFTs, right? Like I read one article about an NFT rug pull that he did, right? And then I'm like, oh wow, that's pretty terrible. Until I read a second article saying, oh, he stopped doing that one and started doing another one, right? He just goes from scam to scam, and he makes a shitload of money doing it. So I want to know what everyone's thoughts are on this. Corey.
Yeah, at least I have multiple thoughts. Well, the first sentence that sort of statement that came to mind when reading this, like I don't know exactly how accurate this story is, but to me, what comes to mind is like in the vein of like never meet your heroes, like don't follow your heroes either. From like what was outlined in the article, again, I don't know exactly how accurate it was, but it seems like based off of the fact that they're Money Mayweather, it must mean I'm going to be making money from Money Mayweather. I don't actually know how far this person went down that rabbit hole line of thinking, but the article really framed it that way. But at the end of the day, like as the most practical solution or accessible solution, yes, I'm all for regulating sort of scam or scam-like behavior. But I think I think the ultimate solution is hopefully having an educated public that doesn't fall prey to this type of whatever marketing or scam. Which is why I'm all for free universal higher education. I think that's how you, just as when it comes to in the medical world, the snake oil salesman preys upon the desperate patient, or the maybe not the less informed desperate patient. I think it's the same, more or less the same thing that happens when it comes to these types of scams, where unfortunately people fall prey to this just because they don't know any better, or like they have an over idolization of certain figures like Money Mayweather. That's where I'll stop it for now.
Yeah, so first and foremost, I want to say that NFTs are not a scam in their existence, but I do think it's a kind of a silly place to be putting your money right now, just because it's obviously a very volatile market. I mean, it can be good for investments, but from the articles that you were sending, like these people are putting like their whole savings accounts into things under the pretenses that like Money Mayweather must be right. And I think it says more about our parasocial relationships than the need for the state to step in. Now, that being said, there is already a common law perspective on what constitutes fraud. There are 9 principal elements in common law to fraud, but I think the most important one is the 8th one here when dealing with the Money Mayweather situation, which is the 8th part is, injured parties' right to rely on the representation. So to quote from Cappuccioni v. Brennan Naperville Incorporated, quote, a party is not justified in relying on representations when he or she had ample opportunity to discern the truth of the representations before acting, right? So I think you see a distinct difference here between, let's say, the Lana Rhodes NFT scam and the Mayweather NFT scam, because the Mayweather NFT scam, as you will, is him telling people that are gullible enough to waste their money on something without doing any fucking research because some guy they like said it might be a good idea. And then with the Lana Rhodes situation, you have like a failure of deliverables and you have like possible intent of them lying about even getting them the product that they're supposed to be getting. And you could likely prove damages. So I think certain things are fraud and certain things are buyer beware. And the idea that because some stupid people wasted their life savings off of some famous person's advice somehow constitutes a need for government regulation is just another example of people having a knee-jerk reaction and hoping the government will fix it. And I think history and time and economic policy show that usually when you involve the state, it causes more problems than it solves. And it seems like a really good way for the state to have an excuse to regulate what is a direct opposition to their shit fiat currency and the disgusting US dollar and inflation so that they can regulate their competition when it comes to cryptocurrencies and NFTs and the blockchain. And so I'm wholly against it for those reasons.
Okay, Sproticus.
I'm against it. I think the state needs to. I think the state needs to stay out of it. Because this is going to prevent a lot of people that that are going to stop supporting new ideas that people come up with, like these new startup companies that come up with this new product. People are going to be a lot more hesitant to say, "Hey, go buy this product," because now they're legally liable for what they say about that product. The government needs to stay out of it, and people need to actually make sure that they look into what they're buying before they buy. If you go gamble your life away, I don't think the state should step in. Those were choices you made. If you buy a bad product, I don't think the state should step in if it wasn't falsely advertised.
Quick.
So I'm going to go ahead and disagree here, though not entirely, right? Like, so yes, buyer beware is a good rule of thumb. You very much should do research before you invest any amount of money in anything, right? But at the same time, that there is a slew of people being very dishonest about what NFTs are and misrepresenting what their product is, and I think the state uh, uh, has the both the ability and the responsibility to go in to some extent to do something. Now, what I don't know, whether to limit partnerships or limit these sponsorships, I'm not sure. But at the same time, like ethically, on an ethics kind of basis, like those who are participating in these kind of scams and these kind of multi-level marketing schemes almost is what it most reminds me of, the NFTs and cryptocurrency bullshit. I think they have a very bad it's very bad ethically, and they should be shamed for it. The state should step in to a certain degree. Again, I'm not sure exactly what degree though.
Eucharist.
So on May the 3rd of the year of our Lord 2022, a grown ass adult human tweeted
Named
the
Eucharist.
following. A lot of y'all still don't get it. Ape holders can use multiple slurp juices on a single ape. So if you have one Astro ape and 3 slurp juices, you can create 3 new apes. Tonight's Slurp Juice Mint event is essentially a minting event for both lab monkeys and special forces. That same day was when Wall Street Journal came out, May 3rd, with its article headlined, NFT sales are flatlining. I would like to believe personally that what happened there was like God in heaven looked down as in the days of Noah and realized the bullshit that was happening and said, nope, fuck that. Right when that tweet happened, like that's when the market tanked. Unfortunately, Wall Street Journal apparently was relying on inaccurate data. The market is not tanking the way that they said it was. Transactions are still through the roof. People are still falling for some of this stuff. The specific case of the Floyd Mayweather thing, yeah, as you mentioned, Prime, like he's just a shitty guy. He's really terrible with money, and he'll take money from anyone to advertise for anything. And so if you spend 10 minutes looking into that, you'll realize, I mean, he's shilling for all these like microtransaction apps and all sorts of other things. I think the real question is like whether or not somebody who's kind of been roped in by promises from somebody that they think they can trust has any sort of like, I don't know, actionable complaint, or if we should be, like you said in the question, regulating these in some way differently than we are doing. Should we, for example, be labeling things like crypto and NFTs securities for the purpose of our financial law? And there's some dispute about that we can maybe talk about, because there's a difference between the potential utility, I guess, of an NFT that you can buy, like a collectible from your favorite artist. They sell you like a JPEG that I guess you own, versus these like fractional NFTs that we're seeing, buying shares of trading cards and things like that. That's much closer to like a security, and we already have laws governing that. So if the SEC just decides that it's going to be a security, then great, the same regulations will apply to it, and that might solve at least some of our issues. That's all I got for now.
Just one thing, please. Could you say the word slurp one more time?
Slurp.
Thank you. All right. Stardust.
Yeah, I think that at the end of the day, like these are for the most part like grown adults making these investments, right? It's not like we've got kids who are investing $42,000 into an NFT. Do we? Because good God, then I would be very concerned. Yeah, I think a lot of this responsibility really falls onto the person buying these, and I'm not opposed to there being like a warning label or some sort of like regulatory label or something like that on them. But I think that to I don't know, to punish, even though I think it's kind of shitty what they're doing, to punish them for like grown adults making these financial decisions, I'm not really sure that I'm really for that. It's like the same thing with gambling. I would rather just have there be like a warning label or something on that. So.
And finally, Doobie.
Yeah, I think people make shitty investments, buy stupid things. It's totally on them. I don't really have a whole lot of sympathy for these people. If you're gonna spend thousands of dollars on a thing, do some fucking research. Don't buy it because the guy you like on TV said it's a good idea. It just seems pretty straightforward.
Okay, open to the panel.
Okay, so like I hear this all the time, like do your research, do your research, do your research. But the problem is with NFTs, there's a lot of misinformation out there. There's a lot of conflicting information out there. Now, we can look back in hindsight and say, oh, look, yeah, right. Like this was kind of a shitty investment. But I still remember the time back in, I think 2012, 2014, somewhere around there, where a buddy of mine came and told me about Bitcoin and how it was going to, skyrocket and how I should get in on this and things like that. And I regret to this day not investing then because I did my research. I said, this kind of seems shady. This kind of seems like a scam. And so, as it so happened, it happened to take off and things like that. And a lot of people found a lot of value in it. And had I invested then, I wouldn't be here today. So I guess you can thank my skepticism for allowing me to be on Prime Panels today.
Hey, Wick,
So when we
4
talk about
words.
just real quick, when we just talk about like do your research and things like that, I think that when you have so many people actively misrepresenting their product, I think that's a problem, right? I think that's something that the government should take action on, right? And at least require some kind of truth in advertising here.
Why?
So, Wick, 4 words: high risk, high reward. And that's the way it is in the stock market. That's the way it is when you invest. The higher the risk that you have to take, the higher the reward you're going to get if it blows up. Bitcoin was high risk. It was very high risk, and people got a very high reward for taking a part of that risk. And if that's the game you want to play, if you want to play with risk in the stock market, with cryptocurrencies, with other stocks, with dollar stocks that are supposed to blow up, then that's fine. You can do that. Just understand you're taking a giant risk in hopes that it blows up like Bitcoin did. So Bitcoin wasn't necessarily a scam. It's just high risk, high reward. This is not. I don't feel like this is extremely like complicated stock market.
Well, a lot of people really don't understand what an NFT is. It's such a new thing,
Well, then they
right? That a
shouldn't
lot of
buy it.
people don't. Well, that's true, but it's being
But Money
misrepresented to
Mayweather
them.
said to buy it, so it's okay.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean,
Like,
I compare this to somebody
would
buying
never
like
get one
a
who
$50,000
takes
toilet because some artist said it's worth $50,000. Like, it's really stupid.
well,
Like,
who
if you
takes
don't
advice from
understand it, if you don't know the
Mayweather?
marketing,
Hello?
well,
Financial advice?
I think that's the larger issue of like, what does it say about someone where that idolizes this person so much and like believes into the moniker like Money Mayweather that I will take money from my parents, I don't know, like $12,000 and like invest money and go all in, not only just with my money but with other people's money. Like, what does it say? Like, how do we prevent that? I think is maybe the better question.
well, we
as
don't. I
opposed-
think that's up to the parents, right? It seems like those parents raised their kids poorly, and now their kid is borrowing tens of thousands of dollars to buy something they don't understand that's going to be worth nothing in 2 months.
So, when I talk about truth in advertising and what it is and things like that, a lot of times in these scams, not all of them do this, right? But a lot of times they're pitched as you get to own this JPEG, or you get to own this icon, or you get to own this thing. But you don't actually own the rights to any of this. What you do is you own a position in a
Blockchain
queue,
doesn't lie, okay?
basically. You own a position in a queue that is tied to that piece of art or soundbite or whatever it happens to be that they've tied this to. You don't actually own that thing, right? So other people can use that image, other people can use that sound bit, other people can use this, and you have no say in that, right? And so a lot of times people just do not understand. In a lot of cases, they misunderstand because they are lied to, and that's where I have a problem.
So, okay,
The issue isn't
like, what do you mean by transparent marketing? Like, no amount of marketing is ever transparent. Like,
Certainly, right? I get that, but
so like, where's your line, right? Like,
when you
for
purposely
marketing for a Big Mac,
misrepresent,
should the commercial like go to an actual like franchise, order what a crappy looking Big Mac and take a picture of that? that type of
course
because that's
not.
transparent.
Actually, some
Well,
advertising campaigns like that have been rather
yeah,
effective.
yeah.
Like if you can pull that off, it works really well.
Well, exactly.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing that's misunderstood by a lot of people. People who were investing in NFTs were not investing in NFTs. They were investing in blockchain technology. And NFTs were not the system to get blockchain up and running. Blockchain is a very good technology. Blockchain will eventually become huge. The issue is, at what point do you invest in blockchain? Because you have to find someone who's going to use blockchain and then invest in that company that's using blockchain. And so they weren't buying into NFTs. The people who actually knew what they were doing were investing in blockchain technology.
Okay, so several people have said something to the effect of like, yeah, like don't play stupid games, win stupid prizes, or you're dumb, you just shouldn't have bought it. I guess like my question at that point is like, but people are still doing it, right? So what if anything is the answer? Because it seems like this is a growing problem. What we have right now, like the Floyd Mayweather case or Kim Kardashian and all these other people, are people who don't actually give two shits whether or not the NFT that they're shilling does well, because they've already been paid, right? They gave Mayweather 500 grand or something to talk about this NFT. He's got his money. He doesn't care if the NFTs work or not. He's got his money, right? And that's what's happening across the board. So we've created kind of a celebrity class of people, particularly people whose literal job is being an influencer, to actually influence other people's decisions. And they're just, taking a check and then telling people, hey, you should buy this thing with, no qualifications, no information. And yeah, we've kind of trained people to rely on their opinions to some extent.
Can I just
right?
say one thing? Shut up, you Wario-looking motherfucker. Stop stroking your beard. It's not that impressive.
Can someone explain to me, memes aside, can someone explain to me what the problem is? Because I keep hearing people repeat over and over, yeah, we have this problem, we have this problem. The only thing I have seen is stupid people wasting their money, refusing to do research. I want to know, what is the problem that requires the government to step in and the market can't fix this?
Right, so
like
I
your
would maybe
argument
bring-
is right. Like,
I would
so give me that argument.
I would use hopefully an analogous example that maybe highlights the problem. Like, it seems like there's some people that have no problem with like whatever, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. If it's your money, it's your money. But what if it's a health product and the cost is your health or some sort of negative health outcome?
Right, but it's a bad analogy. I need the problem with this specific thing, not trying to tie it to something else that makes your argument easier. Like,
I don't think that is a bad analogy. Like,
well, no, tell me what is the problem with an unregulated NFT market? Like, what is the problem here?
Well, we could see the problems. We can see the results of the unregulated NFT market of people losing vast amounts of money because they were scammed.
Well, they shouldn't
Okay,
have
but
been in the market.
how many people who were invested in Bitcoin got a shit ton of money investing in a unregulated market?
The
many people?
unregulated market
is Bitcoin. The unregulated market is Bitcoin.
Yeah.
I understand that, but there's a lot of people that invested in Bitcoin and made shit tons because they invested early.
Hey,
Now,
this is results-based
it's
thinking,
a
right?
high, but no, I'm saying it's a high
Because
risk.
it worked out at this time. It's okay.
No,
No,
I'm
no,
saying-
no.
I'm saying
Don't
it's
even,
high
wait,
risk.
wait, don't give him that
No.
much.
Just give me. I
It's-
just want someone to actually give me a problem, because it's not fraud.
Well, hold on. No, it's the fact that it's a fucking Ponzi scheme. It's literally a Ponzi scheme. Spartacus already gave away the game.
So
The
how's
people who
the
invested
government-
early happen to do well, right? And then the people who are investing later, right, are all
But that's
getting.
not true of all NFTs. That's true of some.
No,
scams.
okay. So
And-
then the question is how you differentiate between the good ones and the bad ones. Maybe that's a problem of education.
your fucking
And then what
research.
you do about the ones that are literal Ponzi schemes and actual rug pull scams and things like
I
that.
think regulation labels would be good, right? I think
Why?
that's a pretty good.
You've
middle
yet to give
ground.
me a problem.
Well, because
No.
I think we do it for other things. We do it for like cleaning products. We do it for like other products, like health products, right? We put like little labels on them, like, oh,
I mean,
this hasn't been
You,
evaluated
you have
by
an
the FDA.
analogy, right? You have an analogy to something that could be potentially harmful to the health
Wait,
of
maybe
children
this
in
will
the
help.
house.
Is it not a
something like
harmful
that.
thing when
Do you
large
think
groups
Ponzi
of people
schemes
are
should be
fleeced
illegal?
out of their life savings? Is that
Yeah,
not a
somebody spends their
problem?
college tuition.
How are they
on
being fleeced? It's
NFTs.
not
Scott,
fraud.
do you think Ponzi schemes should be illegal?
The way we have regulation labels on even like gambling tickets, don't we? Like on little lottery tickets.
I think you should be able to sue people for fraud, and if it meets the eighth principle of fraud, then it's fraud, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. It's very clear that the Floyd Mayweather rug pull schemes do not meet the definition of fraud. So I'm waiting to hear
Wait.
someone give
Yes.
me a reason why this is a problem.
I will absolutely give you a reason.
Go ahead.
Okay, right? Because once again, this is a Ponzi scheme. in the marketing materials, right? They promised like 2, 5, maybe even 10 times your investment, right? Which is in any other security, right? And we're just gonna call it a security. The SEC hasn't called it a security yet, but we're gonna call NFTs a security for now. And any security could not make that kind of statement, especially without any fucking proof, right? What they did was they pumped up the price by having multiple mintings, right? They kept saying, "Oh yeah, guys, got to get on this." And if you want to get into further mintings, you have to have NFTs from past mintings, right? To pump up the price again and again, and then all of a sudden they withdraw, right? They abandon all support and promises. There's in the marketing material, there's lots of things they promised, right? And none of them came through. Not a single fucking thing, right?
So a question for the panel: do you guys think that the entire stock market
I'm almost
is...
done. I swear,
No.
and I want to hear what you have to say, right? I'm almost done.
Okay.
I swear to God. So they pull out all that support. It's all gone. And then as soon as that happens, the price starts dropping immediately. Just where it was, I think by like in the case of the one we're talking about, it's like 2 orders of magnitude gone of wealth out of this. And then there's no support from the admins and no support for the project. It's just, it all disappears, right? like this is the classic
What
scam of
you
a
just
Ponzi scheme.
described-
And then what they said, and the final thing I'll say, what they said was, well, we're not responsible for investors who didn't sell at the right time, right? The right time meaning basically immediately, because then after that, no one's gonna be stupid enough to buy this thing. Done.
Okay.
So do you
I
think...
just
no,
want
no,
to
I'm gonna-
add to that,
no,
if I
no,
may.
I'm-
I just
no.
want to add to that because you
No.
asked for examples. I'll give you another example.
No,
I'll give you
Wick,
another
stop.
example. Is when
Wick,
they
stop. I'm
they
going
mint
to
these
respond to
NFTs.
this.
Hold on,
When
wait,
they-
whoa, stop it, Wick, finish, and then I
Okay,
swear to God,
so-
I'm gonna give you the space, Scott.
Sure. They mint these NFTs and they'll sell them among friends to drive prices up, right? Like, so they'll mint an NFT and they'll sell it to their buddy who sells it back to them, and they'll sell it to their buddy again and maybe to another buddy, and this continues up. And so they pitch it to the investor and say, "Hey, look, this is a hot ticket commodity, gang. Look, it's what's happening. Some guy bought it for $10 last week. This week it's sold for $500, and yesterday it sold for $5,000. Oh my God, get in while the getting's good." And this is a literal scheme that they are running, where they're taking this product that they created and they are manipulating the market in a very dishonest way and pitching this. How is that not a scam? How are you okay with this?
Okay.
No, I'm going to ask...
No.
Okay,
God
go
damn,
ahead,
this is
Scott.
going
Go ahead,
fucking
Scott. I'm going after you.
long. Okay, so first of all, if all of the principal elements that you both just stated were involved in this specific scam, it meets fraud. You can now sue for fraud, and there's no regulation required. You can literally sue him for fraud at that point. There's no additional.
And he is
government-
being sued. Like,
Yeah.
Right. Like
Several
there-
times.
Like you have the 9 principal fucking elements of fraud, right? Falsity of representation's number 2. Representation of actionable fact is number 1. Number 3 is materiality of the representation. Number 4 is representation's knowledge of the representations, right? So either he was neglectful in not learning about it, or that he did know about it and lied about it. And then against number 5 is intent to induce the other party to act on the representation. Number 7, injured party's actual reliance on truth of the representation. But the important one here is 8, which is why I quoted the case at the beginning of my opening statement. And then 9, were they damaged? What you have described meets everything you need for a common law fraud claim. So why do we need additional government regulation if what they did was committed fraud and you can sue them for fraud?
I'll answer after Sprouticus.
Okay, and so this is basically a question to the entire panel. At this point, you're gonna have to come to some kind of a conclusion that practically the entirety of the stock market is a Ponzi scheme. Because if I would have invested $50 in Bitcoin in 2015 and sold it in I sold it in 2020 in October 2021, my $50 would have turned into $7,500. Would that have been a high risk $50? Yes, that $50 could have gone away extremely easily, but there's a high risk, high reward, and I don't know why this is being lost on everyone. This is common knowledge of the stock market to anyone who's not even involved in the stock market. Is that there's going to be stocks that are high risk, high reward, and there's going to be stocks that are safe.
Okay,
Like,
well,
this is not
if
new.
you're saying that crypto and NFTs are stocks, then they need to be regulated like stocks. They need to be regulated as securities the way that they are, and they're not. So like if you're
Well,
saying that those are analogous,
I agree. It's unregulated,
that-
but I don't think it needs regulation. No, I don't think cryptocurrency needs
if
regulation.
you're saying it's
no.
identical to the stock market, then
No,
that's
but what I'm saying is, with what you guys are saying, you guys are going to have to admit at some point that the entire stock market is a Ponzi scheme.
well, I'll disagree. I'll talk after
That's not,
Brian.
that's not actually the case. But like,
one
Scott,
sentence.
go ahead, and then I'm going to respond to you.
Yeah. Just as the resident anarchist here, it does not follow that you then need to regulate them like stocks, because that assumes
I'm saying we should treat them the same. If you can argue that we don't need securities and exchange regulations, fine. If you're an anarchist, but we already have them, so we should equally enforce them on things that are actually securities and stocks.
I will tell you exactly why we should regulate them. I mean, now again, Scott, like you're coming from a standpoint where all of this doesn't make sense to you. But
don't, it all makes sense to me.
Sorry, I don't want to say that. I don't want to be condescending. That's not my point. I'm just saying that like you come from a different standpoint. Okay. That's all I'm saying. Mm-hmm. Anyways, right. The reason why you got to regulate that is because simply suing after the fact cannot be the only remedy to fraud. It simply cannot, right? Because if that's the case, then anytime we have to wait for a person to be injured, someone to realize they were injured, right? And then someone to have the resources to take them to court, right? And for so many people, they don't hit all those barriers, right?
Right.
And so instead, right? The reason why, like all these schemes, everything that you're seeing on NFTs, anything you're seeing on crypto, right? This capitalism already did this. These are like the old scams being run again at this moment, right? And the reason why we don't see them run rampant within the stock market or on the regular securities market at this point is because we have that regulation, because we have that protection. So you, dear Scott, dear Sprouticus, can put your money out there, right? In securities and have a peace of mind. It doesn't guarantee that nothing will ever go wrong. It doesn't guarantee that you'll never find a criminal, but it isn't absolutely rampant the way it is in crypto and NFTs when they actively talk about, like, within, you go in their Discord chats, they're like, yeah, we're gonna do another rug pull. Like they'll say it, right? You can find the chat logs. They're talking about it. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna scam them again. That's a problem.
Okay, so I can answer that, right? So you say that you must have the state in order to regulate the market, because people don't have the capacity to be able to sue after the fact, and so it remains profitable and is incentivized for those to continue to pull those scams. I challenge that assertion fully and wholly, because I do not think that you need the state to do this. What I think is far more likely is that in an unregulated economy, yes, the moment you pull back all of those regulations, you will have snake oil salesmen and scams abound. And then people will realize that the market has that, and they will put their money in safe places. And then what will happen is you created a market void for the very regulation that used to exist, which is settling information failures. Because what you've described is an information failure, right? Which is a type of I don't want to get too far in the economics, but basically there's a market void for a company now to be able to come out and say, hey, do you trust me? Because I can tell you which ones are scams and which ones aren't scams. And now there's a competition of a bunch of those companies. And a bunch of people go, I'm going to sit back and wait, and I'm going to buy gold bars, right? And then some people are going to go ahead and do the high risk, high reward, trusting a company. And over time, some companies will earn a reputation for being trustworthy and others won't. And the ones that are trustworthy will rise to the top, and you will have companies that give you the appropriate information to know what is and isn't a scam. It is your ultimate responsibility to spend your money on things that you think are of value to you, and for you to do your own goddamn research. But the idea that getting the state involved is the only way to solve this, and it just so happens to get the state's foot in the door in regulating the blockchain, is a fucking scary thing. Because they know that cryptocurrency is the greatest risk to the fucking government, and it's the greatest risk to fiat currency.
So
I think Scott is.
We'll go to.
I think Scott's.
We'll go to. We'll do Doobie. Excuse me. Corey. I was combining those two. And then Wick and Sprouticus and Eucharist.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I think Scott's on the money here. To be honest with you, I think what this is actually showing us a need for is like a better business bureau agency for NFTs and crypto. right? And for the people involved in these projects behind the scenes, a lot of these scammer guys hop from project to project, doing the same shit over and over again, right? So if you had a private organization that was tracking these people, grading these people, and letting people know, hey, don't get involved in this project because this guy's here and gets an F from us for this reason, this reason, and this reason, people could educate themselves. I don't think you need the government to come in and get their greasy hands into everything.
I'll deal with you later, Doobie. Corey, maybe you can handle it for me.
Ooh, I'll do my best. But Scott, so even if I grant you of the situation that you outlined long term down the road, like I hope that you recognize that on the path to the way there, even if that actually actualizes, like there's going to be some real high costs associated with that, as in people will actually be getting scammed, people will be losing large amounts of money or suffering great losses.
Yeah, you might
on
even
the
say
path.
high risk, high reward because they're early adopters of a risky situation that's unregulated,
Yeah, but like
just
so
like
do you-
Bitcoin.
Yeah, but to use your model, let's say health regulations, where it seems like you want multiple FDAs and to battle it out in terms of who's the best drug approver. But on the way there, there's going to be some mistakes and collateral damage associated with that.
Yeah,
that
and
ha-
on the way there, when we get rid of the FDA, maybe we'll have fucking baby formula in this country, and maybe we won't have Oxycontin and fentanyl overdoses everywhere, and maybe we'll be able to buy fucking insulin and fucking EpiPens from places like Canada for a fifth of the fucking price, right? So
Yeah,
it's not a fucking
or-
nightmare
or-
scenario.
or thalidomide
And we'll
might
all
have been
get poisoned
approved in
because the
United
meat hasn't been
States.
approved. That like the FDA won't the drugs and food that we currently consume will all start fucking poisoning us without FDA to be available. But hey, eventually all those stupid people will die, so it's okay.
That's fucking that's so stupid, and it's such fear mongering, right? Like we didn't have an FDA. It wasn't that everyone was fucking getting poisoned. They were just buying fucking produce from their local fucking area from people that they trusted.
Well, no. They're like I will not say that the FDA is like a mistake-free institution. There have absolutely been some
Right.
missteps, but I think there are clear cases of where it has worked, and like that institution, like we can say the roots of the institution, like and maybe the potential good it did in its early days, and maybe far deviated from that. But in principle, the FDA in and of itself, based off of the idea of its founding, like that's a good thing. There are some good things that have come from that.
Right, you're shifting the conversation over to the FDA because people are far more scared about their health as opposed to
Yes,
crypto that they don't
as
have
opposed
to
to
invest
losing
in
all of their
at all.
money and their
No.
livelihood.
Right. Well, but see, the thing is that you don't have to like you're trying to shift it to something, right? Which is drugs and healthcare, which is an emergency service from something that people do not have to, which
No.
is some. Yes, you are from
They are
people
totally
that
snake oil salesmen
no,
promising
no,
better health.
this is a bad faith argument because the analogy in and of itself is not good because one is an emergency service and the other is something that you don't have to put a single fucking penny of your money into. That
Not
being
always,
said,
not always emergency.
it's not always emergency, but it is
Homeopathy
laden
is a
with that.
thing, and usually not. And the whole supplement
Look,
industry and
stop. You're trying to pull me into a conversation about the FDA.
You're
we can
totally
have that
destroying his point,
conversation.
so he wants you to stop.
can-
Of course he does.
No, he's not totally destroying my point
He
because I'm
is,
making my
it's
point
funny.
absolutely fine. You're trying to say that the FDA is an overall good institution, I'm assuming, right? And that there's a risk of even if we get to the place that we want, there's a risk in pulling those protections, right? So
Yes.
we can have that debate some other time if you want, but first and foremost, there's no risk to pulling additional regulations that don't fucking exist right now, number one. Number two, nobody needs to buy NFTs, right? So the analogy completely breaks apart. They're not similar at all, unless you want to just have a general conversation about government regulation in general, and then we can go back and forth about whether or not that is good historically.
Let's
We
go to Wick.
do.
Oh, Wick had his hand up. You ready?
Sure. I don't
Alright.
want to speak over Stardust here though, but I will say that like look, like the risk of not regulating this industry in some way, right? Because let's be clear. not everyone's going to make wise decisions all the time. It's not just about high risk, high reward. It's about there are entities out there that are purposely driving misinformation to try to scam people and cheat people out of their money. And it's very hard to take a legal route because NFTs are such a new thing. The blockchain is such a new thing. In a lot of cases, it's not a domestic thing. There are more barriers to this than you are letting on, right? And then when we talk about how things like government can regulate things to reduce harm, I think it absolutely can. FDA is a good example of that. Now, obviously, there's been mistakes when it comes to that. The SEC is a good example of regulations that reduce harm. And when we talk about things like people getting fleeced for all their money, the government has a vested interest in keeping its citizens free from having bad actors fleece them from their money. And I think that overall,
it's an interesting way to describe freedom. Stopping you from doing things is now freedom.
No, stopping people from scamming you is to keep you free is a good thing.
Okay, but if blockchain existed today, like it existed in 2015, would you be saying that? Would you be saying it's a good investment?
Like Bitcoin and
I'm
NFTs
sorry,
are not the
Bitcoin,
same thing. I understand, but
it is
Bitcoin
it
and
is though.
NFTs
It
are
is though.
not
They're
the same thing
it's
whatsoever,
blockchain. It's
right? They were
blockchain tech. It's
marketed different.
Okay, can you give me
They were
1 second?
marketed different. They were presented different, and they were treated differently by the community, right? The NFTs.
Are you done? Are you done? Can I talk now?
I can't. Let's see.
All right.
Bitcoin.
So Bitcoin is not all
just
that.
Quickly, we'll go to Sprouticus, we'll go to Eucharist, we'll go to Stardust, and then Doobie. Okay.
Bitcoin's not all that different from NFTs in the same way that Ethereum is not all that different from NFTs. And I'm going to ask the panel just by raise of hands, who here knows what a smart contract is?
Yeah.
Okay, a smart contract is it eliminates the need for an intermediary in between the exchange of blockchain technology between one person and the other, and then that ends up the smart contract executes when a condition is met. It ensures that conditions are met when you receive what you bought, and essentially it allows for you to be safer. It allows for you to be more accurate when you're buying these things, and to ensure that you have undisputed ownership of what you bought. And so like if you're not able to research these things and just be able to like find this, all this stuff is all over the internet of how to be safe with NFTs, how to be safe with Bitcoin, how to be safe with Ethereum. This stuff is all over the fucking internet, and there's like step-by-step guides on how to fucking do it. But people just don't research, and they just like, hey, here's my money, and
don't buy what you don't understand. Simple.
If you don't understand it, don't buy it.
Okay, that's good individual advice, I guess. Yeah, smart contracts are great, like the one in April that permanently locked up $34 million of Ethereum, inaccessible to anyone now, but because of a one line of code mistake. That's amazing. I love smart contracts. So like Scott, I'm not an anarchist, but I share your like skepticism, I guess, of like a bureaucratic administrative state. I don't think that the government always does a great job of these things. And yeah, like an FDA conversation might actually be fun someday. But what I want, just at the bare minimum, is that the regulations that already exist are enforced fairly for the things that they actually apply to. And so if we should be treating some of these things like securities, all that requires is disclosure, right? Securities regulation is not, you can have a really shitty bad investment as long as you're upfront about it, as long as you're upfront about the fact that it's high risk, high reward, that the prospects are bad, that the information's there. But what we have right now is an ecosystem that incentivizes burying that stuff very intentionally, roping people in however you can. If I have 500 grand I can send to a celebrity, I can go mint NFTs right now. If I can convince them to shill it, I can probably make that money back and then some, and then disappear into the ether, before anybody can catch me, right? Like, and so yes, I mean, I think you're right that in a lot of these cases we already have legal mechanisms to deal with that. We have, like, you can sue people, and people are being sued, and I think the plaintiffs will be successful in many of these cases, and Floyd Mayweather will be broke again. But I think to an extent I'm sympathetic to Prime as well, which, like, wouldn't it be great if we had some sort of mechanism to prevent that from happening in the first place? I'm also sympathetic to what you're suggesting, which is basically like over time we're going to see like reliable projects pop up, like the communities that have formed around certain cryptos and certain NFTs. I think are actually really cool, and that's when they're treated as like, it's a pass into a community. This is like, you do community organizing, you do like local kind of stuff. That's fine, that's fun, but that's really different than like I think the bulk of the market, the bulk of the trades that people are kind of capitalizing on right now.
There are like 501c3s right now that are designed to teach people about how to appropriately navigate NFTs and the blockchain and
Well,
and crypto, right?
Eucharist, when you implement what you're talking about, you're taking the risk out of the equation. You're
No,
taking
you're
the
not.
risk out.
Do you think
Well,
securities
I'm
aren't
saying-
risky? That bullshit. No, you're
But
not.
what I'm saying. Okay, so you don't understand what I'm saying. Okay, cool. So you're not going to get something that goes from $300 to $7,500. What you're talking about. You're taking a lot of the risk out of the situation. I'm not saying you're taking the entirety of the risk out of the situation. We are taking risk out of the situation, which means you're taking reward out of the situation as well. I do not think this needs to be regulated. I think people just need to understand what they're getting into and to be able to research and be like, okay, so maybe I don't put my entire life savings into Bitcoin, and maybe I just put $50 and see what that $50 does. Like this isn't hard math.
What
to do, and
about
I don't understand why it's
disclosing
just hard.
underlying information about the thing that you're selling is going to reduce the volatility such that now you can't, own 20 million
Because
of it
you
and
are
it suddenly
now-
rockets
you're-
up to $1,000?
because you
is
are
that
now
really such a
adding
big deal to you?
Because you are now adding regulation. Yes, it is a big
No.
deal.
Uh,
What are you gonna do?
If
But what are
there's
you gonna
actual,
do?
so
What are you gonna do about people that don't
the real
disclose?
security works. Think
What
about
are
the
you
way the
gonna
real
do?
security works. It increases in value as the value actually increases, or there's a perceived value increases. It's the same way with crypto. As the perceived value increases, it's still going to go up. Why does not being able to hide everything underlying it behind a veil make it, change fundamentally? It doesn't. It's the same product. It's the same technology that you're talking about. If the utility is there, the utility is there. If the functionality is there, the functionality is there. Being open about what you're doing doesn't change that. I'm so
Okay, so
confused.
so by raise of hands, who was against GameStop and AMC? Who was against GameStop and AMC?
What do you mean by
What do you mean?
Yeah,
The
what do you mean
GameStop
by
and
that?
Are
AMC
you talking about
stocks.
the stock thing?
Yeah,
Which
let's
stock-
talk
Or the
which
store
side?
itself?
I
No,
think, guys,
when the people rose the value of the basically artificially rose the value of GameStop and AMC. What do you guys think about that? By raise of hands, good.
Yeah,
I don't.
based this
It's a
fuck.
thing that happened. What do you mean?
Yeah.
What's
Don't
the comparison
care.
you're making here?
Okay, if I can just say, I don't think it needs to be that complicated. I don't see why we can't, just like we have lottery tickets, and on those lottery tickets says if you have a problem with gambling, you can call this number or whatever, right? They're like disclosures on all sorts of things. I don't see what the problem is with. It's not even regulation at that point. It's just a disclosure.
What type of disclosure are you look like? Just a stamp saying risky? Like,
Yeah, something like, hey, this is there's no guarantee of like financial gain from this.
that seems like it's not going to do.
Yeah, I
do
don't think that'll
anything
be
at
enough.
all.
I don't think that'll be enough.
I
I
think they
think
know
we
that
can
there's-
start.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's like we have those on like securities. I think like on their marketing material, right? I think they have like disclaimers, like as to like what you can and cannot expect, but it's still, yeah, it's a regulation first of all, and we should just go much farther. And again, it's like nothing that is happening within the NFT or crypto, like I say, like the people who push these things are always constantly talking about how this is a new space, right? How we're pushing the frontiers of economics or whatever the fuck, right? But it's the same old scams that capitalism had was doing previously before we regulated it are happening now. That's all. It's just the exact same things.
Throwing capitalism out there is silly, but no, we're literally doing that today. Like you can go see Warren Buffett randomly show up on a fucking television show, or you can see people from ARK and you can see people from Vanguard and Blackguard coming out there, BlackRock coming out and like giving advice to people and telling people, oh, you really should buy this stock. And that was part of the entire process behind the AMD and
AMC,
GameStop.
I don't like the fact that
AMD.
Tesla, what Elon Musk helps manipulate the stock of Tesla or anything else, right? With a tweet, right? Like, so if you want to say that we should have more regulation, keeping that from happening, great.
I'm not saying we should have more regulation.
Of course
But what
not.
you're saying is like you're saying that this is like you're saying it like it's something special into the NFT market when this
I
is
didn't
how
say
the
it was.
entire fucking stock market.
I said
Listen,
the opposite.
listen.
I
rich-
literally just said the opposite of that. I said this is the old game, right? That NFTs and crypto aren't anything new. They aren't anything fucking revolutionary, right? They have all the same problems that we've had with finance for centuries, but worse, right?
Yeah, but
Solving
there's a difference. No, it's not. It's not
nothing.
worse. It's more volatile. The difference is that the old game that the hedge fund managers are able to fucking play now, or that like Ark and fucking Kathy Woods is able to play when she's having the backroom fucking deals with Paul Pelosi and shit, is that they got government regulation that they liked because they had the money and power, and now they get to
And
work with the state, and the state makes sure that they get their bailouts and they get their
and
protection. And now
we
you're arguing to
should
bring that into
reg
NFTs so
and
that what we
we
can have is we can have a bunch
should
of fucking rich
better
crypto
regulate.
bros that
Right? We already
work
have
with
that.
the government, that work with the government and the state, and they'll
They
protect
did.
each
They're
other,
doing that in
and they'll
fucking Puerto
make sure
Rico.
that
They're already
crypto
doing that. They're
They're
already
gonna
doing
make
that in Puerto
sure
Rico.
what
They're
you're
literally
arguing
doing
for,
that in Puerto Rico.
what you're arguing for is so that the fucking state and large corporations and the wealthy elite can work together to fuck over poor
No,
people.
I'm not. No,
That's what you're
I'm
arguing for.
arguing a
You're
fucking
saying it's the
revolution
same
in
old
our
game,
things.
and you want to make it the same
No,
old game
no,
by
no, no,
introducing
no, no, no.
regulation that'll
Same
be
old
captured
game
by rich
as
people.
in the past. Yes. If you're asking me,
Fucking how
a
many times do
progressive,
people have to
what
go on
I would do to
socialism
the
before you
finance
realize
market?
it
Oh, I
sucks?
would take a fucking jackhammer to it, right? I would take a jack. I would lock it up
I would take
so
a
much.
jackhammer to
Like
it
I
too.
would,
Get the
I would
fucking government
definitely,
out of it.
I would put so many more regulations. Like oh my god,
Yeah,
it would
more
be beautiful, right?
regulations, more
But it
corruption,
would, yes,
more money
absolutely.
for rich
I
people
would
and more
absolutely
poor
do
people and middle
more
class getting fucked.
regulations. The regulations are
The
insignificant.
rich and the
And
powerful
can
just
I
that we learned how,
incorrect?
the common
Fine,
folk learned how to
let's
play
go
the
to
game.
fine. Let's go to Jubilee
Right,
the
and now
Eucharist.
you want to bring
Jubilee
in
the
government and
Eucharist.
state regulation. It'll be the same fucking game.
Jubilee the Eucharist.
Fucking socialist. Jesus Christ. How many people have to starve to death before you get it?
Just
Regulating
you. One more.
NFTs
That'd be you.
makes people
Go ahead,
starve to
Juby.
death. You heard
It's a
it here first,
communism.
folks. What the fuck?
Okay, so is it kind of regulation? Because it seems like in some of these NFTs, there are like massive investors that get in right at the start, and there's no requirement for these people to stay in the project, right? So would it be enough for there to be some kind of disclosure to say, hey, there are massive investors here, or none of the investors involved here are required to stay here, so they might pull out at any time, and the price could drastically drop. Is that enough? Like how much
I mean,
further?
I feel like that
feel
kind
like-
of disclosure would be good. Yeah, that's the kind of thing we already request
Okay,
of
but this
things
is
that are
but this is
security stuff.
like okay, but this is like the very base. If you did your research for 10 minutes into any NFT project, you would
Yeah,
know
I have
this
a
is the
very
case.
low opinion of most people
Right,
and their
so,
ability
like,
to research.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so and you could say the same about people who donate to fucking like Kickstarters, right? For
Yeah.
crazy ass products that never get off the ground and they just waste hundreds of thousands of dollars. People who buy luxury art, quote unquote, that loses its value and their money goes to shit, right? Like I don't understand why we're like twisting ourselves into knots here to protect this specific group of people that are
yeah, I don't
literally just have too much money for their own good. They're too stupid to know what to do with it. So they get into this project because maybe because we've trained them right to do what the celebrities say, to do what Mayweather or fucking
Money Mayweather.
Money Mayweather, or Jake Paul, or whoever the fuck. Well, this person's attractive, and you saw him beat up a dude in a ring. He can barely fucking read, but do what he says with your money. Like that's kind of ridiculous, right? And if you're dumb enough to take tens of thousands of dollars out in a loan or from your mother or whatever the fuck, and put it into a project like that with doing zero research into what's going on in the back end, then I don't understand why the solution we're pointing to here isn't just, hey, we need a BBB type of organization for NFTs or crypto.
I mean,
and
that would be
that's
great
it.
too.
Like, why do we need to go further than that? And if that's what you guys want, fucking do it.
So let me, I don't think any of us are necessarily, like, none of us think that we are ever going to be able to fully protect people from the consequences of their own stupidity. And I think Scott's right that if that's what we're going for, then we're heading towards this ridiculous totalitarian state, right? So what I'm concerned about is incentive structures that we've created or that exist right now that create a space that rewards fraud at a higher level than we would normally expect or want from an actually open market. So like I like markets, they're awesome. And so what I think would happen if we actually treated these things like the securities that they are, is it does change the incentive structure in some way. When some of that stuff has to be public and you know that people can access it and you know that people can write articles about it and find it out before the rug pull, then yeah, it's going to change some of your behavior. So no, I people in the chat and like you guys now, I don't have a lot of confidence that the average stupid person is going to read this stuff and understand this stuff. I think it's going to change the behavior of the people who are running these projects. I think that's what's important.
When they know there are consequences if they violate certain standards, it will change their behavior. Right now, there isn't.
What standard are you looking
no
for?
consequences.
What standard are you
right?
looking for?
Look, I'm not an expert
Why are
at
we
this,
assuming
right?
that the SEC
So I can
does a
say
good fucking job? Like, that's what I want to
it
know.
has
Like,
some problems. It
you know
has
what I
a
mean?
lot
Like,
of
I'm
problems.
like,
Yeah,
why
no,
would
that's
the
fair.
free market
But we've
not be
seen
fucking better than the
before.
SEC?
Because
Like,
we've seen how it
did-
was before.
Is everyone here like a fucking zoomer?
Yo,
Did
do
we
you not
forget
read history?
2009? Like,
Do you not
fucking,
read
like,
history,
really?
or did you just fall asleep during
Wow.
history class? We've
Hold on, Wick,
seen
Wick,
what
can I ask you a question?
unregulated markets look like, and
Wick, can I ask you a
I do
question?
not want to go back to that.
Give me an example.
Wick,
Since you're such a good
okay,
history buff,
please.
give me an example of an
I don't need
unregulated
to.
market that was fucked.
That
Wick,
the
can I-
government solved with
Ju-
intervention.
Judy,
So
go
Give me
ahead.
one problem I could point to you. One problem is child labor. Before we had child labor laws, before that was regulated,
that's
do you
bad.
think that we were in a good position?
Child
right
labor
now?
laws are a luxury of the
no, there
first
are
world.
tons of
Like,
studies.
there's
There's
plenty of
tons
countries that have child labor, and it's totally
No,
fine.
there's tons of studies that have shown that child labor laws had almost no statistical significance in both
Name one.
high school insurance. Like, I gotta go bring them up.
Okay, so you can't
But
name
I
one,
mean,
obviously.
okay,
There
well,
we
just
go.
go watch my child labor law debate with Chuck
I'm
Logic
good.
and
Thanks, though.
Aristocracy with myself and Last Username. I cited like at least 15 studies in that debate that show that child labor laws were ineffective in doing that, and in fact have actually been used to punish people, especially immigrants, that have their children working in their businesses.
That's
so
true.
what you just described was something that didn't work. You made a false claim, and then on top of that, actually made it worse. So why don't you, since you're such a big history
Is that your
major,
claim
give
that
me a second
before
one.
child
Give me
labor
a second
laws
one.
that it was better?
You're 0 and
Is that
1.
your
Give me a
claim?
second one.
Is that your claim?
Child
Come on,
labor
you can't
laws
even
are
do
dumb.
fucking
Yes.
math. 0 and 1. So
Child labor laws
that's
are
your
like a luxury
claim
of
that
like middle class
before
people in the
child
first
labor
world. Like,
laws,
there's plenty of
okay,
poor,
look,
children
there's plenty of
were
people in
healthier,
poverty on this
less
planet
we can look
who
at
can't survive
were
UNICEF.
better
unless
able
it's working.
We can look at UNICEF's investigation in 1997 in Bangladesh from what happened when they fired 50,000 child laborers in the ready-made garment industry. And not only did Paul Krugman, leftist fucking Nobel Prize winning fucking economist, say the same thing that UNICEF said, which is that a majority of these children ended up in more dangerous working positions, ended up disappearing, ended up starving on the streets, or ended up being sold into child sex slavery.
Yeah,
That's
because
what
obviously you could do regulations poorly, you could do regulations well. That doesn't make
Right, so I said,
not
give me a good example.
regulations
You got a shit
bad.
example.
So when we look at Bangladesh, first of all, Bangladesh and America ain't the same fucking country. Maybe geography is something you also have a problem with, but we can recognize
you
these
can't
are two
respond to any
different
studies.
situations. And to try to draw this false equivalency between these two countries, which have very different histories,
I
very
told you in
different
the
cultures,
beginning. I told you in
very
the beginning
different
that there's a
systems,
wide
that you are
body of research.
unable to really do any
Stop filibustering with bullshit. You got
Well,
nothing.
it's not
You got nothing.
The
Give me another
king of
example.
filibustering is telling me to stop
You got
filibustering. You
nothing.
can't
I
stop
told you.
talking to save your life, dude.
Give me an example from history.
I just did.
Where an unregulated market was a problem. The state stepped in and
The
made it better. You've
early
yet to give me one.
1800s, the early 1800s in America before child labor laws is a good example.
No, it's a terrible
Okay,
example, and there's tons of studies that
Eh,
prove you wrong.
See, if you can't even look at basic reality and acknowledge basic reality, I can't have a conversation with you.
Well, you guys are disagreeing about what the reality is, right? Scott says he's got some studies to back it up. I think a
Sure.
lot of what Scott said just now is very valid, right? I think people kind of take child labor laws as like a given positive like net benefit thing, but I don't think that's the case across the board, and I think there's tons of evidence for that.
In American culture, it definitely is 100%.
No, not necessarily. But before we get back into that fucking rabbit hole, so Wick, what the issue with a lot of these NFT scams, quote unquote, right, is that again you have people getting in with lots of money right at the start to drive up the value of the NFT to make it look very, very appetizing to all these stupid people who want to invest, thinking that it's going to keep going up, they're going to keep getting giant investments, and they're going to make like 10 times the money they're putting in, 100 times the money they're putting in. But then the original people just kind of sweep the money back out once they're satisfied with how high the price is, right? So would you make it a requirement? Like, would one of your regulations be that if you're investing into an NFT, you need to leave your money there for a certain period of time? Like, would that satisfy? Because that's the problem, right? And would that satisfy you?
Like I said, I can't give you specifics right now because I don't know. I think that's a very valid answer to give. I don't know what regulations are going to work here. I am not familiar enough with the technology or the market to give very specific advocate for.
Well,
very
then why would you be
specific
so like?
policies.
Why would
But
you
I
be?
will
Why would you
say,
be so
because
firmly
while I may
favor
not know how
regulation
to
if you don't know
build
what the
a
problem
house,
is or how
I
to
can
fix
tell a
profit?
shoddy house when I see it, right? Because I don't know how to do something entirely to the nth degree, doesn't mean I can't recognize that, hey, this is shoddy workmanship, this is a shoddy
If
thing,
you
this is a
can
shoddy
tell the
job.
difference between a good
recognize
house and a shoddy house, then why can't you tell the difference between a good NFT buy and a fucking scam?
This
Right.
is not about me. We're talking not about the
Ah,
NFT.
it's
scam,
about
you're just
we're
trying
talking
the
to-
about the
state.
normal
You're
to
just
protect
trying
the
to you're
other
just trying
dumb
to like
people.
be daddy
Got it.
for all the stupid people under you that don't know any
It's
better.
not
You know
daddy.
best.
It's
and you-
preventing
yeah, this is
bad
what
actors from being able to just fucking fleece people who are unaware.
stupid people who are
right?
much more
That's a
stupid than you
terrible
who
thing.
buy these
We should
NFTs,
just
and you need to protect
why
them.
have laws at all then, right? Like, which is
because
unironically
well,
what
I mean,
some
wait,
The
people
wait,
article that
advocate
the
for,
article that
but-
they
Wait,
showed
how
had
good
someone
is-
spend $6,000 of their entire savings while they were getting laid off on NFTs. Okay, regulating the NFT market isn't going to stop this dumb fuck from wasting their savings on something else stupid.
That kind of person would have spent $10,000 on fucking Avon or Herbalife or some shit, right? You can't save those people.
I mean, yeah. So I agree to that extent, right? I don't think you could have a regulatory apparatus that could stop people from doing all, financial decisions that are bad for them. I think what you can do is disincentivize outright, fraud and intentional scams. Like that's a possibility. And I might agree with you, Scott, that there's like better like market-based mechanisms to do it, and I hope those continue to develop. And I think they are. Like I think the fact that some of this has slowed down to some extent and people are getting a little wiser and a little warier, that's a good thing, right? I think we're going to see development of these communities. So maybe that will fix the problem before it continues, hopefully. But right now, people are, it really sucks for these people. Like, at least we can be sympathetic on some level.
But
So I'm just confused. I'm just confused
Look
at
at the risk. And I'm sorry, Sproutic, for interrupting. I'll try and make it super quick. Like you got to look at the risk, okay? Because you're willing to look at the risk of an unregulated market from the government and say like these are scams that are going to be worse unless the government steps in the immediate. But what you're not looking at is the risks of the other side, which is what happens when blockchain technology and the federal government starts to have its capacity to be able to regulate these things. Right. And the moment that you start giving the government more power, you know that it's going to overstep whatever fucking authority we gave it in the first place.
I'm
Well,
not
Scott,
talking
yeah,
about
Scott,
risk. I'm talking about
I think
incentive structures. Like when you can do whatever you want with your blockchain technology. When you start telling people this is an investment, you can make money on this. Send me your money, and I can promise you returns. That's a problem. Like,
the lack
There are
of
two
knowledge.
risks, and you're only looking at one.
The lack of knowledge on blockchain right now is getting ridiculous. And I think, Scott, you can even agree that blockchain technology was made to not be regulated. It was made to be private. It was made in order to not be regulated. That's literally why blockchain technology was created, was for privacy and no regulation.
It's
But
This
it can
is-
also be used in the
this is
opposite.
blockchain technology.
Blockchain
Like
technology
Ethereum,
isn't new.
like the Ethereum.
There was a previous
like-
technology just like it, right? So like people are acting like this is a new thing. No, there's actually previous technology just like it. We already
We're
had
not
something
acting like
similar,
it's a new
right?
thing.
Oh,
Like,
I didn't say.
you're being dismissive.
Whoa. Anyway, it's not a new thing. But then to say that, oh, you don't understand the technology, right? Like as if what you can't. The thing that we're focusing on is the actual financial impact. Right, that's what we're focusing on. So
No, that's what you're focusing on because you're a leftist and you want the government.
Yes,
to step
because
on.
we're talking about.
I'm focusing
we're talking about
on the
financial scams.
dangers
What
of the
fuck else are
government
you talking
stepping
about?
in.
What the fuck else
I'm
are we talking
focusing
about
on the
here?
dangers of the fucking state.
We're talking.
You invited
oh my
an
god, we're
anarchist.
talking about.
Obviously,
and then
I'm
you
going to
say,
talk
like,
about that.
Okay, ignoring you. So to talk about like, oh, it's built for privacy. Sort of, right? And we track people on the blockchain all the time, right? So it fails at that much either, right? You can actually easily track people on the blockchain. It's a public ledger. But people track people's behavior on the blockchain.
Even the United States government couldn't track all of the Bitcoin that they were trying to use in a sting. They could only get like I think 40 or 50% of it back. So obviously it's extremely hard to track back. Prime, you don't just go onto the website and go, where was my Bitcoin before I bought it? It just shows you a list of people that fucking bought it before you did. That's not how this works.
Oh my god, they literally. People like I'm not even talking about the United States government. It's just like internet detectives, right? People taking it on their own time have tracked these purchases, have figured out who is behind purchase, because you can actually do that. Like you can actually match up the timestamps and figure out who bought what, right?
I've never
It's
heard of the
actually-
IRS and credit card agencies doing that or anything.
Yeah, I know. Yes, I'm saying that's exactly like it's not providing you anything new. I agree.
Yes,
You're
it
coming
is.
On my
There's
side.
all
You're
ki-
coming on
there's
my
all-
side. It's not coming. It's not doing anything new. It's giving you the illusion of
you're being
privacy, right?
ridiculous.
The illusion of anonymity, so that and people can say, oh well, you don't understand the technology and how it's going to revolutionize everything. It's not, right? And again, the financial scams, like a Ponzi scheme, has been well known for a long time, and they're just doing the
a ton of
exact
things that
same
you're
thing.
completely ignoring because you don't understand. First of all, Bitcoin, if we want to talk about Bitcoin, is a synthetic commodity currency. It's completely different than fiat currency.
Yeah, obviously.
Just because there's a set amount of
worse.
Bitcoin there's a set amount of Bitcoin, right,
Yes, I
where
know
it
that.
reaches a Dogecoin specific amount where it's going to be released, right? Whereas you can't have the same issues of inflation like you can with fiat currency. And when we're looking at a producer price index that's like 11.4%, like
Please. Tell me more about inflation. When crypto went into the ground, right? When the price of crypto went into a fucking grave. Tell me more about inflation and how inflation is the biggest problem when the value has cratered. Please tell me more.
Okay, well, all right, cool. We'll go back to economics 101, right? Like one is a synthetic commodity currency, right? It has a Dogecoin specific
I mean, if
amount.
this is the best you can do, that's fine. But like, it's all right.
You can't print more Bitcoin.
No,
right?
I get
like,
that. Yes,
Bitcoin
we get that.
is almost completely mined.
It's not exactly. Yes. Oh my God. Okay,
so there's not going to be more that goes in.
Yes. These two things are not exactly the same. That's true. True. Yes, these two things aren't the same, but you can do similar things with both of these systems, right? So yes, this synthetic coin that you can't print more of. I already know that. You're not telling me anything new, right? This is basic shit. Got it, right? That this synthetic coin, right, versus fiat currency, which you can't create more, you can still engage in the same financial crimes with them. So regulate them in that way. There will still be obviously maybe things that are.
You've just stated that they're both currencies. Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm aware that they're both currencies. What I'm talking about is that one has a specific amount of currency that can enter the market, and then no more.
I know
of
that.
I
literally say
enter
that.
the market.
I literally just said that. Yes.
Right.
Got it.
So that's one of the things.
Look,
that can
I'm
make
talking
it a
about my
danger to fiat
robot here.
currency.
My robot's really cool. My robot's awesome, gang, but it has nothing to fucking do with the point, Scott.
The fact, oh my God, like there's so many elements of why cryptocurrencies and the blockchain have value beyond just buying digital fucking artwork. For example, the Ethereum blockchain is something that you can actually intentionally use as a public record. And when you use it as a public record, you can actually create systems and keys for individuals to engage in, let's say, some type of voting practice. And you can almost completely get rid of any ability for us to be able to have, like, let's say if we wanted to vote with the blockchain, you could get rid of almost completely any ability for there to be any types of fraudulent votes. Like there are tons of different ways.
Which is why
contracts,
or you can use
tickets,
fucking paper
where
ballots.
fraud is actually harder.
Or you could just use paper ballots.
Okay, paper ballots. You can still have fraud on. So like the idea
Yes,
of
and you can still
blockchain,
have fraud,
the idea of blockchain's gonna have much fraud on blockchain is gonna be damn near impossible.
No, that's not true.
Compared to paper ballots, it's gonna be damn near impossible to have fraud on blockchain.
You mean
Damn near
blockchain?
fucking
You mean
impossible.
blockchains? Blockchains which allow you to steal money out of people's wallets, right? Out of their crypto wallets.
No. Listen, blockchain just isn't just currency, which is why it's education of blockchain.
I'm saying you're saying that this is some sort of secure technology that you can't possibly. Well, first of all, a blockchain can be forked, right? Because of disagreements in the blockchain, right? Disagreements in the servers. You can actually fork a blockchain, and then you can have disagreements about what the blockchain actually says. So it isn't some
which
sort
is
of
why
permanent
Scott
record.
was talking about Ethereum specifically.
Ethereum. Oh my God, Ethereum is okay. Whatever. All right, I'll just have to do things one at a time with you all. All right. So, any which way, it's not
I just want to point out
perfect.
that
It's
every
not
time the
a
government
perfect,
spends money,
it's not whatever.
stealing
I
money
don't
out of your
care.
pocket.
It's not a perfect ledger. And beyond that, these with Ethereum and the Bitcoin chain, right? Like to say that, oh, this is going to be exempt from fraud, right? How is that? We can see frauds, and that's what I'm trying to say before. You can see fraud right now within the crypto market, within that, right? And to say that, well, if you use it for this other application, right, there surely won't be any fraud, right? We can see fraud all throughout this one use of the application, but if you use it for something else, clearly
Why are
it
you
won't
creating
happen.
a bullshit? Why are you creating a bullshit straw man?
Because if you use,
why are
if you
you
use,
arguing in such bad faith on your own panel?
Well, you're terrible.
Prime, if you
No, I'm not
use
terrible.
if you use
Like, you're
blockchain,
lying.
if you use blockchain technology in the form of voting, it could be verified on both sides. 1-to-1, there's not going to be fraud because it can be verified by both sides. This is not like I'm passing my vote to Joey, who's going to pass my vote to Jill, who's going to pass my vote to the government. It's going to be verified by both sides, a 1-to-1 transaction. If you use blockchain as in the terms of voting.
And this is the problem with this crypto bullshit, right? Is that like we have perfectly good solutions that don't use this technology, right? That just perfectly good solutions right now. But crypto grows like, oh, we got the blockchain, guys. Let's apply it to every facet of life that we can, right? And somehow it'll make things better. When you can actually just use simpler technology that doesn't have all the weaknesses of crypto or blockchain that we've seen again and again and again.
Yeah, paper ballots are more secure than blockchain, evidently.
Yeah, you literally just said this is the problem, and then you just said a bunch of vague stuff that doesn't address Sproudicus's point at all. And then earlier you said that we were saying and then your earlier point was a fucking straw man saying that we said that blockchain was going to get rid of all fraud in the fucking world, which it's not.
No, he said that.
Fucking
No. He said that. I said
severely.
So you're fucking wrong, Scott.
Well, I'm not fucking wrong. You just can't
severely go down. I said fraud severely go down. I did not say when negate all fraud. I did not say when negate all fraud compared to paper. Compared to paper.
That's not what you said.
Rewind the VOD. Rewind the VOD. I will. I'll tag you on Twitter.
All right, do that.
We'll have fun after this.
Do that, please.
Can anyone here explain to me how the government is going to solve the supposed problem that no one could even really explain to me?
We've tried to explain it to you several times, Scott. You just haven't been able to understand.
People run scams.
Also, let me finish. Let me answer your question. And we can't. And if your barrier is 100% of it has to go away. Obviously, that's never going to happen. It's
not my barrier.
Right?
I love how you think that like the only people getting scammed are like the little stupid people that you just don't even have to care about, when like all of these big crypto bros on Twitter are like, oh man, I clicked a link in an Instagram DM and all my apes are gone. It's fucking funny, dude. People in the entire space are just really credulous and really stupid. Like it's funny.
I mean,
it's a meme.
You started it off by reading Crypto Bros, right? Like,
yeah,
they sound fucking stupid to me.
They do.
A lot of them are silly, right? But that doesn't mean that there aren't value, that there isn't something that we that don't want the government to step in to try and start to regulate the blockchain on some bullshit trumped up charge that like some people are committing scams that they could easily be sued for on fraud is a reason why we need the government to step in. You're only looking at the risk to the stupid investor that buys shit that they don't understand.
Well, it sounds like you would oppose.
Wait, no, hang on. It's the state getting involved.
It sounds like you would even oppose extending current regulations and current laws to the crypto space. So you're saying we'll sue them for fraud. But so once we have established court precedent on what counts as fraud and what doesn't in the crypto space, there's going to be a lot more scrutiny on it. There's going to be a lot more lawsuits. And then you don't even want current like SEC regulations to apply to it. You just want it to keep it completely separate, but you want people to be able to market it as if it is a security.
You can have fraud on anything. You can have fraud on anything.
You can, right. Like you don't need like additional state regulations and state inspections and state involvement and state rules and laws in order to sue people under common law on fraud.
You need the state to enforce all that.
So right now we have a paucity of court cases that establish the precedent for what crypto even is legally and where it fits in this system and what counts as fraud and what doesn't, about statements made about it and representations about it. And that's going to get established soon.
Yes.
And so the fingers of government are going to work their way in whether we pass new, crypto regulating agencies or not.
No, that's not the same thing. You're talking about utilizing our current legal system in order to create precedent, which sets common law practice in America, which is what I am advocating for.
Okay,
versus,
cool. So
versus like the Security and Exchanges Commission and federal agencies coming in to regulate what people can say, what paperwork they need to file, what they like use, and it's not just going to be like, oh, a disclosure, it's not a big deal. No, it's going to be that individuals that are trying to utilize this as a means of agorism and fighting against the state and fighting against fiat currency and establishing parallel economies are going to be captured by the state, and their ability to be able to fight that fight meaningfully is going to be reduced or all completely taken away.
I'm not as
Which is a
optimistic
massive
about what
part of
crypto
what
can
the-
do in those for that, and I'm not as doomer about what government regulation does. But I understand. Yeah,
Right.
I mean, it makes sense.
Fair
but-
enough, but that's my argument.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Okay. Is anyone else, especially those that had much to talk? Yeah, you have anything else you want to add? DB, please.
Yeah, I was just hoping. I mean, maybe I missed it, but I was hoping for like some regulation, right, that you guys think would work to solve the problem that you guys are talking about. Which, to my understanding, so far is just stupid people spending money on stupid things. Like, how do you address it in this market? Like, what do you guys have like any idea of like what kind of regulation you're actually?
I mean, I already said I don't think you can solve the problem of stupid people doing stupid things. What I want is a change in incentive structures so that the people who are minting these things and marketing them fraudulently are disincentivized from doing that.
Yeah, the market can do that just fine.
Yeah.
But okay, and maybe it will eventually. It's not right now, so I think that's why we're arguing about it.
That's because
or maybe
it's early,
maybe it's
that's
on its way
because-
to doing it, and we'll get it
because it's early adopting.
eventually.
It's in early adopting
thing
stages
is-
still.
Oh no, but the thing is that like you are the market, right? We're all the market. So if we said, hey, we're not going to invest in NFTs or whatever until this thing is changed, then that thing would start happening. Right? If enough people start to make that be the case, then they'd have to change the way they're doing things, right? If you guys wanted like a BBB organization for NFTs, you could make one and then get people involved and make sure and make it legit.
This
Right?
is
Like this is like
no, this is absolutely terrible argument, right, DB? Which I'm hoping you wouldn't use in any other area. But like, for instance, I mean, if enough people got poisoned by the food, right, that we have in our supermarkets, well, then I guess we'll stop buying from the supermarkets, and eventually things will change, right? We'll just wait for enough people to get poisoned, though, right, and people to realize it's the food that they're eating, realize that it's happening everywhere, right, and then maybe things will change, and then another business to come in and provide a different alternative, non-poisonous food, right? But just until then, right? People just die.
Some small
right?
collateral.
You're already.
Hold on, I
the
don't
Just a little
FDA,
bit.
the
Just a little
FDA is
bit.
already facilitating poisoning your fucking food.
Well, hold on.
Have you not done research into microplastics? Have you not done research in the amount of sugar that
We
is
got
in
the
our
microplastics!
cancer,
My-
that is in our fucking
microplastics
food?
eventually.
The FDA has not made like microplastics a global problem. Like I don't think you think.
Wait, hold on, I think-
microplastics is like
No,
engineered.
what I'm saying,
Can I
what I'm
respond?
saying is that the fucking federal government already has a monopoly on rating these things and already does a shit job of that and is already letting people be poisoned by the food.
Or
and wa- and-
how
and
they have
water and liquids
a
that we
bit
eat.
of arsenic that they allow and everything, right? Like they have levels because sometimes it's literally impossible to get rid of it below a certain level. And so
What does that
as
have
a
to do
people,
with it?
we just kind of deal with that.
so-
Microplastics within our food chain isn't the FDA's fault.
I didn't say it was the FDA's fault. What you were saying is like that if we get rid of these things, all of a sudden we're just going to be poisoned. And I'm like, hello, that's the fucking world you're living under an inept fucking government that can't do this shit.
It would
No,
be
it wouldn't. It would be
worse.
better.
Oh, it would
Well,
be better, guys.
we can
No
talk
food
about the
regulations would be better. Everyone.
I'll tell you what,
please.
we'd have
This
fucking
is the
baby
magic of
formula on the shelves
Ancapistan.
right now.
The
If it
magic
wasn't
of
the
An-
if
the
it wasn't for the
magic of
ineptitude, if it
Ancapistan.
wasn't for the
The
if it wasn't for the
magic of
ineptitude,
Ancapistan,
if it
where
wasn't for the
food-
ineptitude of
food
the
safety
CDC and the FDA,
regulations,
we would have
food
baby formula on the
safety
fucking
whatever.
shelves right
Moving on,
now.
moving on from here. But food safety
Right, we're
regulations.
moving on every
and
time I make a
Ancapistan,
comment you
right?
can't
They
fucking
make
deal with.
things worse, right? This is the mind of like dealing with that is.
Right, I'm insane because I'm making points you can't
How about
fucking
this?
defend against.
Hey, subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to the channel, right? Like, I think I deserve a bit of compensation dealing with ANCAPs, like day in and day out. Let's go to Doobie, please.
Well, you said we're
With
moving
the
on. So
fucking
you're not
brain
dealing with
worms.
me.
Wait, so to respond to what Prime said, so I'm not fully like I think you guys know I'm not an ANCAP, right? So I'm not fully to Scott where I
smarter than
would
that,
get
I
rid of the
know.
FDA. At least it's a different way of looking at the world. Okay, so I wouldn't go that far. But
At least I'm not as
I
dumb
think
as a
that's
socialist.
the dividing line for me here is that when you're talking about food that people are ingesting, you're dealing with shit that's actually affecting public health, right? The physical public health. Yeah, I don't want people ending up poisoned or addicted to Coke because Coca-Cola decides to slip it back into their drinks or whatever the fuck. Um, to Scott's point, I think the FDA does currently take part in poisoning us in lots of ways, right? That people are very uncomfortable talking about. But I think when we're talking about something like an investment, I put NFTs on the level that I'd put like luxury art investment, right? So, and some artist makes a thing. People say, "Hey, this piece of paper with like paint splattered on it, or this toilet that looks fucking weird, is worth $10 million." People say, "Oh, well, hey, that's worth $10 million." So you buy the thing worth $10 million. If in 5 years the artist turned out to be like a pedophile or something, and the value of that thing dropped because nobody wants to be associated with it, well, hey, fuck, you lost out on your $10 million. Like I put that on the same level. I wouldn't say that we need to get the government involved there. I don't think we need to get the government involved in NFT.
Duct tape to the wall, for example.
Exactly, right? Or the piss Christ thing that was literally just a jar of piss with a crucifix in it. If people want to spend millions of dollars on this dumb shit, and because people think it's worth something, and then 10 years from now, people say, "Oh, well, shit, that's no, I no longer want to be associated. Society's moved on. It's worth $5 now." Well, shit, hey, you lost out on your money. I don't think we need to get the government involved in these kind of transactions.
This is the issue. Is this? Sorry, Corey, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say like your analogy with the luxury art. I don't think holds because there's a built-in huge barrier to entry I'm assuming when it comes to buying and selling luxury art as opposed to like NFTs. I don't think there is very much of a barrier to entry in terms of like it seems like anybody can participate.
It's not just
hold on,
that.
but that's like a hold on, but that I think even works toward my point, right? Because not everybody who loses money on these things is losing tens of thousands of dollars. Right? Some people lose $50, $100 that they throw in pocket change or whatever. They decide to put toward a thing, right? And not everybody's losing money. Plenty of people make a lot of money with NFTs because they get in early, or it's not a rug pull, or it is a rug pull, but they pull up, they see the rug pull coming, so they pull out the money early. And plenty of people who had no fucking money, working paycheck to paycheck, made lots of money doing that. Right. So yeah, you're taking a risk. You got to do your research, and I don't think this is a space that the government needs to be in. I think that's totally fine as it.
You're right. The problem of stupid people cannot be solved by any entity, anytime, anywhere, right? The problem is, and where NFTs are particularly problematic here, is that you have bad actors engaging in fraud, basically. Fraud, but that's in a new kind of wrapped in a new package. The same old tricks wrapped in new wrap.
Can you give me an example of fraud?
Sure,
Like, when you say
exactly.
fraud, like, what do you mean?
When, for example, in the NFTs, like I said earlier, when they mint an NFT, they sell it to their buddy who's in on this for $10, and then their buddy sells it back for 100. And you can track this on the blockchain, right? That's verifying these transactions is part of what the blockchain does. And so people can point to this and say, look, hey, we've had these transactions, right, from 10 to 100 to 1,000 to 10,000 to 100,000. It's going up in value. Invest now. And they sell it to some rube, right? And they get scammed. This doesn't happen as much in the art world. This doesn't happen as much. But because of the unique issue with blockchain being able to verify and add some legitimacy to this claim, right? Like this tracked legitimacy, it's a huge issue. That's one scam. There's others.
That's not even a scam.
For banana duct tape to a fucking wall. I don't want to hear about.
That's not. I wouldn't even consider that a scam.
You don't
what we're
think
talking
that's
about? No, I don't. I would say, hey, if what these things are worth is what people say they're worth, right? So if you can track on the blockchain that, hey, somebody bought this shit for $10,000. Hey, it's worth $10,000 to somebody apparently. I think there was a story recently where something that had been sold, quote unquote, for like $600,000 recently sold for like a few $100 or something. Right, because they wanted to swoop the validated this fucking NFT market or whatever. I forget exactly why they did this, but given that there's nothing like backing these currencies other than public interests and what the market says it's fucking worth, that is exactly how it works. Right, so if you were to take that same thing and after these guys rug pulled it, if you hold on to your coins, if you could put it out like an advertising campaign and drive public attention back to this coin or this NFT that you fucking have, you could even drive the price back up. That's also happened after the rug pull. People that held into it, that lost money, could drive the price back up independently through like market forces, right? So like, yeah, this is the risk you take when you get involved in this shit. I don't think it makes sense that because
real
people are
quick.
doing the research.
Well, hold on. So the advertising.
real quick,
Hold on, no.
real quick.
So
Trust me.
put
Trust
on-
me.
No,
You
no,
don't wanna
no,
hear
no,
this.
no, no.
Trust me.
No, I'm not trusting you. I'm not trusting you.
Prime
Hey,
Case, just trust me.
whoa! I'm
Trust me.
talking.
Trust
I'm
me. Just
talking.
trust
I'm
me.
not trusting
Just
you.
trust me.
Oh my
Just
God!
trust
Stop
me.
it! I'm talking.
Just
Now,
trust
after
me.
I talk,
Come on.
you can go. Right?
Come on,
Promise,
just
you can
trust
go.
me.
No, I don't.
Please, just
Anyways,
trust me on this.
no. I'm
Please.
talking.
It
Oh
is
my
in your
God,
best
Scott!
interest.
Knock
I
it the fuck
promise.
off. I'm talking. You can wait.
Come on.
Oh my God.
You know you
Scott?
can. Come on. Come on.
All right. Anyway, so like saying like running your own advertising campaign, everyone. Give that a try. Run your own. This is the, and I don't give them this idea of stupid people. Like, don't give them that much, right? Don't play on their grounds, because like you could say that about literally everything in all points in time. That people aren't going to do research on everything that comes into their life, right? They're not going to do research on the food they eat, like every single thing that they put into their mouth, right? They're not going to do research on the food they drink. They're not going to necessarily do research on where they live. They're not going to do research to the park that they go at. And they find out, oh yeah, there's a few miles away, there is a plant that's putting out pollution that's seeping into the ground where your kids are playing at, right? Like, and you can call them all stupid people. You could, right? Or you can realize that human beings don't operate like that. No one fucking here operates like that. I can guarantee you, I can find you a point in your life, or some area that you're just trusting. You're trusting that the other people are acting honestly, or acting with integrity, or that the government or some entity is protecting you. Right? You're trusting that's the case, because or else you literally could accomplish a fucking thing. Not one fucking. You are trusting if you go on a public bus that like it's been inspected. You're trusting them on all levels, right? And to say that, well, you got to just do your research when it comes to these markets, right? Like not everyone is capable of that, who can understand all of that, right? We and you can say that I guess even within the regular financial market, right? The regulated one, that you should look into things as well. Absolutely, right? There is a level of due diligence, but due diligence isn't the same as dealing with fraud, right? We understand in our society that a person can do their due diligence and then they can be fucking lied to, right? Saying that a private company will come and fill the fucking void, right? Which will sorry, what's it called? Be a clearinghouse, right? Being clearinghouse. What happened in 2008? We had private companies being a clearinghouse for the securities that brought down the entire market, right? The private companies, they had perverse incentives, right? That weren't properly regulated, that brought down the entire global economy. That's what happened with the credit agencies. Exactly that. The clearinghouses that you've been waiting for, they were in on the scheme. They were in on the grift. So this is the problem.
Prime, this is. I think you know this, and I think you know this is a straw man.
And after Scott, just go ahead.
The higher the reputation of who you're dealing with, the less you're going to research. There's evidently a high reputation of people who ride the bus in the city that there's less research that needs to be done. The lower the reputation, the more the research you need to do. And of course that changes when you have a shit ton of money and you don't know what to fucking do with it. If I had $1 million, throwing $50 into Bitcoin would be chump fucking change, and I wouldn't give a fuck if I lost the $50. Like, you're talking about all kinds of different things, which will require different levels of research, right? But when you're talking about someone who doesn't have just an insane amount of money to where they can just drop money on like the drop of a dime, that you need to do research if you're going to put money that is valuable to you into this. If something's valuable to you and you're going to risk it, then do your research before you decide to fucking risk it.
Okay, so what I was gonna say before, when I said just to trust me, is that you bitched about getting some subs because you had to deal with an ANCAP, And because of that, my chat almost gave me a level 5 hype train at the highest settings. So you should sub to Prime Kai's. But since he's so anti-free speech and can't trust anybody, fuck him. Don't sub to him.
Yo, I got a level 5 hype train
Secondly,
because of my puppy outfit. That doesn't say
secondly,
anything, right? Like
you guys' straw man of how the 2008 financial collapse happened is so fucking hilarious that it's not even worthy engaging with, because it's just such a low room temperature IQ fucking look at it. But moving forward, if you want examples of how like private industries or private companies regulate themselves as opposed to like credit agencies working with the government and switching between corporations and the government, you know, that old grift that you want to introduce government regulation into so that you can make sure that crypto has the same exact fucking problems. But no, if you want an example of how that actually works, then just prove to me right now what you have proved to me, which is that you clearly don't use a fucking Tor browser and you've never been on the dark web. Because if you've ever bought fucking shit online, you ever looked at Silk Road, you've ever looked at illegal black markets or anything like that, what you will know is that reputation is the biggest fucking currency. Is bigger than any fucking crypto, bigger than Monero, right? Which is the crypto that they primarily use because you ain't fucking tracking that shit, baby. Okay? And the reason reputation is so fucking important to these people, they will blackball you, they will blacklist you, they have lists, they have people that just make sure that they maintain the stability of those markets because it is in their best interest to avoid fraud, because there is no government that's going to help them because it's a black market. So just do some research on the dark web and Silk Road and things like that, and you'll understand what it actually looks like as opposed to a corrupt incentive that's working with the state to keep poor people and middle class down. I don't understand why you hate poor people so much.
You're fun, Scott. You're fun.
Yeah, and to primarily quickly to respond to your point, yeah, I agree with almost everything you said. But I think if you don't have the time, if you're not capable, if you don't have the I was going to say intelligence, if you don't have the education to look into these markets, do your research, and know what the fuck you're looking at investing in, don't do it. You don't need to be in the market. Go somewhere else. I would encourage everybody to invest into like a small business if they don't know the backstory, if they don't know how it works, right? I would encourage everybody to like go out and start a business, right, of their own, or to like invest in luxury art, or to whatever, right?
Oh, what like
You know what
if you don't know, don't do it. And I don't think we should be looking to daddy government to come and save these people. I think we should say, hey, yeah, you fucked up. You made a really dumb decision with your life. Sorry. Move on, get better, learn from it.
So to steel man your argument here a little bit, Dibby, to steel man your argument just a tad bit here. I'm gonna steel man a little bit and then you can go. So to steel man Doobie's argument, invest in what you know. If you know like how grocery stores work and et cetera and so on, and there's like this new idea of a grocery store, invest in that. I currently work with information security. I know how information security works. I can tell you what companies are doing great information security. I can tell you what companies are doing poor information security. I invest in information security based off of that. Now, invest in what you know, and you are much more likely to gain a profit when you invest in what you know than when you invest in something you have no idea about, even if it is a reputable business.
And you know what you know? You know Prime Kai's channel. This is something you can trust, an investment where you will get your money back. So invest into Prime Kai's channel right now. Give those subs, give those bits. You know you want to. It's going to the moon, gang. It's going to the moon.
Thank you. But that's awfully kind of you. But to Doobie, I guess finally, is that I agree with you. I agree with you that you should, for any financial decision, you should do a level of research. It also means, though, right, that on the other side, because there is an imbalance of information, that the people you're dealing with need to represent themselves honestly. Just like when you're investing in a business, right? You can look at their prospectus and understand like their assets, understand where they're going. You know, like get a good idea of the company. That's the research you're doing. Correct, right? That's the research, is like their materials. If their materials lie to you, right, then that's a problem. you in so many cases you can't actually check that. Right? You can't look into that yourself to figure out if what they're saying is a lie. So we need regulations, right, to get them to have at least honesty on their side, a level of honesty that you can trust, and then you can make those better decisions. And then I would agree finally with Scott on reputation. Yes, reputation is the thing that they traffic in, which is why they get celebrity endorsements. Because that works, right? I don't think it should work. I think people are like, why look for Floyd Mayweather for financial advice? Like our friend Stardust said at the very fucking beginning, right? Like, why would you do that? But people do that. People look to sports stars, right, to tell them what dick pills to get. I don't know why, but they do. It works. I wish it didn't, but it does. So I get it. Yes, absolutely. Reputation is the most important thing. And because people feel that way, because people operate in that way, it's more important that we need regulations. So go ahead, Dibby.
Wait, hold on. So yeah, I think the issue that I have is the kind of people that we're talking about. I think are the kind of people who wouldn't even know what a prospectus is. They wouldn't know to ask for it, right? But they see a flashy advertisement. They see, hey, you can earn potentially this much. They see Floyd Mayweather or some other celebrity they know standing by it, so they throw the money at it, right? These are the kind of people we're talking about, right? So if you were to present them with a prospectus, they wouldn't know what the fuck to do with it, right? So I think if you want to say that, hey, maybe the answer, the big government answer here is like NFT buying licenses, right? Like you need, if you're gonna to invest in this market and be involved in this market, right? We need some barrier to entry so that dumb people aren't throwing up the money at this. So you force them to get a license to prove that they know anything about this, right? But this would keep out a lot of people, a lot of poor people who actually, some of these people do actually make a lot of money. It is actually beneficial for them.
I can think of as a British
I
police
disagree with
officer
you.
just been like, "Oi, you got a
Exactly.
license?"
That's what
for
I was
that
going to
gift?"
say that.
I
was gonna
wouldn't
say
agree
that.
for that. I wouldn't agree with that regulation. That's I don't. Okay.
Yeah,
so anyway,
well then, like, I don't know.
just,
If you want to leave it open, the barrier to entry low, or then hey, you're gonna have these issues, right? So I don't.
no,
It just
that's
seems
not the
like
case.
we're
That's not the case. We don't have the issue. Okay. I'm sorry. But this we'll just end up repeating the conversation. But thank you for that, DB. Much appreciated. Okay, and to the rest of you. So we are going to go. Hello, audience. We're going to go to our next topic, right? The one you all came for, right? We're going to go to our next topic in just a moment. Guys, if you're enjoying this content, hit that follow button. Hit that follow button right now. Make sure your notifications are on so you know I'm going live. We do this all the time, 6 nights a week. Thank you, Tonsko, for gifting a subscription to Star Scorpion. Help us out. Wherever you're watching, help us out. Subscriptions, membership, super chats, all that good stuff. It's a huge help to the community. So keep us going that way. Also, hit us up on our social media. Right, we got social media. We got Twitter where we announce things. Right, Discord where we do everything. Everything happens in our Discord. So be a part of our Discord. We have a TikTok. We do the thing in the TikTok. Right. We put out clips of the channel that are really funny. And Doobie, in fact, the one I put out today, Doobie's in, and he's being hilarious. So go check out our TikTok. We have 12 people there. So check out our TikTok, either with the links in chat or in the description. Check out the description as well to see where you can follow us, right? And then, of course, YouTube. Like, comment, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Consider becoming a YouTube member if you enjoy getting this content all the time. Consider becoming a YouTube member, supporting this channel, supporting this content. Super chat or super thanks helps us out a ton. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. So we're going to go on to our next topic. And all right. An article in The Guardian argues that the whole point of the Me Too movement was to listen to imperfect victims like Amber Heard. It goes on to say the attacks that she is receiving are all hallmarks of misogyny and a culture that regularly belittles the pain of women. Do you believe there is any truth to these claims? Have the attacks against Amber Heard been uncalled for? And as a society, should we be rallying around alleged victims who may be problematic? The discourse around the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing, I think everyone else can at least agree that it's been a bit fucking insane, right? A bit unhinged, and a lot of clout chasing. And I want to explore this these claims that this article was making. that yeah, Amber Heard is the exact type of person that needs, if not quite support, but at the very least neutrality. So we'll start with Corey.
Yeah, so I think this is pretty and I will fully concede, I actually haven't watched virtually any of the Amber Heard Depp trial, just because I feel like I'm not all that qualified to like comment on it. I think it speaks to a larger issue. Going back to like what I said on Saturday about I don't think we're good at talking about sex or sexual education. I don't think we're good at talking about healthy relationships. It's really hard for me, at least based off of what I know of the Depp and Heard relationship. It seems like it's just toxic overall, and I don't think there's any, at least to my mind, any clear victim. But I'm open to changing my position. I think at the very least, what you can say is that the dynamic is toxic, and I don't even see, technically speaking, how the Me Too movement even applies here, other than like, yes, I'd agree, neither Heard nor Depp should be demonized or stigmatized, because I think at the very least they're both guilty of something, probably overall pretty toxic behavior. I don't know which party more than the other, but I guess we'll eventually find out. But I think there's a larger conversation to be had that this is separate from the Me Too movement and all the things that were brought up in the Me Too movement about rape culture, unwanted sexual advances, sexual harassment. Like Harvey Weinstein was, part of the fallout of the Me Too movement. That was clear issues of harassment, power dynamics, exploitation. It's really hard to argue that those elements are at play somewhere in the Depp Heard situation. Other than like, probably Amber Heard, certainly not a perfect victim, quote unquote, but definitely should probably also not be stigmatized or demonized.
Okay, Scott.
Well, I would say that obviously this deals with Me Too because Amber Heard, went out and defamed Johnny Depp so that she could utilize the Me Too movement as a means of gaining good press and attacking him and trying to paint herself as like a victim, like solely of his sexual abuses and violent abuses. But that being said, I think the opinions around Amber Heard and this situation are toxic for two reasons that are completely separate from this idea of like how we treat women or misogyny and view women. I think first and foremost, people don't realize that social media always puts the most toxic opinions to the forefront, right? Like the most outlandish shit gets quote tweeted and retweeted on Twitter. People that are more extroverted and willing to say wild shit chat in your Twitch chat, whereas other people just lurk, right? Like the fact of the matter is that the information that we see in an online space is almost always kind of like the most vocal and the most passionate and often the most aggressive, because that's what gets the most popularity. So the idea that like we as a society are treating this poorly, I think says more about social media than it does about the Heard Depp situation, or about the Me Too movement. But moving forward, I think the reason that a lot of people have latched onto this, especially men, is because, and this is anecdotal, of course, but I don't know a man in my life that hasn't had some reputational harm done to them by lies women have told about them. Either it be bullshit claims about harassment, bullshit claims about sexual assault, bullshit rape claims. Like I had a girl falsely accuse me of rape at one point, and tried to say that I raped her. And I was like, didn't I go to your family's Thanksgiving 2 weeks later? And she was like, well, yeah, but that time, like before that, you raped me. I was like, when we were dating for 3 months, like I randomly, what the fuck are you talking about? Like you're just making shit up because they wanted to demonize me around everyone else in school to get back at me. And I think it's a fairly normal thing that men deal with in silence a lot. And a lot of men's issues are in silence. And so they see this parasocial relationship with these two celebrities and they see a woman that's obviously lying. Now, Johnny Depp might be lying about some things as well. Johnny Depp is doing shit like fucking painting fucking things in paint and blood, crazy fucking messages about James Franco. This idea that like Johnny Depp is this innocent good boy and didn't clearly have a substance abuse issue that was terrifying to be with is bullshit. But also Amber Heard has perjured herself on the stand and has lied and said a bunch of bullshit. And we can all see through it. We can like look and just like, and I think a lot of men know someone like that. and have been harmed in that way. And they're hoping that like finally this big case will like exonerate Johnny Depp and will change the silent struggles that men face regularly because of the horrible evil that is feminism. And that's my point.
Okay, go ahead. Spartacus.
All right. I believe that the whole point of the Me Too movement was to listen to imperfect victims like Johnny Depp. I think the attacks on him is that he's receiving are hallmarks of toxic masculinity in a culture that regularly belittles the pain of men. I believe there are truths to Johnny Depp's claims. I think the attacks against Johnny Depp have been 100% entirely uncalled for. And as a society, I think we should rally around Johnny Depp, the alleged victim, who may be problematic.
Thank you. You're so great. I love you so much. No, but you're great. Let's go to Vic.
Okay. So I think that the problem with this is everyone wants to use either Amber or Johnny as a champion for their cause, right? Like whether it be Me Too or whether it be to push the idea, not push the idea that's bad to talk about the very real thing that happens when men suffer from domestic violence and things like that. Which is a very real thing. But we have chosen the wrong champions, gang, in both cases, right? These are not the poster child for either of these movements, for anything. They are both very, very disturbed, messed up. It's clear to me throughout the very little I've watched of the trial and what I've heard, that both of these individuals need to go to therapy, right? They need something. They're having issues, and it's being aired out in public, and people are using it as a vehicle to talk about their pet issues, right? I think that the way that people have just automatically assumed that Amber Heard is just nothing she says is true, that she's a liar completely, is totally the evil villain, is disgusting. Just the same way, those who take her side entirely and completely and believe that Johnny Depp was the mastermind of evil in this whole situation, that's probably wrong too, right? At the end of the day, I think that the fact that we focus so much on this trial speaks more to our failings as a culture when there's just so much more to talk about. Yeah, that's my talk.
Thanks so much. All right. Go to you, Chris. I'm laughing because of what I'm seeing in Discord.
Yeah, this whole thing has been really interesting for me. Most of what I've learned about the trial has been against my wishes and against my consent, because you can't get away from it anywhere you exist on the internet. It's going to be pushed into your feed. So I think Scott's exactly right that we need to think about the role that social media is playing in this and in incentivizing outrage and the worst takes from either side. Also, just in general, like we just have a weird history of like latching on to court cases as like cultural memes. I mean, this goes like way back, all the way back to like the trial of Lizzie Borden, which was a national sensation. We can think of like O.J. Simpson and Michael Jackson and Casey Anthony and all these things that have become like cultural flashpoints. People like taking sides and having really, really strong opinions when most of the time they know very little about what's actually going on. But I think the framing of the article that you sent is correct. I don't know that I would say this doesn't have something to do with Me Too, in the sense that when you get the worst takes on one side, which is the Depp side, it's clearly in many ways a backlash against the Me Too movement. It's a backlash, but yeah, maybe justifiably. We can talk about that with Scott's examples of people who have been accused falsely or had, things happen in their life from a woman they feel has defamed them or something like that. Some kind of backlash from that sort of person latching onto him as a figurehead against this idea that we simply need to believe women. So there's a narrative, whether or not it's true, we can talk about, that Johnny Depp's career immediately suffered upon the simple presence of accusations of domestic abuse, when he clearly has evidence that this was at least a mutually abusive relationship, and her career didn't similarly suffer until recently. So it's a really easy thing to latch onto. I don't know. We can talk about details if we want of the case, but yeah, it just seems like Johnny Depp is kind of a shitty person, and I'm not going to say nobody deserves domestic abuse, whether or not they initiate it, but man, it seems like they've always had a really fucked up relationship, and he's done some real fucked up stuff to her, and I just have no interest in siding with either of them in this case. I think he's going to lose the defamation thing, but we'll see what happens with that.
Stardust.
You're muted, but wonderfully said.
Thank you for letting me know. While I understand that there's like kind of a pendulum swing back from the Me Too movement right now, I find it concerning. I was initially somebody who was like pretty pro Depp at the beginning of this trial, and whenever I would voice anything on it, I get no pushback in my chat. I get generally people like agreeing with me. And then as I started to get more neutral on the trial, that's when I started to get like much more like vitriol. And I didn't like the way that I saw them talking about Amber recounting an alleged rape story on the stand. I don't think that the way that the media has kind of handle this and the way that we handle it over social media has been healthy in any way. It kind of actually reminds me of like the 90s and how we treated like other females in the public spotlight in similar cases where we pretty much like completely like burn them at the stake, really. So my main points for this, regardless of who I think is more guilty, and I will tell you, I do think Depp is more guilty. But I don't think it's okay to say injuries aren't bad enough to be spousal abuse. I don't think it's okay to say her panic attack looks fake. I don't think it's okay to accuse her of not crying enough. It's not okay to compare her response to Johnny's to say he was more convincing. It's not okay to say she didn't report or she acted fine afterwards or rape doesn't feel like that. All of those things devalue actual victims. Who will now see how Amber was treated and will avoid leaving or avoid reporting or whatever else is needed. What we do know is that Amber has acted like a victim and that Depp has a history of legal issues for violence, and that when given the opportunity at time of divorce, Depp made a statement regarding equal fault. So I think it's plausible and up to a jury to decide if Amber is a victim and if Johnny's case has merit. I think also it's not true that her allegations were the reason he lost work. He was losing work already because he was showing up 8 fucking hours late to to filming, not memorizing any of his lines. That's tons of money out the window. Showing up 8 hours late to sets and not knowing your lines, having to have your lines fed to you through an earpiece. That's not normal. You can show up a couple hours late, but 8 hours late, that's a full work day. Or at least a large part of one when you're filming. So yeah, this idea that that she is the reason he lost his acting roles is completely incorrect. And then finally, we know that there are things like battered woman syndrome, right? There are things like lawsuits. We know that actually abusers do use defamation lawsuits to get back at the people that they've abused if they come forward with anything. This is actually, they have support groups for this. So there are support groups for survivors who are going through litigation much like this. So this is not an uncommon occurrence. We know that people keep saying, by the way, that she should have gone to the hospital, she should have done this, she should have done that. Only 34% of people who are injured by intimate partners receive medical care for their injuries. And 72% of all murder-suicides involve an intimate partner, and 94% of those victims are female. So I think these are very important statistics to keep in mind when we're talking about domestic abuse. I'm not saying that domestic abuse doesn't happen to men too. It obviously does. Men are victims too. But in this case, I cannot look at the way that people are burning her at the stake on social media and be okay with that. I cannot look at the way people are saying, oh, that's clearly fake, she's clearly acting, and be okay with that. I am not okay with that. It's never okay. And it would never be okay in any other situation.
Yubi.
So I think I was lucky enough, like when this all hit the fan, to like have never fallen victim to depth derangement syndrome. I've never liked him as an actor. He fucks up every movie that he's in. Pirates of the Caribbean is a garbage series for mouth breathers. Edward Scissorhands is stupid. I can't even remember the other shit he's been in because those movies are so bad I'd like to forget them. Right? Like he's a garbage actor. I don't care that I'm happy he's not tainting Hollywood with his shitty performances anymore. However, so when this came out, I was lucky enough not to like have this like rose tinted glasses thing for him, right? And I think a lot of the pushback we're seeing it for like Amber Heard is exactly that. It's a bunch of people attempting to salvage a childhood hero and or childhood crush, right? The same way they did with Bill Cosby, the same way they did with a lot of these other people who had Me Too allegations against them. They look for some fault in the victim somewhere, right? And here the fault seems to be that sometimes in their relationship, Amber Heard got physical, was screamed, hit him, yada yada. I think that anybody that's ever been in a long-term relationship with a person that's like passionate, and you've got here two actors who are very typically very passionate, expressive people, there's going to be some physical contact, right? That doesn't always equal abuse, right? I've had girlfriends who would get angry and hit and smack me, right? Not a big fucking deal. They're women. It didn't fucking hurt me at all, right? That doesn't mean that I, as a man, get to hit them, right? This is why we have the gender roles. They're a real thing for a real fucking reason. It's like when she's smacking this, and I think this is what she was trying to express to him when she said, "Hey, I didn't punch you. I hit you." Right? And she said, "Hey, it doesn't hurt you," because it doesn't. She's a chick. He should, if he's bitching about that he's not able to take a light slap or two from a woman, hey, start sleeping with men. I don't know. Like I feel like what we're doing here is we're pretending that in some relationships people are more touchy-feely than others. They get passionate, they smack each other sometimes, and it's fine. It's not always like fucking like a rape or abuse or whatever though. So yeah, I'll totally admit, I totally own that. Yes, it does seem like she hit him. He probably deserved it. I don't think that makes it okay for him to hit her. I don't think it makes it okay for people to dismiss her claims or to start psychoanalyzing her on the stand, or to say, oh well, hey, she smacked him, so it was okay for him to do whatever, or she shit on his bed, so it was okay for him to like hit her or scream at her or tell her that she's going to be fat. And as a woman in Hollywood, that your husband calling you a fat ass, which he did to her, can be extremely psychologically damaging. Right. So I think that again, all we're seeing here is a misogynistic attempt by men attempting to like salvage a childhood hero, women who are deranged and attempting to save a childhood crush, and we should dismiss this shit. We shouldn't back anything Johnny Depp says. He has a long history of violence, a long history of alcoholism. There are plenty of photos of him drunk on the fucking floor. We shouldn't trust anything he says in any situation that involves alcohol. This person needs therapy. He doesn't need to be getting simped over by morons on Twitch or on YouTube.
So I'll just say
So
it.
That's awful. That's fucking awful.
This is
So
my
Doobie,
larger point.
you are right now. What you just stated is what's wrong with men too. I personally have been a victim of domestic violence, and for you to sit here and say for a girl to slap you it didn't hurt, just fucking get over it. That's disgusting.
So what do you mean by domestic violence?
Disgusting.
So what do you mean by domestic violence?
I was physically abused.
Did she pin you down and punch you in the face, or did she smack you? Like, what?
No, she slapped me upside the head, and I got shit thrown at me constantly, and I had fake suicide attempts.
Okay, so again, plenty of women do this. Women are fucking crazy sometimes, right? So if you can't handle that,
sorry,
you're the kind of person. You're with the kind of person. Hold on, you're the kind of person that you can't handle. Right? Move on to somebody else. She'll find somebody that can handle her passion. You don't need to be there.
What the?
Yeah, this is my larger point. Like,
Okay.
we're bad at talking about what is a healthy.
Okay.
Like, it seems like very
No.
few people can actually recognize what a healthy
I-
relationship
look-
should resemble, and part of this is due to Doobie kind of normalizing that type of interaction.
I'm
of,
sorry.
like,
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
gonna
think
say
it's
that
okay.
Doobie's
This is how
just.
people
I don't
interact.
think it's okay. Can I just say for the record, I don't think it's okay for anybody to perpetuate physical abuse against anybody, regardless of the gender. Now,
It's not
what
always
I will
abuse.
what I will say is that I do believe that there's real male abuse, that men get abused, and that they should be put in the spotlight, right? But I do not think that this case is a landmark case for male abuse. I don't think that this is the one that's it.
Stardust,
I'm
a
sorry.
quick question. Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Would you be willing to, when you stated all of the things that were facts as opposed to things that you believe in your opening statement, if you were sued for defamation, would you be willing to defend all of those supposed facts?
Yeah.
And Stardust,
Okay.
Stardust, I have a second.
So like the earpiece, just for example, right, where you said that he didn't memorize any of his lines except on cross-examination, that entire thing fell apart.
They're disputing that.
Right,
No,
but you said it's a fact.
It didn't
You
fall
said
apart.
it's a fact. So you know for a fact, right? So you 100% know that, right? I find it interesting that you mentioned that he has a history of violence, right? Which the last time, right, like he does, yeah, like in
So does Amber.
91 and in 94, and then of course he's currently facing a lawsuit supposedly from something.
You're kind of interrupting what I was saying before, anyway.
But also Amber Heard, right, is the only person that. So Johnny Depp, right, supposedly, right, may have thrown a wine bottle at Kate Moss, who's going to take the stand to explain that,
that's fine.
and
I
who's
don't
going
care
to
about
explain,
Kate
right,
Moss.
in 1994, yet in 2009, Amber Heard was arrested for domestic violence.
Sure.
Right?
I
So
am
why are you
aware of
choosing
that.
to say these are the facts, and then you're selectively picking the ones that set
No,
up an
I'm not
idea that
selectively-
like
I'm not
she's
selectively
more a
picking
victim
ones.
than he is?
I'm not selectively picking ones.
No, that's literally the definition.
I have
You say he has a
I've
history of violence,
laid-
and then you don't mention hers. And
well,
hers is more
she does-
recent and more poignant to the
she
actual
doesn't have
case.
she doesn't have a history of violence nearly like he does. She has that one report,
Well,
right? He has
She's also younger.
tons.
Like not yet.
She is
maybe.
younger. She is younger.
There's like 20
but
years.
first off-
If we take out all of the
excuse me,
things
can I
he's been
finish
charged
talking?
with
Can I finish
before
talking?
she
Can I
was
finish talking? Can I
born,
finish talking? I'd
then
like
they
to
have
finish
the
talking.
same
Please
level
let me
of
finish
violence.
talking. I would like to finish talking. Thank you.
I would
Okay.
like you just to
First
address-
off, let me finish talking. Let me finish talking. I was talking first. You interrupted me. I answered some questions. Now I'm going to finish fucking talking. Okay. First off, what I was saying initially, excuse me, shut the fuck up. Okay. Okay. So what I was saying, firstly, I don't think it's okay for anybody to hit anybody else, regardless of the gender. Secondly, I don't think that just because they both have like a history of violence, like he clearly has more of a history of violence than her. You're right, she does have that history, but he has more of a history. He is older than her. That is also true, what Corey said. But secondly, we do know that that domestic violence perpetuated against females in a domestically violent relationship is more likely to result in death. It's 94% of those victims are female in domestic violence when it comes to death. Well,
why is that
because
the statistic
it has
you choose to
shut
cherry-pick?
the fuck up.
Let
Can you let
her
me
finish,
finish?
please. Holy shit. Oh, God. Goddess, please.
Holy shit. So secondly, he does have a history of substance abuse that is significantly worse than hers. She was also one of the people who was trying to get him clean, which also made him angry at her at times, right? These are things that are not that hard to look into. I stand by everything that I've said. I don't think it's okay for us to be saying that she's lying, right? Just like I
Why?
don't think it's okay for us to say that he was lying about her hitting him. So I don't think that the amount of scrutiny that is being levied at her is nearly equal on his side. I think that this scrutiny is completely off center. I think that we can look at this and see that both of them have probably engaged in some way. I still think that he's more guilty than her. But regardless of that, I wanted to clarify that I don't agree with what Doobie is saying. I don't think it's okay for anybody to hit anybody, regardless of the gender.
Okay, Stardust, I got a question for you. So for the sake of this argument, act as if Johnny is the victim of domestic violence here. For the sake of this argument, do you not think that Johnny standing up and saying I am a victim of domestic violence, like Amber told him to? Amber was in the videos saying, "Tell the world, Johnny, tell them I, a man, a victim of domestic violence." And so do you think that him standing up and saying I am a victim of domestic violence and saying it in front of the entire world is not going to contribute to more men who have been abused or are currently being abused feel safer in standing up and going, yes, I have been abused and I am a man? Yes.
I think that it can contribute, but I think he is taking advantage of a situation where a lot of people are going to feel very emotionally charged about this, and I think that
Hypocrisy, thy name
I think
is
that
Stardust.
excuse me, let me finish, sir. Thank you. I think that this is not the landmark case. I think that there are plenty of cases of male abuse, but the way that this has been carried out kind of indicates to me by all means that this is not the landmark case. All of his witnesses, non-expert witnesses, are people who are generally on his payroll. The people who are witnesses on Amber's side are people who might not even be friends with her anymore and are still crying and upset in some of this testimony over what they saw. I think that you can look at like his history of drug abuse, and it's very clear that he is often not aware and not a reliable witness to himself. So I do think that male abuse is a very real problem that needs to be handled. Do I think that the Amber Heard and Depp case is that landmark case? No, I don't think so. Not by a long shot.
Let's go to Corey and then Wick.
Spartacus, I have a question for you. I don't know how serious you were in your opening statement in terms of like actually identifying Depp as the victim. May I ask you like what is your rationale behind that? Why
No,
do you view?
I 100% think Depp is the victim. The only person that's admitted to anything in this trial has been Amber Heard on tape admitting that she hit Johnny. Johnny has not once admitted that he hit her. No one else has seen him hit her. No one else has gone to testify to say that they've seen Johnny hit her. No one else has. No, the witnesses have not seen Johnny commit violence against Amber.
Yeah, can I ask a follow-up? So then why didn't Depp just leave?
I'm sorry.
Why didn't he just leave the relationship?
This is like serious? This is like a hallmark of abuse. Why didn't you just fucking leave? Abuse victims do not leave the fucking relationship. I don't know how this is fucking hard to get. People who are abused don't just fucking get up and leave.
That's not my
That's such bullshit. That is such bullshit.
Can I just elaborate? So
sure.
I agree that if you take that position of asking that question, why didn't you just leave? One of the reasons that many people stay in abusive relationships is due to the stigmatization that occurs and the inability of an environment where men can speak out. Now, do you think someone like Doobie is contributing to that?
Yes.
100%. Can I respond, please?
He admitted to headbutting her.
I really want to get this one in.
Accidentally is what he said. Accidentally.
Let's go to Wick and then Doobie. Doobie.
Yeah, I'll be very quick.
Watch the entire trial. He said accidentally.
We keep acting as if there can only be one victim in this, right? Like that there's a good guy and there's a bad guy, and one has to be good and innocent and sweet, and the other person is a heinous villain that is some sort of devil or temptress or what have you. Look, they both victimized each other to varying degrees. We could argue about the degrees they did so, but it's very clear through the testimony that I have heard, that I have seen, that they both victimized each other. They have both abused each other, and that's okay to say. We don't have to act as if one is some heroine or hero and the other is a villain of magnitude. They're both villains. They're both victims. That's okay.
No, that's what domestic violence usually looks like. Intimate partner violence is overwhelmingly reciprocal violence, right? That is what most of it is. This is right, and we also know that men report at a much, much lower level. Men are less likely to go to the hospital because of the stigma, but also because the injuries tend to be sustained aren't as bad. We know that, yes, women are far more likely to be killed. We also know that like straight men are the least likely, once we factor in all of the available data, are the least likely to commit domestic violence. I don't understand how the stats really pertain here, though, because what we're talking about here is, yes, what has almost certainly occurred is Amber Heard probably has fucking BPD, and he's probably a goddamn narcissist, and they both have fucking problems with substances, and they both have problems with violence to some degree. But of what we do know is that we know that Amber is manipulating people. We know that she's perjuring herself on the fucking stand. We know that, and also it is a suit of defamation against her. That's why there's more scrutiny against her. This is how courts work. You don't just fucking believe people. What you do is you scrutinize them and you assume innocent until proven guilty, right? Which should, in a defamation suit, be innocent on her. But the problem is that she went beyond the bounds of the $7 million contract, right? And then went out and started saying a bunch of shit against him and damaged him. He's a victim here. And so she's also a victim in a lot of ways too. It's a messy fucking thing. But cherry picking data and cherry picking statistics for one or the other, and then like downplaying violence against men is the very reason why this court case has so much attention.
Sorry, we got to sorry. We got to go to Doobie. Eucharist, I'm sure, wants to say something. He's dying. I know. And then we'll go to Stardust and Spartacus.
Okay, so really quickly, I think that the fact that we brought up hate, why I think Corey's question was really good. Why didn't he just leave? Right, and at Spartacus he said, "Oh well, victims don't leave their abusers." Well, in the case of women, who are the vast majority of victims here on the planet, right? To like
that is not
abuse,
true. Men are more likely to be victims.
That's not true. The reason they don't leave is because typically they're financially dependent. They're afraid they're going to be beaten to death, hunted down and murdered with their children. It seems like in this case, right, scenario we're talking about, he's not financially dependent. She's half his fucking size. There's no fear of her like murdering him or beating him to death, right? So him sticking around, he's a grown ass adult. Him sticking around is his purview, right? So if we're gonna say, oh well, the victims don't leave their abusers, I think you're massively exaggerating the quote unquote abuse here, right? Again, yes, she hit him. Sometimes in relationships, people get physical. It doesn't always rise to the level of abuse. It's far more likely to rise to the level of abuse when it's coming from a man, right? And we know that he did get physical with her, right? So I think that the fact that we're speaking about this as if like any unwanted physical contact, her hitting him at all, is domestic abuse, and she should be put in jail and shamed and yada yada. It's totally like unrealistic. It's totally disconnected from how like individuals behave. When they're drunk and they're drunk and they're angry and they're passionate.
When am I going to get a chance to answer your question? When am I going to get a chance to answer your question?
So please, I'm not downplaying male like victims of like domestic violence, right? I'm saying that it's extremely rare, and in most cases, right, if a woman hits a man, it doesn't fucking hurt. If it hurts your feelings, leave the fucking relationship, right? He didn't do that. Now I think what we're doing is relitigating like a decade of relationship through this lens of Me Too and abuse.
Can I answer your question before you stigmatize men being abused more, please?
Because he'd like to get away from the fact that he abused her and he's a drunken piece of shit who should have lost his career.
I'm sure he felt great when he lost his fucking finger.
Let me answer the question.
Sure it didn't hurt at all.
Answer the question. We gotta go. Then after that, Stardust, Eucharist, and Corey and Wick. Go ahead. You can answer the question, Stardust.
There are main 13 reasons that a man stays in an abusive relationship according to studies. It's fear, children, promises of reform, guilt, lack of self-esteem, love, sex role conditioning, societal acceptance or reinforcement of marital violence, economic dependence, religious beliefs, cultural ethnic background, stigma of a broken home. All of these, or any combination of these, are reasons why men don't leave abusive partners.
The vast majority of those do not apply to this situation. Like what's so fucking ever plainly.
I'm sorry. So the idea that
any sort of physical violence, you're just saying.
It seems like you guys are attempting to normalize like the idea that, hey, if my girlfriend's pissed off at me and she smacks me because I said something that pissed her off, like I should call her a domestic abuser and have her report to the police. That's fucking ridiculous.
What healthy functioning is like that. That's.
I think some people, especially like between different cultures, are much more touchy feely than others, right? And in some cultures, it's totally fine for a wife to smack her husband, for a husband to smack his wife's hand or something. She's trying to read something that he wants. Like it's totally acceptable, right?
You are downplaying abuse.
I think. Hold on, please. I think where it rises to the level of abuse is where you have someone actually beating the fuck out of somebody. Right? She didn't do that, right? And if she did do that, he's strong enough to have stopped her, right? So I think we're exaggerating what actually happened. We're exaggerating the level of abuse because you guys would like to pull the Me Too narrative away from the woman.
Let's go.
Should have fucking cut it.
Stardust, Eucharist, Wick.
Okay. I completely forgot what I was going to say. But I was gonna say that fuck, dude. I don't know what I was gonna say. Sorry. I wish Doobie weren't on. I did wish Doobie were on my side for like the right reasons. He's just on my side for all the wrong reasons. I do think that I think that abuse is something that men suffer from as well. I just don't think that this is the landmark case that you guys think it is. Yeah, that's pretty much it, really. So
Eucharist.
Yeah, I think Stardust was right to say that like part of the reason that people sided with him early on, that it kind of got on his on the Depp train, the Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag, even before really material evidence was coming out in the trial, was a false narrative, right? This idea that the reason he was losing jobs, the reason his career was tanking, was purely because of her allegations. And as she said, it's just not true. Like, I mean, Joe the Silly Serious talked about this on her stream not long ago, but as somebody who works in the industry, she's like, he's just known as somebody who was a shitty person to work with and got fired from jobs, showed up drunk, like physically abused people on set, has been allegations of that, right? So he's just a shitty person to work with. He was losing jobs already. This complicated things or whatever. So when you already have that narrative that leads people to pick a hero and pick a villain before the trial has even begun, when you have people who are kind of unaware of the fact finding of like the previous defamation suit against the Sun in the UK and the stuff that came out in that, and like by then it was already pretty clear that this was like a mutually abusive relationship and that he was in the midst of like horrible substance abuse issues, like you get this like weird social contagion of people just like binding up their identity with Depp as this hero of men who have been abused. And like it's great actually that we're talking about men being abused, but like Stardust said, I don't know if this is like the hero that we want. And you know, as Scott said at the beginning, right, we need to be sensitive to the fact that we're all kind of being manipulated on some level here algorithmically. NBC did a report 10 days ago on how there are a bunch of YouTube content creators who realized how much the algorithm was rewarding pro Johnny Depp content or content making fun of Amber Heard, and pivoted to that because they made a ton of money off of it, right? So like that we're getting pushed the hashtag justice for Johnny Depp stuff because it's being algorithmically rewarded. So I think we should just be aware of that.
Sentinel tracks misinfo on social media, and it found 6,000 fake accounts tweeting pro Depp sentiments. So I think that's pretty.
That doesn't sound like a lot considering Joe Biden has 40 million fake accounts.
I just want to say also, I want you guys to know that I switched off of Twitch and switched over to YouTube just to get the hate. I feed off of that shit. So please, chat, keep malding, keep being mad. Okay, be madder. In fact, direct all your vitriol towards me. I live for it. Okay.
Super chats help. Super chats help. She lives off of that too, right? Super chats help. But I'm gonna go to Wick in just a second. But just quickly for you, Chris, I agree with your at least part of what you're saying, any which way. And that this becomes a standard for other people's abuse, right? Because some people may have actually dealt with abuse, right? And as a man, and not being able to express that abuse, maybe thinking that like it's just unsafe, right? For all kinds of reasons, or maybe some of the same reasons why it's unsafe for women to come out with abuse, right? And some different reasons. But in any case, right, that they see themselves within this, right? And they have molded on like, okay, well, this will be my my avatar, right? This guy will get justice where I couldn't get justice for the suffering that I have actually suffered.
People,
I think that people have.
People will listen,
I think
Prime Case.
Yeah,
men are literally just being ignored. Like
no,
I
agree.
don't like
So
that's
are women.
literally
I get
all
it.
a lot of dudes want is that they're fucking victims, and finally somebody is just paying attention at all.
And there are so many female victims who would say the exact same thing. Amazing.
No, literally, feminists fought to get rid of the only fucking clinic in the entirety of the United Kingdom that was supporting men that were the victims of domestic violence.
That's wrong.
They made sure that they got rid of
that's
all
a
of their
bad thing.
Okay.
That's a bad thing. Let's go.
I think that there's an excellent case where you can look. You can look at that case. Remember that case where that high school boy actually killed himself after his girlfriend had been like kind of coaxing him. I think that is an excellent example. Yes. I think that's an excellent example of abuse perpetuated to a male, and that is abuse that results in death. Right? That's incredibly important. That's something that should be the landmark case. But when it's stuff like this, mutual abuse, a lot of the time, even with mutual abuse, wait a minute. I think male abuse is important. I I
Yeah, but
just
nobody
don't think.
cares.
Stop. Let her
Okay,
finish.
okay. Then
They only
look,
care because he's
Oh
super
my god, let her
famous.
finish. Let her finish. Let her
I
finish,
need
please.
I need to be able to finish this. I don't like the way that on social media we have treated um this case. I don't like. It's one thing to be like supportive of Depp. It's another thing to start saying that everything that comes out of Heard's mouth is a lie, right? I agree with you.
Why?
People are innocent until proven guilty. However, that doesn't mean we retract support from them because we don't want to completely condemn somebody on the other side. Somebody is hurting. Both people are hurting.
It's a defamation.
So what? So
Yes.
what? People are saying that she's a liar, that she's faking the bruises, that she has no witnesses when she clearly has witnesses. People who aren't even friends with her anymore, who haven't even talked to her in like years, are emotional, are tearing up at what they remember her going through, what they remember seeing on her body. Like that's I'm sorry, but that's I can't say that it's clear she's acting or she's lying. I can't say. I'm sorry. The rape story is anatomically correct. Everything that she describes in it feels exactly the way it would feel. It is exactly what you would expect. The shock afterwards is exactly what you would expect. Everything that she describes in that is 100% to the T, anatomically correct. I even spoke to a doctor about it. And the medical people.
Sorry. No. We gotta go.
Made like 7
Whoa,
points.
no. We gotta go. He's been waiting so long. Wick, Corey, Scott.
So I think it comes into another thing that comes into play here, right? Is this idea that again, I mentioned in my opening that we've chosen these people as champions of a cause because, Scott, you're exactly right that no one cares, and very few people care, I should say, about male domestic abuse. It's a joke in a lot of cases, and that's a fucking problem. That's a huge issue. But we cannot use these actors, right? These celebrities as these champions, because in this particular case, there's some problems here with all of their behavior, right? Like, and I think that this also goes back to the way that social media and other people are treating Amber and Johnny, regardless of or depending on which side you choose to be in this battle that's raging right now, is that we decide that just because someone has lied in one case, that they're just a liar overall, and everything they say is totally false, totally untrue. So just because Amber Heard perjured herself, which I believe she did, everything she said up to this point
In
is entirely
Australia,
untrue.
in the UK,
Also,
she's been investigated for perjury.
Depp contradicted himself
Yeah,
over 80 times in his
let
cross-examination.
me finish though. Let me finish real quick though. Is this idea that because someone is our enemy in whatever cause we've chosen, that we can do all the most heinous shit to them, make up the most heinous lies, to do the most heinous kind of mockery. Like, I've seen TikToks mocking the abuse that Amber Heard says she went through. I don't know if she actually went through that abuse. I don't. But let's give some grace here, gang. Can we stop being just heinous to people? Can we stop being just fucking terrible people to our enemies? That's all.
Let's go to Corey, Scott, and then Sprout.
Yeah, Scott, I'm very curious as to why you seem to be going after Stardust. I don't know, it seems to be a little bit disproportionately. Like, so I agree with you with your sentiment that very few people, not enough people care about men being the victims of intimate partner violence, domestic abuse. And there's many reasons for that, multiple reasons for that. But one of them is being driven right here by Doobie. Just like, it's a normal thing. You got to kind of like man up, or that's just part of a relationship. A little bit of hitting and a little sprinkling of physical violence is okay. And if you can't handle it, well, then there's just something wrong with you. It's that type of environment. It's those types of sentiments that makes it difficult. That's why nobody or not enough people are caring, because there are too many doobies out there.
Yeah, so to be super clear really quickly, I would say that the fact we're even having this conversation is evidence of decades of emasculation in American culture, right? The fact that you guys think, oh,
Look at my
if
face.
my
Am I
girlfriend,
emasculated?
Can we
yes,
can we
if my
measure T
girlfriend,
levels?
if
I
my
wanna measure
girlfriend
T levels
smacks
on
me,
this
if my
panel,
girlfriend
like, right
smacks
now.
me, if my girlfriend smacks me, oh god, that's abuse, and I got to report it to police, and I'm a victim. It's
There's a
such a
difference between-
bitch, it's such a bitch way to think.
There's a
Like,
difference.
honestly,
There's a difference between an isolated incident and a pattern of fucking behavior. Domestic violence is based off a pattern of behavior, not an
then
isolated
fucking
incident.
leave.
Okay, no,
Like,
listen. So
you're
I
a
gotta
grown-ass
respond to
man.
No, it's
I gotta
not. It's not
respond to a
about
bunch of
leaving.
shit.
It's not
I
leaving.
gotta respond to a
Yeah,
bunch
it's
of
not
shit.
about
First of
leaving.
all, with the most current one, why am I not as concerned with Doobie and more concerned with the person on Twitch that's like constantly defending Amber Heard? Is because Doobie fucking have you not figured out that Doobie trolls in a lot of these situations? Like honestly, he trolls to such a degree that like sometimes it's better to just let the other people deal with the trolling and I'm going to deal with the actual debate. Now, in terms of what is start us all, like you made so many claims. First of all, you keep talking about the witnesses as if this is like somehow this major piece of evidence that she has witnesses. So does he, and none of the witnesses actually saw the violence.
And
that
his
was
witnesses
supposedly
are
there.
on his payroll. Yeah, his witnesses are all on his payroll.
Or they were in like 2017, right?
Majority of them are on his payroll.
Again, what you have here is a defamation suit, right? And so when you're looking at a defamation suit,
Something
this is
that's
not
also commonly used.
pause.
on
Pause. It's not about proving guilt, right? It's about a balance of probabilities, right? So how do we look at a balance of that is the standard that is used, is a balance of probabilities. So how do we look at a balance of probabilities? Well, one of the things that we do is we try and determine who is more likely, given all of the available data and evidence, to be guilty or to be lying. Because the entirety of this case is Amber Heard a liar? That is what the defamation suit is. The entire point of this court case is to determine whether or not Amber Heard lied. So if you're saying, why is it that people are focusing on and calling her a liar and things like that? That's literally the fucking point of the case. Okay. And what we know is that she is a boy who cried wolf. No, that is what it is about.
It's
about a balance of
about
probabilities.
whether her op-ed had any
amount
of truth to it, right?
Yes, and whether or not she lied in her op-ed. Okay, and whether
what
or not
did she say in the
lied,
op-ed? What are the words
She
she's
didn't even
being sued
name him
over?
in the op-ed, by the way.
And then like a week later, she specifically ties him to it and hints at it several times. And over the past year, does many of those things. And
what are the actual words she used in the op-ed?
She uses that she was a victim of sexual violence.
She says, "Two years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out." That's
not what's being sued. That's not. There are three different statements in that op-ed that are being sued over. You just decided to read the most generous statement you could possibly fucking find.
Okay, tell me the other ones. Tell me the other.
I'm pulling them up. Give me a second.
Listen, in terms of determining why is this a landmark case, Corey touched on this. It's not a landmark case. Nobody wants it to be a landmark case, and nobody thinks that Johnny Depp is fucking perfect, except for the few fucking weird trolls in your chat that get boosted in the algorithm above everybody else. What we're saying is that for what feels like for a lot of men is that there were good cases, and nobody gave a fuck. The only reason that people are paying attention to this is because these people are extremely famous, and because she attached herself to the Me Too movement, because there was the trial that was crazy against the Sun in the UK, where the fucking judge's wife is having dinner with Amber Heard during the fucking trial, right? Like there's all kinds of craziness going on with that situation. The buildup of the trial and how famous they are has finally allowed a case to showcase certain things. And you're saying, oh well, it's so fucking awful that people are calling her a liar, and a case determined whether or not she is a liar online.
It's not about whether she's a liar.
Meanwhile, in this very fucking panel, you're cherry picking the shit that you want to say against Johnny Depp and not for her. It's fucking absurd.
No, I've actually said that she and him probably have perpetuated abuse against each other. That's completely incorrect. What I do think he's more guilty. And in fact, the UK courts court, it wasn't just one judge. There were 3 judges who determined that 12 out of 14 of those of the domestic abuse alleged were likely to have happened. And they won. It was the Sun. The Sun has lost cases before. The Sun is known as an unreliable newspaper. The fact that they won that case is ridiculous. So if it's 3 separate judges who have all determined that, no, I don't think so. Secondly, I am not just
she's also under investigation for perjury for the witness that she provided in that case.
Sure, fine, that's fine. But he also had contradicted himself over 80 times in his
Contradiction isn't perjury. Perjury is intentional.
He has perjured himself as well.
Perjury is intentional.
When
did he perjure himself?
In the UK court, he said that he chopped off his own finger.
And he gave statement as to why he said that. He gave reasoning behind that because he was still afraid of that.
He gave statement, right? But why then, after that, after he had allegedly, when he told his doctor that that Amber, what happened with Amber, apparently because that's what he did, he told his doctor. Why after that did he also have text messages between him and his doctor, still talking about himself cutting off his finger? If he's already told his doctor about that.
Again, he was trying to protect.
No, it wasn't about protecting. The doctor already knows. The doctor already knows that. The doctor already knows. He already told the doctor. So after he told the doctor, had text messages exchanged between the doctor and between the nurse saying that he chopped off his own finger.
But
he already told the doctor, allegedly, at this point.
Again, it's about protecting Amber.
It's not. Anyways, at that point, the doctor knows. He told the doctor.
In an audio recording, Depp even says, "I lost a fucking finger, man. I had a can of mineral spirits thrown at my face."
Okay, but he told his doctor. He said that he told his doctor about it. He told his doctor what happened, right? So if he told his doctor what happened with him and Amber, why is he continuing after telling his doctor in text message to refer to it? So he's already told his doctor in person. After that, why is he still referring to it as the incident where he chopped off his own finger? Why is after that he's still referring to it that way with the nurse, with the doctor in text message? Makes no sense to me.
Okay, because he's protecting Amber. It's as simple as that.
It's not. The doctor already knows.
We can move on. It is protecting Amber at that point.
It's not.
It is still text messages. It's still text messages. It's in writing. It's protecting Amber. So we can move on though. But so what do you think about Amber telling Johnny, "You can tell people it was a fair fight, then see what the jury and judge thinks." Heard says,
because it's not a fair fight.
Johnny, tell them, Johnny Depp, I am man. I'm a victim too of domestic violence. And see how many people believe or side with you.
I will tell you what I think about that. I'll tell you what I think about that. It's not a fair fight because women are overwhelmingly, when they're the victims of domestic violence, are overwhelmingly the ones who were killed as a result of domestic violence. So that is why it is not a fair fight. They may have both perpetuated domestic abuse, but by far, in most cases where there is a death as a result of domestic abuse, it is the woman who is dead.
Can I just say, I think it's really funny that the same people who would lecture us,
saying dead?
that would lecture us about transgender women in sports, now expect us to believe that they think it's a totally fair fight when a biological man and a biological woman fight each other. Obviously, it's not a fair fight. The man is going to have the advantage.
There's a difference between self-defense. There's a difference between violence and self-defense and violence.
If you can't restrain an angry woman as a man, you probably need to go to the gym.
No one is saying that.
Couldn't have been cut off. There's a doctor that testified today that said that it was crushed. It wasn't cut off.
Right, but he also lied about the angle and kept saying that his hand was flat on the table and then wanted to try and obfuscate the fact that it came from an angle. And he was saying it came down.
Came from on top.
And then he fell apart.
He fell apart. To a medical professional?
He literally fell apart.
He's a drunken liar.
No, he fell apart during cross-examination because then he admitted, I can't actually conclusively say whether or not it was crushed from a bottle, and then or whether or not it came from a cut. And then he also admitted that, he is stating that it came from an angle. And then he also admitted, he did say that his fingers were wrapped around. Right.
And
so
no. By the way, none of this has none of this has been able to be rebutted by Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp
Okay.
still has not gotten his rebuttal over
So,
Amber's case.
I can't find him perjuring himself in the
So-
Sun. Do you have a link to that? Because like I've never heard that.
Yeah,
You have a
I
link
was
to
looking
that?
for it
provided
too.
the link. But okay,
I'll have
so
to, yeah.
not everyone
I don't know
here
why we're
has like
litigating
like
the case.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly that.
I think this is irrelevant.
Yeah, so I want to
to
focus
a
in on
larger point.
the question. Yeah, I know. I want to focus in on the question that I said, right? So talking about herd, right? Like or victims, right? Like the rush to villainize this individual by people who don't know the facts of the case, right? Like I'm talking about even at the very start, right? From the start till now, it's been that way. The people have rushed-
no. In the start, they villainized Johnny 100%.
Yes.
Well, okay, I'll give you that. No, I'll give you that. I mean, I meant like the case, the actual case at the start of the case. But I hear you. When she put out the op-ed, then they villainized him, and then he countered with the recording. So I hear you. I'm talking about like with this case, like we have people who are saying that they're victims of abuse. Shouldn't we, especially in this case, right? At the very least, just have neutrality. Backing up, right? Like what we see on social media, and I think Stardust has done a good job rounding it up. Talking about like people like acting out Amber Heard's abuse. People like using Muppets and stuff, right? People just mocking everything this woman says, right? People getting like quote unquote body language experts to tell us that yeah, she must be lying, like bullshit like that, right? Like fucking snake oil at some point. Are we failing as a society when we react this way, right? Like, someone is in the wrong here. Maybe, probably both of these people are in the wrong here, right? But rather than react with this level of vitriol, this level of hate directed at one party or the other, shouldn't we take a step back and at least at the very least try to be neutral and wait for a verdict, especially since there is a trial. It's not like we're worried that there won't be a trial. There is a trial.
So the reason people don't act neutral in this situation, right, is because it has been tied to the Me Too movement. It has been made political, right? When she specifically speaks out and says that she's like speaking as a person and as part of the Me Too movement, right? And does this for years, and she ties herself to a movement that has this case involved in it, but also has the Brett Kavanaugh situation, where many people feel that it was a complete fucking shit show and Brett Kavanaugh was clearly abused by lies and women in the Supreme Court, and nothing was done about that. When they see cases like this and it becomes political and it becomes believe all women, and when men feel that they live in this space where men feel that they believe that they live in this space, right, where men do not get justice, where men are ignored, and the pendulum switches even further in a social movement to say that men are abusers and that women are victims, and that and you start tying all those things together, you can't help but get the both sides of the political culture war involved in this. And if everybody was just neutral about it online, as if you could even ask that of fucking society to just magically be neutral, right? Like there were still videos from like CBS and things like that, compilation videos that major news media publications were putting out. They were like the 14 things you need to know in the trial, and it was like 13 things out of context that were pro Amber Heard, and then like the last one was like a pro Johnny Depp situation.
Well, yeah,
despite
mass media,
the culture being the other way around. So
mass media is still
impossible.
Mass media is still reporting. Like mass media is still reporting 100% pro Amber Heard. There's not a single mass media organization that I found is that put out a pro Johnny Depp piece. It's been pro Amber Heard all the way around from what I've seen. And if you have a pro Johnny Depp piece from a mass media organization, I would love for you to send it to me because I have not been able to find any. But
I'm pretty sure we could like Google a Fox News article and it'd probably paint him pretty decent. But I'll see if there is.
Right. Fox News, the Fox News article that I saw was pro Amber Heard.
Yeah,
anyways, it's going against society, and I think that's why there's such a hard take on this. Is because there are people like me that feel that men need to be understood that we can be victims of domestic violence too, and mass media is going 100% against us. And so the thing is, they're making their voices loud and known on social media, obviously. And so.
Yukis Corey Wick.
I think it's
Can I read a headline real quick? from Fox
Yeah,
News.
please.
Can I just read a headline?
Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
quick.
11 hours ago, first thing I got. Johnny Depp's Pirates of the Caribbean co-star shows supports, slams false allegations brought by Heard.
Yeah,
First
see,
thing
I
I
just-
found.
You,
Okay.
Chris.
I think
All right,
it's
I saw
a
a different Fox
problem that
News
we have this
allegation
like.
saying
I think it's a problem that we have this like parasocial identity bound up with this trial, that this is symbolic of whether or not we accept the reality or the legitimacy of domestic abuse against men. Like that, like this trial just should not be symbolic of that. And it's only that because people are making it that because they're getting algorithmically rewarded for that. Like it's just bonkers to me. Like
Facts.
why should an article that says, hey, by the way, it looks like Johnny Depp was a shitty person, too, in this situation, so maybe there's some truth to the 2 sentences she said about him in this op-ed. Why is that utterly dismissive of the reality of men's domestic abuse? Like, we can still talk about that. We are talking about it, and we
Yeah,
can have a much more productive conversation if we're not treating Johnny Depp as a fucking hero.
Like we were saying earlier, right? The imperfect victim is not just Amber Heard.
Yeah,
Corey?
It's
so-
men too.
Yeah, so to address Scott's point of a lot of this, it stems from the Me Too movement and the political ties to the Me Too movement. But even though, yes, the Me Too movement was largely primarily focused on women and driven by women, but also the Me Too movement, is not against also creating the space for men to come out and be able to voice their experiences
Theoretically.
with physical. Because at the time, Terry Crews came out and shared their own experience
True.
with sexual assault and abuse. So, yes, the Me Too movement is largely focused on women, and there are good reasons for that. But
He
it's
was attacked
also,
for that. He was attacked for that. Like,
Yeah,
heavens.
But
so-
I
but-
think he had such a huge swelling of support from the feminist community. Like honestly, Terry Crews coming out, I remember that, and I remember like everybody swelling around him, thinking like everybody was saying how brave he was for coming forward about it. Especially as somebody who, if he had just acted like typically a man, how a man reacts to somebody like that in that situation, he would have been
should've just doobied
being
up.
arrested. He would have
This
been arrested.
actually might
right?
this actually might
And
be
so-
the
To be
perfect
clear,
example.
listen to
And
that.
I, so I think again, when I say that when we're talking about the imperfect victim, right? I think the imperfect victim is not just Amber Heard. It's all of these other people too. It's a whole bunch of men, right? And so when we talk about Terry Crews, and him being so mad. He was telling his story about how he was so mad after that party, after that guy kept grabbing his junk, and he was in his car and he was doing everything in his body to make sure that he didn't go up there and like start a physical confrontation. That is the story of somebody who exercised extreme willpower, honestly, in a situation that was so hard for him, and especially knowing that his background, he would have been put in jail if he'd done anything else. And you know what? I think that he is noble, and I think that he is somebody who really furthered the Me Too movement, and a lot of women stood behind him for that.
This actually might be a perfect example of how the algorithm in social media and like echo chambers works against you, because I remember that too, and almost everything I remember seeing about that in every engagement I had in social media was different feminists and academics attacking him for doing that and being like,
Well, they were
like,
wrong.
how
They
dare
shouldn't
you
have done that.
silence
Let's go to
yeah.
let's go to Wick and then
Yeah.
Doobie.
Okay.
Wick then Doobie.
well, you have shit solutions like
Wick.
big government. So.
Okay. So, Jesus. At the end of the day, I think Eucharist here is exactly on point. We are using these people as a vehicle for our goals and our causes. And even if you do support Johnny Depp, right? Even if you do want to support him, that does not require you to be an asshole to Heard. It does not require you to levy hate and vitriol upon her. You can simply support him, say you stand with him, say you believe him, say you think he is in the right here. There is no need to do all the heinous shit that people are doing towards Amber Heard right now. There just isn't. It's
What do you mean?
You're
What do you mean by
acting
doing heinous shit?
you're acting like this didn't happen to Johnny after the op-ed came
No,
out.
just because people do shit things to you doesn't mean it's okay.
It's the
when you
internet
do
is what
shit
I'm
things to
stating.
them.
It's the
Yeah,
internet is what I'm stating.
Yeah, and I'm gonna call it out when I see it. I understand that these things, that shit's gonna happen, right? Like, there's no way we can prevent people from being terrible. But I'm going to take the brave stance of saying, "Hey, gang, maybe we should cut it out a little bit. Maybe we should tone it down."
Yeah, but this
Right?
is
What I'm saying
social
is
media.
you s-
This is what's happening. Is that the most toxic
Kevin
shit
Spacey's a
rises
great
to the top,
example
right?
as well.
The toxic shit rises to the top, and that's what you fucking see. I guarantee you, if we actually if we actually did polling data, I was like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how invested are you in the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial and its outcome to like most Americans? Like the overwhelming majority would be like, yeah, I don't really give a fuck.
It's going to correlate strongly to social media use. Yeah.
Dude,
Well,
when
so,
you
I mean-
see him walking to court, though, like you see all of his fans out there, like losing.
You
their
would see
shit,
that with
like,
any
cheering
celebrity.
him.
You would
Yeah,
see
but
that with
not
any
with Amber
celebrity.
Heard. When you see her show up there, like it's like booing and like saying, you
She's
know,
a
all sorts of
she's
stuff
she's
about
she's
her
a
and,
she's
you
a
know.
D-list, if not C-list celebrity.
I
That
don't
is
know
not
about
Can I ask a
that.
question?
popular as Johnny
If
Depp.
Doobie's right about how we should be handling domestic violence against men versus women, isn't it right that we had a greater public backlash against Johnny Depp when that op-ed came out? Shouldn't we hold the man more accountable in this scenario? Like, if we're accepting anything that Doobie says, if it's
I'm
not
not.
just entirely
Guys, the
trolling,
Kevin
wasn't that
Spacey
proportional
example is
reaction
an
correct?
The Kevin Spacey example is such a great example of somebody also who was committing abuse. A famous person actually was committing abuse against men, and the men were not famous who he committed this abuse against. And I'm
right,
glad
and then it
that
mostly went
he
away
is-
after a little while. Like,
Well, I'm glad that he's no longer in. He lost his like role in House of Cards, right? Like I'm
Yeah,
glad that
tanked
he
a couple
lost that
movies
role.
that he was in too.
yeah,
Yeah.
he
But-
lost some roles, but like you.
But
never
Wick,
faced-
Wick, I don't know why you think making this like I just don't get it. I don't know why you think making this grandiose statement is gonna stop anyone online from doing stuff. It just seems that you're trying to like virtue signal at this point and try and make the other side
we have the
look
power
just
to
through
stop
virtue
anyone
signaling.
online from
Yo,
doing
I'm
stuff.
expressing my opinion, and I think that people have more influence than we give them credit for. Maybe I won't influence a lot of people, but maybe some of the people in my chat will think twice, right? And that's all I
Nah,
really
my fucking
want.
chat is
Let's go.
wild, dog.
Let's go to Doobie.
Yeah, so
I got
I
no
feel like-
reins on my chat.
I feel like we weren't super clear about what happened with Terry Crews, right? So that was another situation where a man in power used his position to sexually assault another man, right? Another person under him, right? So I don't know why any feminist would be upset at that. It has nothing to do with feminism. That's just another case of a dude in power doing shitty thing.
No,
Right?
no.
So hold on, please. So in that situation, so you can say, hey, well, Terry Crews didn't feel empowered to come out. I don't think it has anything to do with gender or with my prescriptions. That's everything to do with the man's position in Hollywood, and his ability to sing Terry Crews projects. Right? That's what that was. That was all about wealth and power and influence. Right? So moving on. Eucharist, yes, right. So because I think there is a double standard here, I think a justifiable double standard, right? Johnny Depp should get more shit than Amber Heard does for using physical violence, because again, in the vast majority of cases, women are less capable and less likely to use physical violence to the level of abuse than a man does, which is why in most cases of physical abuse, it's the man doing it. Right?
Do
Because
you
if my-
understand?
if my-
do you,
please-
do you
please-
understand
please
what
don't
you
speak.
suggest?
Please don't speak. Please don't. So if my girlfriend punches me full force, I'm going to say ow and laugh. Right? If I were to do that to her, I might kill her. Right? That's the biological reality we're talking about here. Right? And so when she was expressing to him, hey, I didn't hurt you. I hit you, but I didn't hurt you. It doesn't hurt you. Right? That's what she's expressing to him. And now that you know his career is fucked and he's spending $2 million a month on bullshit because he's a drunken weirdo, he's now reframing their entire relationship through this abuse narrative, through this victim narrative, and you guys are lapping it up. It's fucking embarrassing.
Let's
Doobie,
go
do you
to-
not? Wait, one second.
hold on,
Doobie,
one
do you not
second.
realize?
Oh, it's like,
Literally something he suggested. He literally said, okay.
Corey the Sprout.
Yeah, Doobie, I would say it's totally inaccurate to say that the Terry Crews incident is like completely divorced from the Me Too movement. Like it was very much in
No, from
like
feminism, not the Me Too movement.
even then, like feminism, which I think I think we can tie the Me Too movement not exclusively to the feminist movement, but largely a feminist movement. And you know, the whole movement itself was largely driven by trying to address rape culture, power imbalances, unwanted sexual
Men in
advances.
power.
Yeah, exactly. And Terry Crews was a victim of that power imbalance, very much just as men can rape other men, and this perpetuation of rape culture that Me Too movement is trying to address. And so to say that Terry Crews, the incident with Terry Crews is not representative of that, it very much is. Like,
No, that's not what I said. I
otherwise-
said it has nothing to do with
I
feminism.
just don't
People are
understand
talking
why we're
about
trying to
feminists being
gender this
upset.
issue.
Feminists being upset about Terry Crews coming forward to talk about a man sexually assaulting him. Like that. Why would feminists be upset about that?
Why are we trying to gender this issue, first of
yeah,
all? Like, violence is violence, right? Rape
No,
is
that's not
rape,
true.
regardless of which direction it goes in, right? Regardless
true.
So,
of
but
how
even
you don't think you think it's substantively different when a man rapes a woman than when a woman rapes a man?
Even but
hold on.
but the two the
God.
two abuse allegations that people have talked about here, Terry Crews and Kevin Spacey, have both been man on man. It's very rare to see anyone support a man when he says he's been abused by a woman. It's not rare to see a man to be supported when they say they're abused by another man, but it is rare to see a man be supported when they say they're abused by a woman. Now to go down to what Doobie was saying, Doobie said earlier, which I don't know if he realized it, he said, if you're not strong enough to just control your woman and move her out of the way, like that's literally what Johnny Depp did, and it's now being counted as like an allegation of abuse. So I don't know if you're pro abuse now, since it's being considered an allegation of abuse by Amber, that Johnny Depp.
Wait, when he raped her, he was just trying to restrain her. Is that what you
No. One of the things. Okay, so that's bad faith as fuck, and you know it.
Well, hold on.
One of the
clear,
things.
like there's a whole lot of shit we're talking about here, right?
One of
It's
the
not just
instances.
restraining her. It's
One of the instances. One of the instances that in the specific instance in which I am referring to is when he grabbed Amber from both arms and moved her. That is the instance which I'm referring to when Doobie said that if you're not strong enough to control your woman, then maybe you should go hit the gym. And it is being brought up as an allegation of abuse in the court. And yeah, I think that, I mean, unless you want to back down from that statement, Doobie, but that's being brought up as an allegation of abuse by Amber Heard.
So it would depend on the level of force that he used, right? So if he squeezed her arms full force and bruised her arms to move her, then yeah, it would be abuse. But if all I do is just restrain her, then no, I wouldn't call that abuse, right? But that doesn't mean he doesn't. There's not a whole laundry list of other shit that he did to her that would be considered abuse. And
Like
again, the stuff that she's been accused of, right? I don't think rises to the level of domestic violence or abuse. I think we're exaggerating the amount of damage done here. I think we're being unrealistic about the biological reality here, right? Again, most of you guys here would say that, hey, a biological woman and a biological man competing in a sports event are going to be at totally different levels of physical capability, so they shouldn't be doing this, right? But hey, in a relationship, you brought up her saying, hey, yeah, tell people it's a fair fight, right? To mock him, because we all know that it's not a fair fight when these two get physical. Right. So that's what she was pointing to. And you dismissing that or using that as evidence to support your fucked up claim here is really weird.
Doobie, have you
The
ever
fact that majority of deaths as a result of domestic violence are
Doobie.
Too many people. Too many people. Spartacus, you can respond. And then we'll go to Scott and then Sardis.
What's my fucked up claim, Doobie? Because you want to say support
my understanding is
claim. That's a pretty strong fucking allegation.
My understanding is that you have two fucked up claims here, right? So fucked up claim number one is that Amber Heard is an abuser whatsoever. It doesn't seem like that's the case to me. Fucked up claim number two, right, is that when these two adults, right, get physical, use violence against each other, it is abuse no matter which way it's going, no matter the level of physical contact, right? Because again, if we're being honest about this, Amber Heard as a woman is far less capable of hurting Johnny Depp than he is. I'm sorry, than he's hurting her.
So to go one by one with these, right? So your first allegation of a fucked up claim is the fact that I said that Amber Heard, I believe, is the abuser in this situation. No one has said that they've seen underneath testimony. No one has said that they've seen Johnny Depp commit violence against Amber Heard. As a matter of fact, it's just been the opposite, to where Amber Heard then admitted to hitting Johnny Depp and quite literally saying she, like, I forget what the exact word was, but sucker punched him in the chin. She admitted to sucker punching him in the chin. That Johnny Depp has not admitted any violence besides an accidental headbutt. And he did say accidental. You can go back and find it. But are you gonna give me a second? Are you gonna give me a second to go over it all, or are you just gonna
interrupt
me? Okay, so the pictures,
you're lying to mask your hatred of women here. Like, we know it's true. There are plenty of people that came forward that started earlier.
Are witnesses.
Okay. Oh my God! Everyone shut the fuck. Everyone shut up. Stop it. Oh my God. Holy shit. Please knock it off. Fuck. All right. Spartacus, finish your fucking point, and then Scott, and then start us.
Thank you. The pictures that have been shown in court, the metadata has been ripped, and even at that point, Amber Heard is unable to identify when those pictures were taken and on what day those pictures were taken, and the metadata has been absolutely stripped from the pictures. And to address your second point very quickly, when I was a victim of domestic violence, I did not use violence against my partner at that point in time. I did not use violence whatsoever. I left when it got violent because I didn't want to have to use violence. And then become a abuser in the eyes of the law.
Okay, go ahead, Scott, and then Sardis.
Yeah, so I just want to ask Doobie, and then maybe like we can go back a little bit here. Have you ever been in love with someone that was your abuser?
Okay, so I wouldn't ever consider myself to have been the victim of abuse. I think that's the issue, right? So
Okay,
you guys are
yeah,
you're
so
just
that's
saying
fair.
physical violence directed at you. Like if a woman smacks me, and girlfriends have smacked me. My current girlfriend smacks me sometimes if I piss her off, right? And sometimes I do it intentionally because I think it's funny, right? It's not. I wouldn't call it abuse, right?
Right,
It seems
so-
like we guys
so
saying, hey,
that's
if
fair.
your
Sounds like you're
girlfriend
into
hits you, it's
Okay.
physical violence, it's abuse. Oh God, you're a victim.
Okay, so when we say it's physical violence, I think maybe we should clarify the position here and what we're describing, right? Because we're not describing the fact that Amber Heard slapped him. That's not what we're describing. What we're describing is audio recording where he says, "You punched me." And then she says, "Well, no, I didn't really punch you. Like it was a hit. It wasn't a bit." She doesn't even use the word slap. And then he says, "Don't tell me what a punch feels like." And then in other situations, she tells him that he was a bad person for walking away, and then says he's being a baby. So what we're seeing is not just, oh, this person slaps or like it got a little bit physical. What we're seeing is gaslighting behavior. What we're seeing is that he's claiming she punched him, and then she equivocating and dancing around the words and not even saying that it was a slap, and then using the terminology later. So what you can see is far more than just like, oh, we got into a tussle and I was like, fuck you, and slapped you, right? I also want to add that, like, when you are in a relationship with someone that is violent around you, and this goes both for Amber Heard, I think, in a provable way, as much as Johnny Depp. When someone is erratic around you and someone's throwing things around you, which is exactly what Johnny Depp is doing, I think that this is also an example of an abusive relationship, because Amber Heard is absolutely not like has no proof of being beaten. She has no proof of being raped, and she has claimed these things, and there's a lot of proof, a lot of things that would make any sane person doubt her fucking validity, or like her like doubt having any trust in any claims that she has without any hard evidence, because she consistently lies. But that being said, what she does have proof of is him on the day that is, the day after his mother died, slamming cabinets and her being giddy about finally getting it on tape. But we also have other instances of wild shit that is very toxic and honestly terrifying, right? But when you're in love with someone and someone is throwing things and someone is getting erratic around you and someone is screaming at you and someone's gaslighting you and someone won't let you leave the situation and will shame you for leaving, and these aren't just toxic. This isn't just bad relationship. This is abuse, because you're connected and you're in love with this person. I myself remember with my ex, when I would try and have a conversation with her, and I would do everything I could. I would do everything I could to mitigate what I said, because I didn't want to set her off. And I would actually not be able to make good arguments against her because I was worried that she would get mad, because I wanted to have a rational conversation. And yet I would go and I would speak to her. And like, just as one example, I remember she had a ceramic bowl of spaghetti, and like, I don't even remember what we were talking about. It was so insignificant. And I was really calm and I was trying to talk to her. And what she did is she slammed it down on a carpeted floor, and it shattered everywhere. And I got spaghetti on me and spaghetti all over the carpet. And I was like, how the fuck do you even break a ceramic bowl? And I was with this person and I couldn't have a rational conversation with them. And I knew that I had to change my behavior, and that I knew that I couldn't address my issues in the relationship, because this person was going to act erratically and violent. And I was worried that it would get worse. And I was worried that she would hurt herself, or that she might be in a situation where like our baby was hurt or something, or that it might get out of control. Like that isn't, like, that's not even slapping. She didn't even hit me.
Scott, I don't think I'm not going to speak to the details of your like relationship. Like, I don't know what the fuck happened in your relationship, right? But we've got to keep something in mind here with the recordings that we have of her like saying, oh, well, I didn't punch you, I hit you, you're a baby, yada, yada. or her complaining that he always leaves and runs away. He was recording, right? So this tells me, like, we don't know what
He was
happened
recording because of therapy.
Please, we don't know what happened leading up to that, right? We know that he was aware that the recording was happening, so he might have set her off on purpose to get her on recording, acting erratic while he downplayed his own emotions to make himself look like the rational person in the relationship. We don't know what the in some of these recordings, she's talking about how he presented himself to her as in a certain way, and then when they got into the relationship, he was totally different and he was abusive and all these things. But you're willing to dismiss all that, which we also have in recording, because in these recordings that he was aware were happening, he's presenting himself as rational and calm and all these things. We don't know what he's like when the recordings aren't there.
She recorded too.
This wasn't.
And what was it like? What was he like when he didn't know he was being recorded?
Well, he didn't know he was being recorded when he was slamming cabinets.
Exactly.
And was not going up to her and wasn't going to hit her, and this was the day after his mother died.
But do you see that?
And
so
she
he
was
didn't.
antagonizing
He didn't
him
know.
while
He
secretly
didn't
recording
know. Okay, so you can accept that she did that to him, but you can't accept that there's a possibility that he did the same shit to her when she didn't know she was being
they were both aware
recorded.
of being recorded because it was for therapy. The other recording was a therapy recording that they both consented to the recording.
So when he was slamming shit, he knew that he was being recorded?
No, that time that was her secretly recording.
Okay. So again, when he's not aware he's being recorded, he's acting totally irrationally, slamming shit, acting like a fucking crazy person, which tracks with everything she says. Everything she says about the way he actually behaved in this relationship, right? So I don't know why we're believing his side of the story and believing his calm demeanor during this argument when we don't know the full picture. This is like a 12-year relationship we're talking about.
Forgive me, but if my mom dies, I might be a little irrational.
Let's go to.
I have a question. Would you guys remember his text messages to Paul Bettany when he and Bettany were trying to get drugs, and Amber didn't want him to be on drugs. She was trying to get him to stay clean or become clean, right? And so some of those text messages were saying that like, I can't say them?
No, I just meant like the one with the body. I don't know. It might be gore.
Well, basically what he said in one of the text messages to Paul Bettany was that we should drown Amber and then we should burn her body. And then after we're done burning her body, I'm going to rape her to make sure that she's dead.
Seems like a reasonable dude.
Yeah, totally seems reasonable. Look, man, I have never been angry enough to ever say anything near that to somebody about a significant other. And the fact that this was around the time that Paul Bettany was somebody who he did drugs with regularly, and this is somebody that she didn't want him to be doing drugs with, and he's saying all of that about her. He's clearly mad at her for the drug stuff. As a psychiatrist even said today, it's very clear that a lot of the times in these substance abuse relationships, the person who is abusing a substance and trying to get clean, the person who is trying to get them clean becomes the target of their anger, and that's very clear in the text messages. That those aren't the only ones where he's talking about having her body rotting in the trunk of a Honda Civic. Like, I mean, like there are so many of these things. I've never been mad enough to ever say anything near that. And secondly, the one thing that we have to also consider in this relationship is that Depp had a history of smashing her phones and destroying her phones. So, I mean, I think that's something to consider. Like, he even tried to do it in that one recording where he's slamming the cupboards, right? He tried to throw her phone in the trash. Luckily, he didn't break it that time. But, and then finally, what I was going to say is the fact that all of these murder-suicides involve an intimate partner, and that 94% of the victims are female, show that it is not a fair fight by any means even in a mutually abusive relationship. I'm not saying it's right one way or the other. I'm not saying it's acceptable one way or the other. It's obviously unacceptable. But the fact is that so many women die as a result of domestic abuse. And if they don't die, they were very much fearing for their lives during that domestic abuse. And 75% of women who are killed by their batterers are murdered when they attempt to leave the relationship. So this is a very complex issue. I'm not saying that she didn't.
She's like
I'm not
literally
saying. Let me finish. Let me finish. I'm not finished. Okay.
Well, you're
what I was
saying
gonna say,
irrelevant, dumb
I'm
shit.
not finished. I'm not finished. Let me finish. Okay. The fact that, again,
I would like to talk
I'm
about
not saying
cigarette
shut
deaths
the
next.
fuck up, please. Can you shut up, Scott? Can
Sorry,
you?
I'm gonna look up American Cancer Society
Can you
and start
stop?
talking about
Can you
cigarette
stop
deaths after
talking?
this.
Can you stop
Okay,
talking? This is
yeah.
relatable. This is related to abuse statistics.
Please
okay.
start us. Please finish.
The fact that that she was, I mean, this guy fucking derails me, and then I forget what I'm saying. What was I saying?
We were talking about women dying and
the
abusive
fact
relationships.
that so many women die as a result of domestic abuse. I'm not saying that she didn't abuse him too. I'm sure she did. In fact, the recordings show that she admits to hitting him, right? But I can't say that I don't think that he was innocent in this. And I can say that in these cases, women are the ones who die.
Okay.
I mean, I don't.
It has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
I honestly don't know what you want,
absolutely
like
does.
as a response to that. I don't think that women dying from domestic relationships in any way devaluates men being in abusive relationships.
No,
as
I don't.
well.
That wasn't my intention. I clearly said that she clearly was a participant in this abusive relationship. But the fact still stands that as far as the recording of her saying, like, tell them it's a fair fight, it wouldn't have been a fair fight.
Do you really think that's what she meant? Do you really think that's what she meant, or do you think, or do you think that she meant if you tell anyone that I'm abusing you, then good luck there because no one's gonna believe you. See what people are gonna believe you if you try to come out and say that I abused you.
There's
Bradix,
no evidence of physical abuse from him.
There is another recording where she is crying, begging him to stop saying that she is lying because she has 5 years of documented photos of witnesses who can attest to her having bruises. She is crying, saying that you won't, like, there's no way that you can tell people that I was lying about this. And if you drag this out like this, there are 5 years of photos of abuse that has happened, and she doesn't want to drag it out in public. In fact, in the UK case, even the instance of sexual violence, she wanted that sealed. She didn't want anybody to see that. So it's not that, I'm not saying that, like, she's innocent, but I do think that he is significantly more at fault here.
How is he significantly more at fault? There's no evidence of physical violence.
Stardust mentioned this earlier, but we have, like, his own assistant saying, "Hey, yeah, I had to tell him that he kicked you," and he started crying. So he was blackout fucking drunk, and he kicked her.
Text messages,
right? So, like, why would we dismiss that, right? So we have from his assistant saying, "Hey, yeah, I had to tell him that he kicked you because he was drunk or whatever," right? So it seems clear that he did hit her, right? He's talking about, like, murdering her with his other friend. Right? This dude is obviously not mentally well. Right, and it's pretty clearly violent, according to tons of people, tons of photographs. Yeah, we don't have him on video saying it, of course, but I think that based on all the other evidence, it seems like he was an abusive person. He was physically violent toward her, and I think, again, what seems to be happening here is that we're reframing like a 10+ year relationship through this anti-women, anti-Me Too narrative, because men don't have outlets to trauma dump these days, right? So when they see, like, an opening to talk about male abuse, victims of abuse, they latch onto it and they attach all their emotions about the topic to the topic. This isn't the topic. He wasn't abused. She's the victim.
Corey.
Yeah, so to your point, Doobie, like, men don't have an outlet because of people like you and the environment that you create. Because, like, I have no problem saying that probably Johnny Depp needed therapy a long time ago, probably 20, 30 years ago. And this is a person that has, pretty extensive relationship experience. I think they had, if I remember correctly, they had a previous marriage that was like 10 years. They have children, and they've been in many different relationships. And yet another person comes along and, something has gone off the rails. It seems like despite all that experience, we still, there are people that still don't learn what a healthy relationship is. And, Johnny Depp, again, probably needed therapy 20, 30 years ago, but they probably didn't seek it out, again, because of people like you, because you are putting forth the idea that, if you go to therapy, if you, express your feelings, maybe to other guys, you are emasculated. You're not a man enough.
No, that's
not
that's
enough.
actually the exact opposite. I think that the emasculation is where men feel comfortable hitting women, right? So the
No,
fact
that's
the
not
fact
it
that
at
he
all.
feels the fact that he feels like he's on an equal playing level physically with her, right, to the point where he can kick her to the ground or shove her or whatever,
That is
right?
not the
And the fact
context of
that
intimate
that
partner
is that
violence
is
at
the
all.
emasculation, right? So
No, it
he's
isn't.
rejecting
Those
the reality
those are
of
no, no,
his
no.
his responsibility as a man, as a physically stronger sex, to not do that to women.
That is
Right.
absolutely untrue.
So
And,
I'll give
and
it.
your
So hold on. So
ignorance
I'll give an
about
example. I'll give an
intimate
example. I'll give an example. Sometimes, right, just to piss off my girlfriend, when we're sitting on the couch, I'll flick her nipple just randomly, right, just to piss her off because it's hilarious to me, right? And then she'll return it by punching me across the face. I think it's fucking hilarious. She thinks it's funny. We're just playing around. Not a big fucking deal. What you guys are saying is, hey, her punching me in the face, right? Even though it doesn't hurt, it's funny. She's like half my fucking size. Like it'd be extremely difficult for her to physically hurt me. Because she punches me in the face, oh God, I'm a victim. It's abuse.
No,
I need to go to therapy.
No one has said that.
Yeah,
That's
it's
an
no,
No
no.
one
awful
said
This is
that. No
example.
this is
one
what you guys
said
are
that,
presenting.
Doobie. No one has said
Awful
that.
This is
and I'll tell
repeatedly
you
what you
why.
guys are presenting.
I
No
will
one has
tell
said
you why
that.
that's an awful example. So I don't know for sure. I don't know the history that you have with this
Dude,
partner.
at a
I'm
certain
assuming
point,
he
Doobie's
didn't
just
flick her nipples
trolling.
on the
Like,
first
don't
date.
engage.
And did she punch you in the face on the first
No,
date? Was that the
Doobie's
dynamic?
just like no. Doobie's just
Okay,
trolling
Scott,
at this
I'm
point.
not trolling.
Like,
I
there's no
think
point in engaging.
you're trauma dumping your past relationship into this topic. It is not
Yeah,
related.
no,
Okay,
like no,
so
no,
I
you're
understand.
just
Yeah,
trolling.
sometimes
You're just a fucking
men
troll,
are
or I'm sorry, a fraud.
sometimes men are abused in relationships. Of course, right? This happens, right? So, but I think it's extremely rare. In the vast
It's
majority
not.
of cases,
It's
in
not
the vast
extremely
majority
rare.
of cases, it's women that are being abused because women physically aren't able to do the kind
It's
of abuse
also
that men
not
can.
true.
Yes,
You're
it
just
is true.
no, it's not. All of the meta-analysis that you can do, all of the research says that men tend to underreport the amount of abuse that they do, women tend to underreport the amount of abuse that they receive, and that men, given certain circumstances, are likely to underreport at a higher level than women, but it's difficult to find out the exact percentage in which they underreport. And it says that about 21 to 23% of women say that they were abused, and about 19 to 21% of men claim that they were abused. And if you take that in, it's about 50-50, right?
So
Now we could
That's
say
totally
it's a little bit more
dishonest.
for men.
So
Now we know
Hold
that
on. So if it's
lesbians,
50-50,
we know that
why
lesbians,
is it the case
gay
that
men,
most of the
and
victims that die
transsexuals
are women? If the
because
ability
you
to do
are
violence
right.
is equal.
You are. Nobody said the ability to do violence.
You
was
said that
equal.
earlier, like 10 minutes
No,
ago.
I did
Not even
not.
like 5 minutes
No,
ago.
I did not. This is what I'm talking about. You are just trying to be a contrarian because there's too many people that agree, and it's like Stardust versus
You
the
were
whole panel.
disagreeing with
So
what you literally said.
decide-
When I
you
said, "Hey,
decide to just say
women
some
are
wild
typically
shit.
physically
Look,
incapable of the same level of violence that men are," you said that's not true, right? So I say, "Hey, Scott,
Women can
and
use force multipliers.
if
What the
that's
fuck
the
are you
case,
talking
if
about?
that's the case, why is it true that the vast majority of cases where people die, it's the woman dying, it's the man murdering the woman?" And you say, "Oh, well, hey, well, that's because you're right. Men are much more able to be violent than women, much more physically capable and able to
That's not
physical
even
violence
no.
women."
You're
Okay,
completely-
so
You
there's
disagreed with what you
actual
literally
data on
just said
this,
3
right?
minutes ago.
No, I'm not disagreeing with what I said 3 minutes ago. Stop playing these fucking games. No,
This is not
I
a
never.
game.
No, stop. You're bullshitting. Stop. So let me explain why you're full of shit.
Explain yourself.
The levels of the likelihood of abuse is either similar, it could be one way or the other. The research that I read seems to suggest that it is likely that men are a little bit more likely to be abused. Other research, depending on ideological bent, says differently. So we'll just assume that it's roughly the same. Okay, now the levels of physical violence at the ends of the extremes, right? Because you have to understand these things happen on a distribution. At the ends of the extremes, men have a physical capacity towards in bursts of rage and violence and things of that nature that are far beyond what women tend to be able to do. That being said, women engage in different forms of abuse. They're far more likely to engage in manipulation. They're far more likely to engage in emotional abuse. And at the same time, they still engage in physical abuse. Also, the idea that like men and women, that like because men are stronger, women just can't cut it as abusers when like knives and guns and pots and pans exist. And also women are like something like, I can't remember, it's off the top of my head, but I know it's an order
You
of
forgot
magnitude.
vodka bottles, Scott.
And vodka bottles, right? But
And
also
ceramic
orders.
pots.
Right. Yeah. And the orders of magnitude, I know it's in the double digits, but I don't remember if it's like 10 times or 15 times of they're way more likely to poison, right? Like they do like slow concerted things, whereas men tend to do things that are in bursts of fucking rage.
How
Like the
often men
abuse
don't
is
listen to
I
definitions?
just want to, I'm curious where Scott's getting his data from, because all the data I've seen is that when it comes to domestic violence, right? When it comes to domestic violence specifically, that yes,
IPV?
men underreport, right? Like
Domestic
the
IPV is a part of
extent,
domestic violence. Are we talking just IPV?
IPV,
Intimate partner violence.
intimate partner violence. I'm talking domestic violence. I'm extending it to domestic violence, at least the stats that I've read, extended out from just a partner relationship, also familial relationships as well.
The reason you want to
But
look
just
for
real
IPV,
quick, let me finish, Fabian. Mr.
Domestic violence
Filibuster
includes
Scott
abuse of
there
dads.
is just trying to talk over everyone.
No,
here.
I'm literally just
like
trying to
because
help
he
you.
has
Like,
nothing to say, so he has to think the quantity of his words is going to make up
No, like,
quality,
you wanna look
which
for
is fine.
IPV.
That's fine. But
Quick,
like
you keep
I
saying
think
nothing
that when
to
it
say.
comes
Let him go,
down
let him
to
go.
it, all
Wait,
the
wait,
data
wait,
I've
please.
seen show that for when it comes to domestic violence, right?
Mhm.
And this includes familial relationships. It's not just intimate partner violence. About
The opposite,
80%
you're wrong.
of the victims are women, are
Yeah,
the
that's just not
victims
true.
in this case.
That's just
This
not
is
true.
this is the data for the UN World Health Council, right?
Okay,
So wherever
okay.
you're getting your data from,
I'm talking about America.
Patriotic Jesus
I'm
University,
not
I don't
talking
know.
about like how many
But we're
fucking
talking
like
about
third
we're
world
talking about
country like shit.
like
Like no,
from
number
the
one,
UN.
no, like,
Because
no,
this isn't
fuck
just
you,
an
some American.
American thing. This is
Oh
this
my
is a
god,
thing that happens with
you're gonna bring
everyone,
up like
right?
fucking rape
Like,
and
look,
fucking like
and like
genocide
I'm
and
gonna
like
keep talking until you shut
is
the fuck up,
stupid.
which I don't think you're
19% of
capable of.
domestic violence
So-
involves a weapon.
And so when it comes down to it, yes,
So
men
primitive.
underreport. That's true. But this leap you're taking of logic, logic, I'm using that word loosely in your case, right? This leap that you're taking to say, oh, well, then it must be 50-50, or it must be, a little more men. It's just facetious. And you're in
not.
fact, you're doing
It's not. You're
domestic violence
bullshitting.
against this whole panel right now with that shit take.
No, first of all, IPV is what you want to be looking for, not domestic violence, because domestic violence is an older term that didn't include the LGBT community, right? So whenever you see domestic violence as opposed to IPV, you know that you're looking at old data. Second of all, like there are tons of meta-analyses. I'll send you this one. Hopefully you have Sci-Hub. I'll put it in the chat. This is like 2011, so it's a little bit older, but it's just like the first one I grabbed, right? That clearly states that the statistical difference in genders is roughly the same. So I'm glad you found UN data and you want to talk about like fucking Rwanda's domestic violence, but I don't think that really fucking speaks well to when we're trying to talk about the Me Too movement, right? Like we're talking obviously in third world countries in a context of like Western societies. Yeah, you want to bring up like the Middle East, I'm sure like you're gonna have a lot more female.
Did you link me the right study? Like it says that past studies on intimate partner violence have revealed mixed findings about its prevalence across gender. Some support gender symmetry in IPV, such that men and women are equally likely. Others show evidence of gender asymmetry, such that men are far more likely to be perpetrators. So the data is
getting far more likely from
at best. This
From
is
the thing that you linked him.
Where are you getting far more likely?
This is the fucking thing you linked me. You put it in the chat. This is you. This is your data, dude.
Go.
Did
It's
you
not my
read
data.
it?
It's an
Obviously not.
abstract. Go read the fucking conclusion. Do you want me to unlock it for you so we
No,
can
the
read the
thing that
conclusion?
you linked. Okay.
I know. I didn't link the actual fucking scientific article because you don't have fucking access to the journal. Like, put it in Sci-Hub and read the conclusion.
So the thing that he's reading from now is what you're telling me. The thing that you linked to him is inaccurate.
Well, I haven't read it, but there's an abstract, as Fabian's referred to, but there's also a full text article, and there might be other, like, I don't know, I haven't read it. I'm not going to make any claims or fact check, but there might be other information in the full article that maybe Fabian is referring to. I don't know.
I don't feel like purchasing the PDF.
One study referred to in the entirety of an article. Okay.
That's not what it's. Jesus Christ, people. Let me find it for you. Like, continue. Debate amongst yourselves. I got to do this for you.
I mean, like this, you don't.
Wait, so I'm curious. Can you keep referring to these studies and articles and whatnot? Like, can you tell me what they mean when they say like domestic violence or physical violence?
Yeah. So
or
the
IPV
terms,
or IPV.
Yeah, the terms are pretty. There's no like standard exact terminology that, as far as I know, every researcher agrees to. But the most common one, that contemporary, is intimate partner violence, and like at least based off of the data and the papers that I've read, it seems to be pretty at least.
Wait, hold on. That's not what I asked you. So what do they mean by intimate partner violence? So what
Okay, yeah.
is it,
so
like
in terms
any
of-
unwanted physical contact? Is it like
pretty much, yeah,
conflict? What is-
non-consensual physical
Okay,
contact.
that's ridiculous. This one, okay. So if we're gonna say all unwanted physical contact is IPV, is intimate partner violence, that's
Well, no,
that's
but
fucking crazy.
they also go through in terms of survey data. They also ask the partner saying, "Hey, do you feel like you've been
There you go.
a victim
Right.
of intimate partner violence?" And they self-report saying yes. So
So
they also
yeah,
perceive it as
self-reporting.
partner
here we go.
violence.
The
So
perception
in
of
the
an ex that they
conclusion-
were with, yeah, of course.
Right. So here's the conclusion of the study and not the abstract, because that's why the fucking meta
Link it, don't read it. I don't trust you. Link it.
I
don't
linked the
read it.
fucking study. You have to go read the fucking conclusion. Like, it's not that hard to use Sci-Hub, dude. This review has examined the existing studies on the prevalence and reporting styles of IPV across gender. To date, findings on gender symmetry of IPV are mixed. However, they generally support the claim that the apparent prevalence of IPV is gender symmetric when no context, motives, and consequences are considered. Differences in reporting styles across gender can be differences in reporting styles across gender can be one of the explanations of the mixed findings. Past findings have pointed to some gender-specific reporting patterns of IPV, that men tend to underreport their own IPV perpetration as well as victimization, while women are more likely to underreport their IPV victimization. General gender-specific, culture-specific.
What page is this?
It's
What page is this?
So what?
So
So
men
to be
and
clear,
women
so
are
what you
both
said.
equally
Whoa,
likely to
What
underreport.
page is this? What
Well,
page
no,
is
It's
this?
the conclusion. It's
The
4.4.
4.4. I'm
No, no,
reading
so
the
to be
thing
clear,
that
Right
so
before
to be
the
clear,
reference.
what you said a bit ago was that when you leave out context or consequences for IPV, quote unquote, right?
Right.
It's
Same.
symmetrical, right? Okay, well, this is what I mean. So what do they mean by
also may
intimate
report-
partner violence? Is it my girlfriend
If I
smacking me
can-
because I pissed her off? Is it her punching me in the arm? Like what do they consider
According to
like
the
beyond the threshold of
CDC.
IPV?
According to the CDC, women are disproportionately affected by IPV, SV, and stalking. So it's like 1 in 5 women and 1 in 59 men have been raped in their lifetime. 1 in 4 women have been the victim of severe physical violence by an intimate partner, while 1 in 7 men have experienced the same.
Is this
1 in 6
Stardust? Is this
women
based?
have
Is
been
this based?
stalked.
Stardust, is this
This is-
based on like what's been reported?
This is the
See.
here. I'll just link it to you.
Well, the problem is almost
So,
all
like,
of the
if your claim is
report
that
through.
men underreport, 100% agree. I think that's what the data shows,
So do
Yeah,
women.
we agree.
So do women.
right? Like they
And
they
women underreport as well.
They should-
Yeah.
Men
Yeah.
should underreport if the standard for what's over the threshold is like a punch on the arm or something, right? That's what I'm talking about. It's extremely important where we draw the line, at which, hey, beyond this line, it's IPV, right? So
Right,
where
well,
is that line?
Any type of unwanted violence. Obviously, you want
That's
your girlfriend
bullshit.
to slap you across the face. So I mean,
That's
because
total
you
bullshit.
intentionally bring it upon
Yeah,
yourself
of course,
and you
it's gonna be
laugh about it.
symmetrical
So
when we count every little smack that's unwanted as like IPV, that's fucking ridiculous.
That's why you want to look at meta-analyses and meta review, right, in this type of situation, especially when talking about social sciences, as opposed to looking at like a specific study or a specific stat from one study, because the way that the methodology can be done in those studies can drastically skew the results, and it doesn't take into a lot of other variables in account. That's why meta-analyses and meta reviews.
Yeah. So
are
what is it in the study that you keep referring
Okay.
to?
Here's
Is
another
that-
thing
is
from
that it's
CDC.
roughly-
Female victims frequently experience multiple forms of IPV, i.e., rape, physical violence, stalking. Male victims most often experience physical violence. So female victims of IPV experience different patterns of violence than male victims. They also are disproportionately affected by IPV. Like, I'm not saying men aren't victims. They clearly are. They very clearly are. But I think we need to acknowledge reality and that women are disproportionately affected by this.
When it comes
Well-
to severe outcomes, I think that like it's
When
really
it comes to
like,
severe outcomes, yes.
like yes.
When it comes
absolutely.
to abuse, no.
It's really hard to tease out, at least based on.
I don't think
read-
so, because if
I read a
women
lot of data.
experience different patterns than even men do, men experience physical violence, right? That's the main thing. With women, they experience physical violence, rape, as well as stalking, right? These are
But-
3 different
and death.
methods of control.
But IPV is
And
not
death.
looking at abuse. IPV is looking at intimate partner violence, right? So it's not looking at rates of abuse in
So
terms of
I found the criteria.
This is
I found the
about
criteria for
IPV.
so
This is
the
about IPV.
so the criteria for the source that Fabian Liberty has, it says for studies of gender symmetry or asymmetry in IPV prevalence, they were included if they met all the following criteria. 1, it was an empirical study or a meta-analytical study. 2, it primarily concerned gender differences in the prevalence of IPV.
That's not
and
what he
3,
means,
it
though,
was
right?
That's not
published
what I
between
asked.
1998
Yeah,
and
that's
2002.
not what
Yeah,
he's
so
asking.
I'm
when
messing
it
with
comes
the
to
Studies
the
of
question.
gender differences, they had for study of gender differences in IPV
Well,
reporting, they had to meet all the following.
no,
What?
You Grace, you want to say something?
maybe
This is
maybe you're about
completely
to-
useless. Like we're arguing about a study nobody in chat has seen, half of us haven't read, half of us don't understand. We're arguing about how they've defined words, about their methodology, about their data, about the underlying studies in this meta-analysis or meta-review. It's just useless. It's not advancing the conversation.
People
It's
are
really
yelling.
frustrating.
It's because
agree.
people are yelling at. I agree with you, but people are
I
yelling at
linked
me.
it. I linked the thing in the group chat,
That
by the
like
way.
women
I-
are way more
thank
likely
you.
to be affected
I
by
think there's
abuse.
only like two things
They
that we can
are.
say with some confidence. I would just
They're
like
not.
both men and women are victims of intimate partner violence, but women disproportionately affected by severe outcomes. Why can't we just go
Yes,
with
at
that?
the ends of the distribution where it's really severe, women are overwhelmingly disproportionately affected.
Often
When it comes
it's
to
often
abuse in
severe.
general, that's what I'm saying.
Domestic abuse escalates over time, and if the relationship doesn't end, it will just end in worse and worse domestic abuse. Usually,
Not
to women.
always, but yes.
Yeah, that's not a yeah.
And even in the
that's
study
not-
you
not-
mentioned, like even
What
in the
what
study you
domestic
mentioned,
abuse is for women, like I think domestic abuse, you also have to acknowledge, like, women are talking about where they are fearing for their lives.
True.
Look,
Okay.
and at the end of the day, even like look, even the study you mentioned if they take out all the context, right? Like if you take out all these variables, right, then yeah, maybe it's gender neutral, right? That's what the conclusion says. But obviously everything's contextual. Everything has culture in it. Everything has all these variables in it in play, and to exclude them, I think does your research a disservice in this case, because
No.
I think is instinctively tied to that. But moving beyond the study, overall, I think that we can say that on either case, when there is abuse taking place, we should speak out against it, whether it be women abusing men, men abusing women, men abusing men, women abusing women. It doesn't matter. And when Doobie talks about like how sometimes it's just joking around, right? Like, look, if both partners like to get a little rough, who am I to say no? But in the cases where one partner obviously does not want it, then it is abuse.
Yeah,
Right,
I think
but-
that's
but
the
again,
point
what
with
we're-
Doobie. Like the dynamic
oh
of
my
having
God.
a relationship. Like I'm assuming that
But again,
you
the
didn't
issue-
do that on the first date. Like that's the point.
No, that's no. But again, but again, to be like clear,
He did slap
the-
her ass on the first
we need
date,
to-
though. Let it be
we
clear.
need
Okay,
to-
fine.
we need to like keep in mind that this is like a 10+ year relationship. We don't know the ins and outs really. All we know is what's being presented by propagandists on either side, right? So keep that in mind when we're talking about
Which is how all
him-
court cases are
him
decided.
presenting himself as like the very like bashful, calm, collected victim versus her, the irrational woman on her period, probably talking about punching him or whatever, right? Like this is obviously propaganda from
Have
one
you seen
side
any of
and to attack the other, right?
I'm
when
just
we
curious,
know,
like, has anybody actually seen that? Because like,
Yes, I've
literally
watched. I've watched the entire trial. Yes.
No,
hold
I
on,
don't mean that.
I've listened to the recording, right? To the recording where she's saying, I didn't punch you, you weren't punched, I hate you. And he's saying, oh, well, don't tell me what it's like to be punched, whatever the fuck. Yeah, I've listened to that. But again, we need to keep in mind that what we're getting is propaganda from both sides here. I don't think it makes any sense to buy one or the other at this point without looking at the evidence. And the evidence that we have suggests that Johnny has a very long history of being violent, being an alcoholic, according to multiple witnesses, his own assistant hitting her, right? According to photographic evidence that leaving bruises on her body, right? Like it seems like this dude is abusive. It seems like he's not the victim, she's the victim, and I know that there are men out there who want to be able to trauma dump about what they perceive as abuse from past girlfriends or whatever. I get it, right? But I don't think that it's healthy. I don't think it's healthy, right? To latch on to every case where it looks like you might be able to make a victim out of a villain out of a woman, and to trauma dump your life into it, right? Like
Don't
this
say
is
that
not.
don't say that you get it when you literally say that you haven't experienced
Well,
it.
when I say that I get it,
actively
my
engaging
God.
and apologizing.
When I say that I get it, to be very clear, I get that some men have been so emasculated that they feel like a punch on the arm from their girlfriend is physical violence and abuse, and they're like victims and they need therapy and shit. I get that, right?
What are your T
You're
levels?
just being
Society has made a lot of bitch
troll.
made men.
What are your T levels?
You're just being a
so
fucking troll.
I
right now.
I just want to know. I want you all to know for the record. I disagree with what Doobie's point is here.
I think everyone
but,
does.
But I. Oh fuck! I forgot what I was gonna say.
That you're enjoying Prime stream. And that...
I am enjoying Prime's stream. I just wanted to ask, actually, how many of you guys have like ever sent a text message where you talk about drowning and then burning the body and then fucking the dead body to make sure that she like raping the dead body to make sure she's dead? Like I have never in my life.
Hashtag not all men.
Doobie, delete our DMs, please. Go ahead.
So
I don't think
I've heard of stuff like
you're not sure, Stardust.
So I've heard of stuff of like, or I've even messaged my friends and been like, what, like where we hide the body, but we weren't talking about like a specific person. It was more so like a joke as to like
what
I'll help you hide the body.
Right. What he was specifically saying, what Depp was specifically saying in these text messages to Bettany was, we should drown Amber, then we should burn her body.
No, I agree.
When
No,
we're
I
done
agree.
burning her body, let me
I think it's
just finish. When
TOS.
we're
I think
done
it's
burning
TOS.
her-
That's why I don't want you to finish.
Okay. Well, okay.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I have never in my life typed that about another person.
No,
And I don't
neither have I. No.
Yeah.
I've
never been angry enough to even think about typing that.
Yeah, I've also never been arrested at an airport for beating my wife. But like, yeah, we get it. They're both toxic fucking pieces of shit. Like, what we're trying to say here is this idea that like that people are latching on to Depp as this angel-like figure and that she's the most evil person. I don't see that. I honestly don't see that. I think that what you're seeing is you're seeing algorithmic manipulation, and you're seeing how certain things and certain ideas get brought to the forefront. And I think the overwhelming majority of people that look at this is go, they're both crazy. They're both abusers. This whole court case is about whether or not Amber Heard is a liar, and she appears to be a liar over and over again. And then what they're saying is, I'm just glad that somebody's finally talking about the fact that men can be victims too. And maybe that leads them too much in his camp. And maybe we should have a conversation about like, okay, what you described as the landmark case, and this isn't the landmark case. And I think maybe you have a good point in saying that like maybe people have become a little too attached to Depp, despite the fact that Depp is probably a somewhat abusive, at least to some degree, fucking drug addict, fucking narcissist with like that like was not fun to fucking be around. But at the same time, it's like when you look at the totality of the evidence, the likelihood that he's beating the shit out of her, or that like she's afraid he's going to murder her, but then at the same time she's secretly recording him and getting caught and giggling and is like bringing fucking James Franco into the flat to fuck him, is like, no, it's literally on the photo. Like she was giggling. At the very, right? Like the idea that she's like terrified for her life, or that like she's somehow like more a fucking victim, is like kind of absurd, because she got out into the public face to defame him. And that's what this case is about. It's
she
about
got a temporary
defamation.
Restraining order.
Dude, literally that shit happens all the fucking time.
Which she asked him to break. I do want to clarify that she did ask him to break the TRO.
I mean, she did. She did.
Wait, didn't you say earlier that abuse victims don't leave their abuser? Wasn't that your defense?
What happens with an abuse victim is they don't want to leave their abuser. They don't want that relationship to
prior
end.
To a TRO.
They just want the abuse to stop, right? That's all they want. They want to stay with that person. They love the shit out of that person.
I think we do have to recognize, both from Johnny Depp's position as a victim as well as her position as a victim, because, you know, like I said in the very beginning, IPV is almost always reciprocal. Like the majority of domestic violence is not like an abuser coming home being like, fucking like, you know, meatloaf, fuck you, bitch. Like it's usually a toxic relationship where both people escalate into violence. But I think we do have to recognize that like the financial circumstances of both of these people really gets rid of a lot of the standard fucking issues where people feel unable to leave their victim. Both of them have so much financial resources available that they can literally fly in a plane,
I don't
go to a
disagree with
different
you on
country
that.
and buy a house at
Yeah,
any moment.
I don't disagree with you on that. I think no, but when we're talking about like an abusive relationship, like it's not about whether they have the resources to leave. It's these.
No, I'm
two
saying it's one of
people
the factors is like not on the
right.
table.
But
yeah,
it doesn't. It
but
doesn't. It doesn't get rid
I
of.
never brought that up. I never brought that up as a factor anyway.
Well, I
What I'm
did.
talking
I did, but
about-
I did, but
about-
like what I was saying when I was saying was like one of the other factors, because I named all 13 factors that were factors as to why men stayed in abusive relationships with women. And one of the other factors was promises of change. Which I think is a huge factor. When an abuser promises to change, most of the time that's all the victim wants is for the abuser to change, for the abuser to stop abusing them, and for them to just have a normal relationship. That's usually
like
all the
with the
victim
woman.
wants.
It's
Like,
very
tell me
true,
what
and
a
also
punch
we can
feels
see that
like.
we can see that from also the text with Steven Duders where he's saying when I told him that he kicked you, he cried and he needs he's like a child, like he needs he needs to he'll like get better or something like that. Like it was clearly like a relationship where it just wasn't good, right? It just wasn't good for them. But I think I do disagree. I do think that there is like a unequal amount of vitriol towards one side, and I see that even in my own chat, because whenever I was watching the thing with like her retelling the alleged rape, like I had people in the chat like mocking that, which to me is like a whole different level of disgusting. Like you don't have to think that Depp did it, but you don't have to mock the rape, right?
Yeah.
Right, but you literally run a panel called Chaos Cast, right? Like I just don't think that your
Sure.
Twitch streamers of the most extroverted people that go into a chat where someone like advertises chaos and memes and jokes and have you seen your dad's dick is necessarily like representative of like the culture as a whole, right?
I don't know, because I've gotten more pushback on my stance on Amber Heard than I ever did on the Kyle Rittenhouse stance. And the Kyle Rittenhouse stance was I was like, the dude had a right to like self-defense and all of that, and I feel like that was already a very contentious take to have. So I got a lot of heat I got way more heat for this than anything I've gotten this year.
Was there a
honestly.
difference in size of audience though? Was there a different size of audience
Maybe
for Kyle Rittenhouse's
maybe
trial?
that's what it is. Who knows? Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
So, okay. So, we went way over time. I just letting this go through. This is an interesting debate. Didn't go in all the ways I wanted to go, but it is what it is. That's okay. But okay, to my audience, all right, the content does not stop. The content doesn't stop. I'm going to give an outro to all these amazing individuals. We will continue on with our open walk-on panel. That's the magic of this channel. Is if you're out there, you're like, well, that was all bullshit, and my opinion is better. Well, come on in. We'd love to have you, right? Jump on into our Discord and be a part of what we're doing. So we're gonna have an open panel. So audience members like you, yes, you sitting at home, may participate. So stick around for that. We are going to and before that, just hit us up on our social media. Follow the channel if you haven't done so yet. But hit us up on Twitter where we tweet things, let you know what's going on, even though I forgot to tweet today, but ignore that, please. Discord, again, where we do everything, including Open Walk on Panel, which is just coming up. TikTok. We have TikTok. There's a TikTok. Follow the TikTok. Oh, and like the videos, like them too. So watch them and then like them and do all that. It'll be really helpful. We've got 2 people. Eucharist, were you one of the people to... Yeah, man, Eucharist got my back. Eucharist follows us on TikTok, right? So we're putting on videos and really good moments from the show, right? So check it out, right? And maybe I'll start giving my thoughts on something. I don't know, right? Who knows what's gonna happen on TikTok? We'll check it out. YouTube is where you find the VODs. Like, comment, subscribe, and consider becoming YouTube members, supporting us that way, joining the channel, and helping us keep this content alive. All right, I'm going to give an outro, but remember, the content doesn't end. Corey Campbell, thank you. for being a part of this, buddy. Thank you for coming through and being one of the more level-headed individuals here. So much
For
appreciated
now.
for now.
Yeah, I want to thank you so much for inviting me. Yet again, super appreciated, super grateful to be here, and also super grateful to be on a panel with everyone else: Scott, Spartacus, Eucharist, Doobie, Stardust, and Wick. It's always a pleasure. I'm Corey Campbell. Corey, you can find me twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84. I do science, research. I do the occasional workout stream, and I cover some politics. Oh, and I guess I probably should have given a closing statement, but like, yeah. So I think this case highlights in terms of I'm hoping we can have an elevated conversation somewhere down the line of like, you know, I'm never going to pretend like we'll understand all the facts of this case. I don't think we'll ever really know like what actually went on in that relationship. I'm hoping at some point it leads to a larger conversation about, you know, healthy relationships. What is a healthy relationship? It seems like that's a problem. Seems like that's a problem even amongst people with lots of experience in relationships. Because I think both Johnny Depp and Amber Heard have extensive experience in relationships, and yet it can result in something clearly so toxic. I would definitely want to discuss, you know, what results in that, and because I think this case is so interesting because many of the dynamics that are very often at play when it comes to intimate partner violence and abusive, toxic relationships, like the I think there's less of the power dynamic, there's less of the financial imbalance, and so even when that's taken out of the equation, you can still get clearly a very highly toxic relationship that I don't think we talk enough about. And I'll leave it there. Thank you so much.
Okay, all right. Let's go to Scott. Scott, thank you as well for coming through. Scott and I, we have a contentious relationship, but still, I enjoy having him on. I enjoy the fight, right? And he puts up a good one every time, right? Every time he puts up a good fight. But thank you, Scott. Seriously, like this is coming from the heart. I do appreciate you coming through, even though we have like deep ideological differences.
Yeah, I appreciate it as well. Also, Corey Campbell is too humble. He's the only leftist that I will shill for in the entire Twitch space thus far. I mean, and I mean that. He also doesn't mention the fact that he's a PhD candidate in biochemistry, and when he says he does a science stream, he actually knows what the fuck he's talking about, and is so humble about it that if he doesn't know what he's talking about, he will let you know that he doesn't know what he's talking about. That said, for myself, I am Scott from Fabian Liberty. We're an anarcho-capitalist duo stream. We do debates, obviously. We, you know, cover news. We do some D&D stuff every third Tuesday of the month. We cover serial killer night and cults. And tomorrow, you should check us out 7:30 p.m. EST. We will be interviewing Tulip R, substack.com/Tulip R. While he tells his experience as a detrans male and goes through some of the horrible things that have occurred as an autistic man that felt compelled to change their gender, and so far so that went so deep into this kind of rabbit hole that they ended up getting gender reassignment surgery, and the struggles that they've had with family and their personal experiences and what it is like to be a detrans man in today's society that still hates him so much deeply because his identity is offensive to so many people. I think it's going to be a really interesting conversation that can put a face and a name and a story to some of the context of what people fear when it comes to gender ideology coming into our schooling and education systems. So definitely Fabian Liberty on basically everything. And in terms of a outro, I cede my time. I think I probably capitalized enough of it during the debate.
Self-awareness there. Okay. Let's go to Sprouticus. The Sprouticus, excuse me. The Sprouticus, who has been part of this. Dude, again, I appreciate your perspective as well. Everything I said to Scott, you know, copy and paste there. You come on here, even though we're, you know, ideologically different, you know. And I do appreciate that. It adds a ton to our discussion. So thanks for your perspective.
Hey, not a problem. So I mean, I guess my closing statement with this is just because It's not necessarily about the topic, but just because evidently there's contention about this with people in the panel is hashtag men too. There's a reason men are 69.88% suicides. There's a reason why men are less likely to go see a mental health doctor. There's a reason why men are less likely to report abuse. There's a reason men are less likely to see a general doctor. There's a reason men are less likely to take medicine. And toxic masculinity is the reason. And so it's under attack, and it's under attack for good reasons. But I am DSpraticus. You can find me at twitch.tv/DSpraticus or twitter.com/DSpraticus. Look forward to seeing you there.
Sproticus. Don't make the mistake I made, all right? Like a very poor Twitch
Oh
moderator.
no, you kept just putting my Discord name. My Discord name is I am Spraticus, and you just kept putting like at I am Spraticus. I don't know who the hell you were tagging, but it wasn't me.
Fair enough. Thank you. All right. Next, we have my man. Yeah, Wick. Wick is here. Wick, thank you for being around. Thank you for showing up. I always appreciate Wick. Wick participates and he does a really good job of it. So thank you, Wick.
Thank you for having me. You can find me at twitch.tv/deathofcertainty, where I run the Death of Certainty show. Well, we kind of mostly do politics, but we mostly do it through the moral lens, right? What is right and what is wrong, rather than what is legal and what is not. Tomorrow we have an interesting show with my lovely co-host Kaylee Marie, and we will be hosting the Get It Off Your Chest show, where you can call in and talk to us about whatever it is you want to talk to us about, whether you think my takes are based, whether you think my takes are baseless, whether you think whether you want to complain about something entirely different than what's being talked about. Maybe something's not being talked about that you think should. Come on and give us a call. We'll talk about it. And it'll be fun. On Thursday, I'm going to be interviewing Carissa Avalone. That should be fun. She's a very interesting individual. And on Friday, we're going to be talking about Julian Assange, whistleblowers, things like that. That should be fun. So come check us out, 6 p.m. Eastern, the twitch.tv/Death of Certainty.
Next, Eucharist, right? Who I can safely endorse, right? Because it look fucking ridiculous. Eucharist. Yeah, the other person here with level head, right? Always. No, despite my provocations, right? Eucharist it comes at this with a clear eye, and it's always much appreciated. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, it's good to be here. The only like substantive thing I have to say at the end is that I think we're talking about two things that part of the concerns that we have to do with the fact that they're like literal internet memes, right? And there's people getting kind of swept up in the crowd. So what Scott said at the end is like, yeah, you're getting fed this by the algorithm. I don't think the algorithm would be feeding it to us if there wasn't a strong contingent of people who are accepting it kind of wholeheartedly and who are rigorously campaigning as like, full on Johnny Depp stands on the internet. So and same thing with diving into cryptos and NFTs. Like, yeah, we can just call them stupid people, but these people are making like life altering decisions on the basis of things that they feel like they can trust, and obviously they can't. And that it's concerning, even if we don't want the government getting their dirty paws into it. But yeah, I'm here sometimes on Prime's thing. I don't really stream anymore. I don't know if I ever will again, but I like coming on and talking about these things and hanging out with you guys when I can. So
thank you so much. Right. Stardust, who is blowing up on Twitch. Stardust, thank you for coming through, even though this was your day off, even though you asked me to invite you all the time, and then now you get mad at me. So Stardust.
Why don't you invite me on any other days, Prime? It's only on
first
Mondays.
of all, you specifically asked me to invite you to the Reverie, right? You specifically asked me to do
Did
that.
I?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough.
And then Saturday is the only other day where I could do that with you, and you do your own thing.
I'm sorry. Okay, you know what? Fair enough. Look, I was gonna take today off, but I decided I wanted to yell about stuff. So yeah, I didn't take today off. I joined this panel just for Prime, and thank you, Prime, for inviting me once again. Please don't stop inviting me. Even if I give you a hard time. I just want you guys to know I do think that domestic violence is something that men experience as well, and I think it's something that men underreport. But I do think that also the studies do show that in general, men and women both underreport domestic violence. And in general, intimate partner violence does disproportionately affect women. This is like, these are just facts of the matter. Does that mean that it's less that men suffering from intimate partner violence are any less valid? No, absolutely not. But I think we do need to acknowledge that this is very much a gendered issue, and the very fact that so many women end up dead as a result of the intimate partner violence that they experience should be speaking volumes to how much this disproportionately affects women. Also, the fact that women experience 3 different types of intimate partner violence while men experience one generally should speak as well. So at the end of the day, like, I just want people to be a little bit more empathetic towards this case. I don't really buy what other people are saying on this panel, that it hasn't been incredibly skewed. Last time I saw vitriol this intense for a woman in the public eye, it gave me, like, made me think about, like, Monica Lewinsky, and Anita Hill, so and although it's not the same case, like, these are still things that really really bother me. I don't like people getting burned at the stake, man or woman. Anyways, thank you for letting me on your panel. I'm Stardust. You can find me at twitch.tv/Stardust or YouTube/C/Stardust streams. And I'm getting canceled like 30 different ways right now. So come check me out. Tweets from Star on Twitter as well. Thanks.
You don't have to add the C, right? It works either way.
Oh, it does?
Yeah,
Oh, okay,
try
I
it.
didn't know that.
It works either way. Yeah, but it's very confusing. No. I think that's like the way YouTube used to organize its channels, and then kind of just stuck around. But you don't need to see. Okay. Next, let's go to our Dark Lord and Savior, Doobie. Doobie, I hope you stick around because so then I can actually tackle your BS head on. That'd be nice. I couldn't do it before. But Doobie, seriously, thank you for coming through and always participating.
Yeah, I'll be on the. I was actually just saying in chat. I was really like shocked that there are so many quote unquote men in chat complaining about women hating them. Yeah, I knew that Twitch is full of man children, but holy fucking shit, you guys were embarrassing. Everybody on the panel is great, especially Stardust and Scott and Eucharist and Spraticus and Dwick and Corey and Prime. Yeah, you can find me on Discord, discord.gg/politics. I'm not a Twitch person, but yeah, if you want to yell at me, I'll be there.
Okay. All right.
Oh, and I will be on the open panel.
Jeez, I'm very excited. All
You
right.
know what, Doobie, I'm glad that there's somebody who's more controversial than I am here, so I guess thanks for that. So.
Controversial anywhere like offline. I think everywhere in the real world, what I said is totally accepted and like fine.
Oh boy. Oh god
You live
damn
in a
it.
bad world.
So everyone, yes, we will continue on. The content does not end. We always have more content for you. So we're going to continue on. We're going to have open walk-on panel. Anyone here is welcome to join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion for my community. I know they appreciate it just as much as I do. Have a great one. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Much
Appreciate it.
Yeah, bye, y'all.
Okay. All right. Here we go. 1 second. Preparing my body. Okay. So switching over. Hey, look at us. We're back. Yeah. Guys, I really hope you enjoyed that. That was a lot of fun. That was a whole lot of fun. And well, I guess what a Twitch debate bro considers fun is different from like the general public. I'm not sure the general public would consider that fun. But it's what I'm used to. All right, look. But I know I this is what I've turned into because I'm here for you, guys, gals, non-binary pals. I'm always here for you. I'm always here, trying to provide you content, making you happy, right? So help out the channel, help out the community by subbing to the channel. Sub to this channel. Help us out. Sub to this community. Only $5 on Twitch, right? $5 to do so. Sub to the channel. Support what we're trying to do. Support what we're trying to build. It's a huge help. True, huge help when you do. So support this community. Support all the things that we're doing. Support the Revelry, which we just had. Thank you for the 100 bits, Stephanie Sat. Oh, let me turn on the notifications thing. Let's see. Let's try it. Or maybe I did it this way. Hold on. How did I? Oh, thank you for the other 100 bits intro. Sorry, it's not popping up right now. Let me do the thing. Let me do the. Fuck. Where did? There it is. Stream notes. There we go. Okay, now we can. Let's replay those two for you. Aha! Right there. And then intro. Thank you as well for the 100 bits. If we get one more individual person, to help out, right? We can start ourselves a hype train here on Twitch, right? And if you're YouTube, super chat helps. Super chats help. So if you like the content, like what we're trying to build, right? Then support this channel by super chat. Super thanks if you watch the VOD on YouTube. Be so kind, help us out. Support this community with super chats to become a member, right? Hit that join button. When you're watching the VOD, hit that join button or super thanks. All those things help. Thank you, Desperado Sensei, for being so kind, helping us out, gifting a sub to One Crawl Arm. But thank you. And Naritas for gifting 400 bits as well. Thank you, Naritas, for the help. Because of that, because of the kindness of those individual people, we are at a level 1 hype train here on Twitch. Level 1 hype train, 20% done, 80% left. Can we get to a level 2 hype train? Is it a possibility? Help us out. Now's the time. Sub to this community. Give bits or give subs if you're wondering how to help out, right? If you got a resub, if you're already subscribed to the channel, you got a resub, use that resub. It goes a lot, does a lot, helps a lot. Use that resub on this community, and it moves the meter there across. Or of course, what's the other thing? If you fuck, I'm blanking. Oh, Amazon Prime is Prime Gaming. Yes, if you have an Amazon Prime is Prime Gaming, you can get one free sub per month. Use that one free sub here on this community. You get our emotes, you get ad-free viewing, right? Also, if you're a member on YouTube, you get our emotes as well. You get ad-free viewing, and you'll be supporting this community. You'll be keeping us up and running. Thank you. Oh, hey, we got someone helping us out. Thank you, Gas Station Macbeth. Awesome. For resubbing for 4 months. Hey, we love our resubbers. Our resubbers. Give us that base. We appreciate every single resubber out there. Shout out to you, Gas Station. Thank you. It's a fun name. Okay, level 1 hype train. Level 1 hype train. 37% done. Of 63% left. Can we make it to a level 2 hype train? We're inching there. Right? 2.5 minutes left on the clock. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Support this community. Know that when you gift subs, it's a huge help, because sometimes those people who receive those subs decide, you know what, I'm gonna continue on. With that, right? Like, this has been such a benefit to me. I'll continue on with it, or they'll pay it forward to someone else. So consider doing that. Consider helping out the channel that way. Subs to the channel, gift bits or gift subs to keep us up and running. Support what we're trying to do. What we're always doing, right? If you like how this content keeps coming your way, no matter what, that's only possible for the people, with the people who support, right? So use your Amazon Prime /Prime Gaming on this community to help us out, right? And we have less than 90 seconds left on the clock. Less than 90 seconds. It's free to you when you use your Amazon Prime Gaming, but use it here just by hitting that subscribe button. Us out that way, or of course, just $5 sub if you are still inclined. You can multi-month subscriptions. Help us out so much, right? And you'll be saving money yourself. So 3 months or 6 months, you save a bunch. And and we'll also get the exact same amount. We have less than a minute left. Less than a minute left. Can we make it to a level level 5? Oh, hey, thank you, Thomas the Promise for 500 bits. Much appreciate, Thomas the Promise. And then thank you, Desperado Sensei, for gifting 3 hot tier 1 gift subs to the channel. Desperado Sensei has been a real one. Hey, thank you for gifting to Gina Ragnos. Thank you to gifting it to Dadle Dan and Dizzy Death. Okay, great. Thank you for helping out Desperado Sensei. Been a real one. Thank you. Oh, that's right. I'll show you the thing. I'll show you the stuff. All right, after this, I'm gonna show you something. Yeah, thank you for reminding me, Desperado. Desperado, stick around. So I'm gonna show off the thing. Okay, all right. I'm gonna show off the thing. But anyway, we have because of their kindness, we have 15% of level 2 hype train here on Twitch. Level 2 hype train, 50% done, 85% left. Can we get to a level 3 hype train? But we have 4 minutes, less than 4 minutes left on the clock. Can we make it? Any more heroes out there in chat? Any more heroes out there who can help move that along, help support this community? We have any super chatters? We have any the other thing, people who give super thanks out there. If you're watching the VOD on YouTube, hit the like button or becoming a YouTube member. All that stuff helps out a ton and makes it possible that I can provide you this content all the time. If you like the Rugby Roundtable, which we do on Mondays, right? We gather people around. We have crazy conversations, topical conversations, right? About what's happening in the news. Then sub to the channel or become a YouTube member, right? If you enjoy the All Black Everything, which you have on Thursdays, right? Where we get black people on and we talk about crazy, like God, we have the craziest conversations. If you enjoy that, well then sub to the channel or become a YouTube member, or it's a super chat and all that good stuff, right? If you like the small council, which is usually smaller than everything we do, but sometimes I can't help myself and I keep inviting people and it gets bigger. But if you like the small council, where we usually can dig into one topic deeper than like all the other nights, then support this community. If you like the open panels, right, where we give you a space to come on and yell about these things, right, to be upset, to let people know, right, that what you think. And you don't have to be a streamer or anything like that, right? You don't have to be a streamer. Just be any person here in the community who wants to be a part, wants to join in. If you like that, we give you that, and we give you that all the time. Then yeah, support this channel, support this community, support what we're trying to build out here. We have less than 2 minutes left on this level 2 hype train. Anyone and if anyone wants to support us in with a super chats help out as well. But yeah, let's see if we can get this hype train up to level 3. Any more heroes who can help us out, sub to the channel. Remember, of course, you get ad free viewing. You get access to our emotes, and you get to know that you're keeping this channel up and running. That this channel will be around in the future because you're out there supporting. So sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. You guys even talking about in chat? I'm just like so fucking confused. And I Desperado Sensei, like GSU with the hot. Oh yeah, you're talking about All Black Everything. Yeah, GSU is the one who usually has hot takes. We have less than a minute left. Do we have any more heroes who can help save the hype train, keep it up and running? Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs, resubs up as well. Or consider upgrading your sub. Thank you, Thomas the Promise. Oh man, Thomas the Promise gifting 551 gifts to the channel. Thank you, Thomas the Promise. Thomas, another real one. 27 subs total. Thank you, Thomas the Promise. Hey, shout out to you. We have less than 30 seconds left on the clock. Less than 30 seconds left. 78% of level 2 hype train done. Can we get to level 3 hype train? We're almost there. What was that? 22% left. Can we make it? If we have heroes like Thomas the Promise, we might just be able to do so. Help us out. Thomas gifting us up to Melissa Twells, lands owner, something. and Castrand and L Monstradus. Thank you, Desperado Sensei. Again, you're so cool, right? Gifting another 2 subs. Oh, you do too much. You do too much. But you're a huge help. Thank you, 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 for supporting this community. For continuously trying to help out this channel. Both of you, Thomas Promise and Desperado Sensei. Because of that, we are a level 3 hype train. 4.5 minutes. 4.5 minutes left on the clock. 2% down. 98% left. Let me make it to a level 4 hype train. Thank you for the ones who out there helping us out, saving the hype train, right? Support this community any way that you can, by super chats, by subbing to the channel here on Twitch, or anything else, that they're becoming a YouTube member. All that good stuff helps us out. Thomas the Dank Engine. Oh, yo, is that a general meme of the Thomas the Dank Engine? Because I know there's like that beat on YouTube, and it has with the Biggie Smalls song that, like, they put it on the Thomas the Tank Engine theme song, right? Which is great. It's amazing, guys. If you haven't seen this, I think you just search for Thomas the Dank Engine, right? DANK, and just search for that in YouTube, and it's a it's a video. It has the Thomas the Tank Engine song. That's Biggie Smalls' a song from him on top of it. But then there's another one, right, that like goes to a bunch of hip hop songs, and it turns out that theme song, it just has like the exact notes per second that just like works out perfectly for hip hop. I'm not sure if you guys have ever seen this. Maybe I might have showed this on stream maybe one time, like a long time ago. But like it has like the perfect number of beats for hip hop. So a lot of hip hop songs, if you overlay it with the Thomas the Tank Engine theme song, it just works perfectly. It works perfectly, right? And it's like hype. It's real hype. It's like an improvement for some of those songs. So I don't know. It's I don't know if that's like I don't know if that's like a general meme or something, but I don't know. Steffi said, thank you for your pocket change, much appreciated. Yeah, but we're at 2% of a level 3 hype train. 2%. 98% left. Can we get to a level 4 hype train? Do we have any more heroes in chat? Right, large, medium, or small? You can get us a level 4 hype train. Help support the channel. Help support this community. Help keep us up and running. So it's 4 over 4 time typical. Is that what it is, Naritas? I don't know. I forget. Someone in that the video that I'm talking about in their chat talked about like exactly why it works, and it's the number of beats per minute, and it's perfect. Daphne Sad, thank you for more of your pocket change. Very much appreciated. But yeah, we have less than 90 seconds left. Can we make it to a level 4 hype train? Sub to the channel, give bits, give subs, super chat, anything like that. If you like the content that we're providing you, right? Help out this community, keep us up and running. Thank you, Tones Girl. Tones Girl been a real one. Tones Girl gifted a few subs previously, before the hype train. 300 bits from Tones Girl. Tones Girl continuously coming back to supporting this community, right? Shout out to Tones Girl. I really appreciate, like, small, medium, or large. You're the people who are helping us out. And you, Griff, for 100 bits. All right, small, medium, and large. You guys are one of the people who are helping us out. Because of that, we're at 10% of a level 3 hype train. 90% left. Can we make it to a level 4 hype train? There's a possibility. Steffi Sat wants more pocket change. She's convinced that'll do it. Maybe if just a truckload more pocket change, then we might be able to do it. We'll see. But still a bunch of previous and Naritas, also a pocket change. We have less than 30 seconds on the clock. 90% left. Will we make it? Do we have any more heroes, right? Who have a little bit more, and tiny bit more than pocket change. Who can move along the hype train, substitute channel, gift bits, or gift subs, super chats, or anything that you do does help out this community, keeps us up and running. Thank you, Tonesco, for another 200 bits, a little bit more than pocket change, right? Anyway, gets us to 14%. Thank you for the people who did support this channel, right? You the guys are keeping it up and running. To read us with a sub, thank you. To Cottontail, hey, thank you so much. Much appreciated for the support to this community. We're gonna thank our top 5 characters because we got these are the people who are keeping us alive, right? Keeping this channel, this community here. Couldn't do it without them, and only them, right? These are the people who are helping out. So I gotta take a moment to let them know how important they are, right? And I'm just stalling for time until my fucking thing comes back on my screen so I can actually do this thing. There we go. Okay. At the top, number 1, Desperado Sensei with 42 subs. Thank you, Desperado Sensei. Continuous huge help this community, right? Boji with 26 subs. Thank you, Boji. NJ Palms with 21 subs. Z Somewhere with 13 subs. Dan, you saw the one I'm talking about? Yeah, that was really good. It was really good. Okay, so before we start the block on panel, which we will in a second, I wanted to show you something, right? So something I tell you guys all the time is that like we have a mailing address, xwitchable mail in chat, right? Where you can send us stuff, right? And we got something from our friend Desperado Sensei. It's a box. Box, right? There we go, right? And Desperado Sensei lives in Japan and decided to send us a bunch of like Japanese snacks. So this is a thing. What is this? Like mixed chips? Hold on. It's Kuma Koke. No, sorry, no, it's not Kuma. It's Ba. Okay, Ba Koke. Ba Koke. Yeah. I don't know what that means. But I can read the words. But I don't read the letter. Read the lettering, but like I don't know what that actually means. But we got that. The Bako, okay. And like a bunch of different flavors here. So that sounds exciting, right? We'll go through that. Is it senbai? With different flavors? Okay, because it doesn't say senbai on this. At least I don't see it. If it does, then I don't know. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. We got this thing, which is also a thing. I don't know. But it's a thing that I was sent, so that's something we'll try. I don't know what the fuck these things are. Hopefully Desperado Sensei is helping us out in chat. This looks spicy. This looks spicy. I'm assuming by the coloring. I don't know what this is either. I don't know if I can clip. But what I'll if it's spicy, I'll fucking give it to someone else because I hate spicy food. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll check it out. What else we got? Oh, choco pie! Hooray! Everyone here knows how much. Oh, that's salted senbai. Okay, thank you. Everyone knows here how much I love chocolate. Okay. So, and we have Chipstar. This looks like Pringles. This is Pringles. This is Pringles. Chipstar. This is. Can you see that, chat? Not sure how well you can see that. Right? This is like, look at the packaging. It's fucking Pringles. This is okay. Knockoff version of Pringles. I love Pringles, so we'll check it out. All right. What else we got? This is I don't know what the fuck this is. I don't know. It's a woman with a puffy looking snack. I have no idea. Oh, was it seaweed flavored Pringles? Oh, fuck's sakes. Oh god. Oh. All right, I'll give it a try. I will. I swear I will. All right. I don't know what this thing, the strinky thing is. What's it? Surume. No. I think I'm reading this wrong. No. Anyway. I have no idea what it is. But yeah. Check it out. That's a thing. I don't know what these fucking things are. I'm sorry, people. Also, is this more chocolate? This might be chocolate. I can't tell. I don't know what this is, but there's a thing. He gave a lot. Thank you so much. Seriously, I'm gonna check out this stuff. This is also more. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what this is. It's it said that's surame. It's pressed and flavored squid. Oh, pressed and flavored squid, everyone. From the last one. All right, that's great. I don't know what this is, but this looks cool. Man, don't eat food you don't buy yourself. Okay. And this is also some sort of cookies, like a sandwich cookie type thing. I like sandwich cookies. I'm actually a big fan, so I'm gonna check this one out. I'm definitely gonna check this one out. All right. What else? What else we got here? What else we got? Oshi something. I don't know. I mean Hashi. It might be Hashi. Actually. Fuck. It's been a while. I can't remember. I can't read Japanese as well as I used to. I could barely read before. Anyway, so I'll take a look at that. Oh, I guess it's like a tea thing. I mean, it's like a powder, like a green tea thing. So all right, all right, cool. I've never had green tea. Oh, and this is more green tea. All right, we're finally reaching the end here. This is like animal crackers. Yes. All right, animal crackers. We'll hit that up. Sure. All right, animal crackers. This probably is like literally the most appealing thing. That's me right there. And two more things. We have another type of sandwich cookie. I don't know what this is, but I'm not gonna try to attempt to read the katakana and embarrass myself. My sensei would be really mad at me. Okay, all right, any which way. But yeah, looks like really pretty delicious stuff, so I'm gonna check that out. And finally, the last thing is this like a ramen type thing? Nope, it's not ramen. But it's chizu. Something chizu. Jakariko. Jakariko chizu? I don't know. Alright. Well, there's the thing. All these things I'm gonna be checking out. Thank you. Shout out to my man Desperado Sensei being so kind, helping us out. For supporting the channel like they usually do. Really kind. Thank you for that. And then also actually using our mailing address. We got a mailing address. It took me a while to get the stuff, but it's fine. But we have a mailing address. You can use the mailing address. You can send the stuff, right? So expert mail and chat if you want. And hooray, we did it. All right, like massive box of snacks. All right, hooray. I don't have to worry about showing my address because I have my business address on here. But thank you guys. Thank you, Desperado Sensei, for being a real one, helping us out. Okay. We'll get to that eventually. But shout out Jakariko potato sticks. Okay, potato sticks. That's what those are. All right, hooray! All right, guys. Exclamation point. Donate in chat. You guys can also help out with we got a PayPal button in the description, right? In the about section there, you can hit us up with a PayPal button. More of your money gets us if you helps out through PayPal. And yeah, exclamation point open in chat lets you know. This is an open walk-on panel, and also members like you, yes, you're staying home and participate. Join us for server and go into the robot waiting room so you can let in this link for your convenience. We'd love to have you. So yeah, come on in. Let's have a conversation. Let's talk about anything you want. Do we have a mod? Of course, I don't think so. Let's see if we can find a mod. But thank you to those around, but I don't think we have any mods around. If we do have any mods, jump into like the waiting room and assist if you could. That'd be huge. But okay. Let's see if we can find a mod who can assist the channel. We got one. We got a mod who is so kind. Hooray! Anyway, try. That's me over there. Hello. Hi, Abolition. Hey.
Hey, Brian. How's it going?
Fine. Thanks for being here. Oh, we have Dr. K, who we haven't had in a very long time. Thank you, Dr. K, for being here.
Hi.
Hey, abolition is actually looking really good. Actually, this is a really we can actually see your fucking face.
Yeah, I cut my own hair.
Yeah, abolition like figured out camera angles, and that like it
Yeah,
might
it
help.
was a slow progression. If the first time I was on your panel, right, it was my desk was on top of my girlfriend's desk, essentially.
Thank you a little bits for paying for the gift sub that you got from Boshi and gifting it to the Purple Project. Awfully cool of you, 6 subs total. Thank you for supporting this community, supporting this channel, supporting us any way that you can. All right, let's switch over and put their little faces on screen. And DB, I'm sure will get his froggy face up any second now. All right, thanks all for stopping by. We have been talking about both NFTs last time and also Amber Heard. Those are separate topics. Maybe they won't be one day because everyone's joining on the NFT bandwagon, and it's really a real fucking shame. But if you think Amber Heard's a grifter, then you'll it'll help with engagement. I'll take it. You think that you'll probably get around to it. Anyway, which way? Thank you all for being here. So first we'll give Abolition and Dr. K some space if they wanted to add to the previous conversation. If not, I'm gonna yell at Doobie about stuff. So one or the other, we'll have some content.
So for Amber Heard's case, right? So the defamation case is essentially Johnny Depp is like just saying that the things in the articles that Heard had published were defamatory, that they were just incorrect, and the things that she said had happened seem to have actually happened. So I think Johnny Depp has won the optics game because we have all these videos on YouTube where it's like saying like Amber Heard continues to abuse Johnny Depp, and then you watch the video and it's like super mundane, right? I think there's this whole bandwagon of men venting their frustration on women about like men, I don't know, being like a second-class citizen or something within their point of view or their world, like reality, right? And they're just taking this I don't know, it's like right in front of everybody's faces. But ultimately, like Johnny Depp doesn't win this case, is I guess my ultimate point. Not within the vacuum of just sitting in the courtroom. Like you're not gonna have all these like extra like social media bandwagons and all these things like shoved down your face the same way that you are when you're watching like from outside the courtroom. Oh, and for NFTs is like people that I wanted to touch on that too. Like people will waste money however they want to, and there's tons of conversations going on in the art world, and a lot of the art world's history has been, well, the general population is too stupid to like essentially participate within high art. And then you have this medium that like an NFT where it is actually accessible finally for at least some people of like modest wealth to actually attain fine art. I think for the most part it's been executed as a scam. But those are my two things. But you know, I don't think the Dr. K probably disagrees with most of that.
Dr. K, please.
Actually, you may be surprised.
Okay.
As for the Jonathan Depp and Ambereth Heard thing, whenever there's a large, very public court case, I sort of do my best not to get involved in that, especially if it's celebrity bullshit. Not saying, you know, what happened between them, because I genuinely have been aggressively keeping it out of my mind. So I'm not saying whatever happened in that case is bullshit in and of itself. But to me, it is, you know, a lot of gossip, a lot of getting fluffed up over a lot of stuff that has really no relevancy and never will have any relevancy to my day-to-day life. And so I stay the fuck out of it if I can. But moreover, on the NFT thing, I think that's a little bit more in my wheelhouse and also a little bit more interesting, right? Is like one, you know, I think that it's great that the public can get in what was once jailed off to the rich, and that is money laundering through art. I think that that it's great now that we can all have an equal chance to participate in that. No, honestly, the cryptocurrency crashing thing is incredibly funny to me, and I kind of wish it happened sooner. But sometimes you gotta have a delayed reward if you really want to savor the bite of like a nice steak or something like that. So I'm doing absolutely wonderfully right now. Honestly, I'm on cloud nine. Never been better. But I'm just here because Abolition was here and he's my friend. I was shooting the shit with him before.
Oh yeah, we were talking about the political stages of Somalia before.
They don't want that. They want the Amber Heard celebrity bullshit.
Okay, DB, you said some shit last time in the last panel, and I was going to address it. And we'll see where we go from there. Maybe we'll do the NFTs. Maybe we'll continue on the Ever Heard or whatever, right? But so you look at any man who fails to who complains about getting hit from a woman as a beta. Is that your base of the argument?
No. I think that there are extremely rare cases where a woman can physically assault a man that rise to the level of abuse, like actual abuse. I think they're extremely rare. Like it's very unlikely. And I think that what we were talking about on the panel, right? Because I kept asking like, hey, what is IPV? What is intimate partner violence? What's the threshold, right? And someone said, oh well, it's unwanted physical contact. I think that's total bullshit, right? If we're gonna say that every time your girlfriend gets pissed off at you and smacks you, or punched you in the arm, or whatever, this is like domestic abuse, that's fucking crazy, right? And I think that's indicative of a world in which, related to the Me Too movement, men are feeling so threatened by women pushing their way into the public and being honest about their experiences and talking about violence that they get from men, and talking about with the Me Too movement being taken advantage of by predatory, powerful, influential men in Hollywood. They feel so threatened by this movement that they are looking to victimize themselves, right? In situations where realistically, it's extremely unlikely they felt any pain. It's extremely unlikely they felt actually threatened or in danger when their girlfriend was smacking them, right? And I feel like it's disgusting. It's indicative not only of men being babies, really, acting like children, but I think that it's misogynistic, and I think that we need to start to get back to the place where we can talk honestly about the physical realities between men and women, right? And hey, if again, I said this on the panel, if my girlfriend were to seriously punch me, I might laugh and say ow, right? If I were to do the same to her, I might kill her, right? And this is people downplaying this and minimizing this. I think it contributes to men feeling like, hell, if a woman hits me on the street, I'm gonna punch her. Well, equal rights and lefts, yada yada. It's total fucking bullshit. You have an extra responsibility as a man not to be violent with women. It doesn't matter if she hits you. It doesn't matter if you're upset.
Okay, so I disagree with this. Is that Amber Heard? Is that who is in the background, or
the goddess I am on right now is Amber Heard? Yes.
I actually didn't know.
You ever seen you ever heard of The Secret? You make your own reality by putting the thoughts out there into the universe. This is the reality I want. Okay, I love my girlfriend. She's wonderful. But as soon as Johnny's done with Amber, as soon as Amber's done with Johnny, I want to slide into those DMs. Amber Heard is hot as fuck. She's literally amazing. I'd let her shit on my bed any day of the week.
Not a chance, Doobie. Not a chance.
She is absolutely really. She's truly gorgeous. For the Aquaman thing, I'm not sure if I had seen her before Aquaman. Maybe I did, right? But wow,
she's even better looking than Aquaman. Yeah, it's what do you
fucking showstopper. But I don't want to fucking be abused. But okay, so all right, lots of problems with what you said. I think that we have a lot of Well, first of all, I'll say what I agree with. I agree that men have extra responsibility, right? We tend to be stronger than our female counterparts, and our aggression can have usually more disastrous effects than their aggression. So I agree with you there. That just as simply as the case as a man, that you should probably take extra precautions to hold yourself back. That being said, what I don't agree with is that a man can't defend themselves. That if a woman is attacking him, a woman could kill a man. A 5'2", 90-pound woman, right, can murder a 6'4", 230-pound man, right? Like, it's absolutely the case. It's absolutely happened in the past.
Don't forget about Jodi Arias.
Wait, hold on, Prem. So to be clear, so I'm not saying that it's impossible for like a woman to like use a knife or something, right? But
Okay.
so if a woman were to punch you, like she was upset with you for some reison, and she punched you, would you feel justified in punching
let
her
Prime
with
finish.
the
Come
equal
on
level of
now.
effort?
I would not respond if she pushed me once, right? I would not respond that way. I'd say stop. I'll make it very clear that she needs to stop hitting me, and I would, if she doesn't, I'll remove myself from the situation, right? Like, it's, was it the duty to retreat, right? I would do that.
Right.
I would duty to retreat if this person is coming at me with either deadly intent or intent to do serious bodily harm. Yes, I'm punching her right the fuck back, right? Then I'm breaking her nose, right, before she kills me. Yeah. Is that not fair?
Okay. So yeah, if it's at the level where she's like trying to kill you or something, then yeah, okay. But that's not what I'm talking about, right? I acknowledge that sometimes that can happen, but what was being said on the panel was any unwanted physical contact was intimate partner violence and therefore domestic abuse, and men are victims of this because any unwanted physical contact is abuse. I think it's total bullshit. I think that we're massively downplaying the realities, right? When Scott read off that number, right, said, "Hey, it's symmetrical if we leave out context and consequence." Like, I think that tells you everything you need to know, right? I think that yeah, if you can be upset as a man if your girlfriend whatever smacks you or punches you or whatever, but it's not going to hurt. I wouldn't say it's to the level of like domestic violence or whatever. And I think that the reason women feel more free, more safe behaving this way is like. Have any of you guys ever owned a small dog? Like, small dogs tend to be pretty like aggressive, right? Very bitey, very like growly, and a lot of the reason that's the case isn't because the dog's just like naturally more aggressive. It's because the owners don't take their violence as seriously as it would a large dog, right? So it's kind of like passed along, it's laughed at, they think it's cute, this sort of thing. So these dogs feel safe and comfortable being this way because they know they can't actually do any damage, right? Even if they're trying to, the owners know they can't actually do any damage. And I would say that with women, it's kind of the same thing, right? So women know that they can't actually like damage a man unless they went out and got a knife or something. It's extremely difficult for them to do this, so they feel comfortable smacking or punching or whatever that their boyfriend.
What if she's
Newbie, is a man's skin tougher than a woman's?
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if it is, but yeah, I have no idea. I feel like
so
women bruise much more easily than men.
This idea that a woman can't damage a man. I mean, if we're talking about some like brutal, can she punch a man 10 times and break his bones? But the idea that a woman can't a punch from a woman can't give someone a black eye, or like kids can punch each other and give each other black eyes. So
yeah,
I don't understand this notion that a woman can't.
A man's skin is 25% thicker than a woman's.
This
yeah.
is okay.
What?
I'm interested in reading whatever the fuck that means, right? Like generally, but if we take this scenario to be put forward where a smaller woman and a substantially large enough man, where no matter how hard she hit him, like it doesn't really hurt him.
Well, that doesn't make any sense.
That's what I'm saying.
Being bigger doesn't mean a punch doesn't hurt you.
Well, no, that's not okay.
It's not going to hurt to the same extent, though.
It's in this specific scenario, right? But like sometimes people just date within their weight class, right? If we're pairing people up in like fighting terms,
but a man and a woman
is people that are just
equal
like
weight class. But a man and a woman equal weight class, still physically there can be massive differences. like just generally throughout the population. The vast
Yeah, it
majority.
depends. I mean, that depends on the woman. That depends on the.
No, but again,
Yeah,
if
I
you're
mean,
talking about like
it's
a
a
meme at this point, but like, I'm gonna just straight out say, like, this is one of those things where you can say, you need to examine it on a case by case basis, and then we can move on with our lives.
Yeah, like I don't think this is a scenario where we can paint gendered monoliths, because it kind of attracts the conversation just into the way that you are taking it, Doobie, but in reality it's like a much wider spectrum.
I mean, but if we're
Any of
talking
you
about
been
like
actually following the trial?
Absolutely
Show of
not. I
hands,
would be
show
dead
of
before I
hands, out of-
followed that.
Like
Depends. I haven't followed like every single thing, but I've read articles now and then about what's going on.
No, that
Listen to
doesn't-
the
that
audio.
doesn't
Yeah,
count.
I'm not
I listen
obsessed
to
with
the
watching
clips.
like every day. Yeah, no. But I've seen the evidence presented by both sides. I've listened to the recordings. I've read articles about what's being presented. I'm not going to sit there for 3-4 hours a day and watch a fucking trial.
yeah.
Okay, well, you've reviewed enough information. I just wish that you weren't so misogynistic about your take.
I'm not misogynistic.
I mean,
Yeah,
Doobie,
you're
the only
totally
thing,
misogynistic. Anyways,
problem-
You can definitely come
Is
off
anybody-
that way, mate.
nobody has even mentioned the fact that he was literally caught on audio threatening to cut himself and cut her.
Yeah, he's a fucking crazy person.
And then there was absolutely no medical records when he got his finger fixed. There was glass in his fingers. So if this bottle supposedly broke on impact on his hand, and why didn't they have to pull out shards from his finger? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
So, yeah, like what I said earlier, right? The case is only to prove that Amber Heard lied in the publication.
And being physically abusive.
Right. Yeah, and there's evidence of that. Johnny Depp loses the case.
There's ample evidence of injury, both that she has recorded with photographic evidence, as well as plenty of witnesses that are both related to her, not related to her, and not on her payroll.
I mean, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I think that's the contention, right? So people would say that, hey, because there's like some sort of the recording where she says, "Oh, I didn't punch you, I hit you. You weren't punched." Well, people say, "Oh, well, she's gaslighting him, and she's saying she hit him, but if her hitting him is enough to say that she's like abusive, and that's like intimate partner violence, and yada yada yada." Right. So, but I don't buy that whatsoever. I think that
I recall somebody saying something about it was the omission of her saying that she didn't slap him or some shit like that. But there was also many times where she had mentioned that he was physically violent or whatever, and he never said anything in response. So that in and of itself is also damning against him. So what are we supposed to believe? Only his injuries and not hers?
Okay, if you got a camera, turn it on. It's actually a big help. So
sorry,
keep
Brian. It's hot in the Philippines. I'm half naked, so.
Oh, t-shirt on. Come on.
But anyway, there is a specific situation in the court case where he's hiding in the bathroom from her to avoid conflict. She kicks the door or knees the door open, and then it accidentally hits him in the head, and he admitted that it was an accident, and then she punched him in the jaw. So that's domestic violence. I don't even give a shit, Dobie, if you care that it's a little bit of a hurt, a lot of bit of a hurt. It's a bullshit, bro, and it's a straight up domestic violence. It's on both parties. Both of them have literally committed domestic violence on each other, and both of them need counseling and help. So if you're trying to say, Dobie, that it's some bullshit, no, what come out of your mouth the whole time about this situation about domestic violence is some bullshit. You're trying to consider that a light punch or a heavy punch from a female, regardless, is no domestic violence at all. Like, just because you get your rocks off from your domestic partner that you receive, that you get the violence from her, doesn't mean it applies for everybody in the entire relationship. bro.
Yeah, I know that
Seriously.
there are a lot of guys
Like
out there who can't take
that's
a
some
little
off level
slap,
mental
a
need
little
help.
punch
You
from their
need some
girlfriend.
help, Dobie.
They freak the
You
fuck
really
out,
need some
start
help on this
crying, just like
situation
you,
for
of
real.
course.
Well, don't. The only problem I have with this, Doobie, is your picture of this like infantilizing women. That if my girlfriend's angry at me, she's just gonna punch me one time, and I'm gonna
No,
tell her to
not even
stop, and
that.
that's gonna be the end of it. Like it's either that or she's trying to kill me. Like she's either punching you one
No,
time or
that's
she's trying to kill you. There's a huge range in
that's
between
not what
that.
I'm saying.
Then what are you? Then what are you saying?
Hey, I'm not saying it's either, it's like painless or she's trying to kill me, right? I'm saying that it takes a lot more for a woman to be physically capable of approaching a life-threatening or dangerous level of violence toward a man.
I'm not, but that's what I'm saying.
So
I'm
please,
not
so
talking
please,
about life.
wait, one second. And I think that men, given the fact that they are typically much physically stronger, they have thicker skin, they can take more like physical, like blunt, yeah, look it up. Okay, men do have
But it
thicker
doesn't
skin than women,
matter though,
which helps
Dobie.
with
It matters the fact that
with
people are
absorbing hits.
hitting each
This is
other.
why
It's
when your
domestic
girlfriend hits
violence
you
in a
or a girl smacks
relationship.
you, it doesn't fucking hurt. Right? It's something that you laugh off, and it's like a funny thing because they don't have the
You
strength to hurt
say you
you.
weren't doing this, but you're doing this. You
Wait,
say
hold
you
on,
weren't
please.
doing this, but
But
you
what
are
I'm
doing
saying,
it.
what I'm saying is, like I said earlier, there are rare cases where a woman can be violent to the point where it rises to the level of physical abuse, domestic assault, whatever it is, right? I think it's extremely rare. I don't think anything that we've been told Amber Heard did rises to that level. And I don't think that, as people on the panel are saying, that any unwanted physical contact is intimate partner violence, and that any men who've been hit by their girlfriend when they didn't want it are abuse victims. I think that's total bullshit.
So I
Okay,
found
so
the.
Doobie, you took
Hold on.
all that time. Oh,
Oh,
go
sorry.
ahead.
But
No,
Amber,
sorry. I was gonna say I found
If you
the.
have something to swing.
Yeah, I got this on the swing. The idea that men have 25% thicker or 20% thicker skin is actually like not true.
That's
I
bullshit.
can show you. So that the types of sites that I were finding that were reiterating that were mostly like dermatologists, like
Oh, dermatologists was about
site
okay.
or whatever, blah blah blah, right? And so it was very specifically just being cycled by like non
So
medical
dermatologists, skin
like
doctors, we're saying that
yeah,
men
like
have
skin
thicker
doctor.
skin, so you
Well, no,
dismiss
skin
their okay.
like websites of dermatology, not even skin doctors, right? Like
Okay,
websites
what's
of
dermatology?
dermatology. Yeah, so like the article that I found in the National Library of Medicine essentially says that there is no significant difference between the thickness of the skin.
Thank
Like I
What are you
said,
goodness for
talking about?
science.
Where is that from? Because
uh,
He stated
everything that
where
I've
it's
seen.
from.
Hold on,
You were
yeah,
everything that
asking.
can you
for the
post it? 'Cause
international,
everything
yeah,
I've seen
the
from
International Journal
dermatologists, from
of
medical organizations, right, has said hey, men, due to their testosterone, do have thicker skin than women. It's about 20 to
this
25% thicker.
um
You said it was from the
knowledge
medical book of medicine.
from
Wait,
the
where is it from?
it's from the International Journal of Women's Dermatology. The skin is
Oh,
important for
there you go.
perception. Differences between the skin and a male patients helps dermatologists develop a proper approach not only to management methods. Okay, hold on. Let me just send it to you, and then you can come through on your own.
Okay, that's fine.
Or I'm gonna post it in VC chat. Sorry.
Yeah, so Doobie, what I was saying, I think you said all that, but you still ended up at the same point. Is that you're saying a man who his woman punches him one time and he can't take it, they can't laugh it off, but you act like there aren't women who actually like want to fight men. That doesn't mean they're trying to kill them, but a woman can get so angry to the point where no, she's not just going to punch you one time and stop. Now, it doesn't mean she grabbed a knife and tried to kill you. It means she's angry with you and she wants to actually fight you and try to hurt you. So, what do you do in that scenario?
So really quickly, so if you look at table 4 on that thing you sent me, it's
Table
right there.
4?
It's the first thing like right at the top.
Okay, so one of the things that it's talking about in the study though is that it's like gathering data sets from other studies and then weeding out the duplicates, right? So I am looking at table 4 right now, but
Yeah, and the first
this
thing it
is
says there.
yeah, so this isn't the journal. I don't think this is the journal saying this. This is
Where in
the
this journal does it contradict that claim? That male skin on average is about 10-20% thicker than women's.
it's like the the data table that you're looking at comes from a total of 1,070 titles. After removing duplications of non-English papers, the number was reduced to 632.
Why are we arguing this? Why, first of all,
Well,
why are we arguing
because
this? Even if it's
I took the
literally if
bait.
it's 20% thicker, we're talking about on the scale of fucking microns. Like it makes no difference, right? In terms of the amount of hurt that you can a person do, a grown individual do. That's not going to stop them, right? It doesn't save men. Let's say let's grant you 20% thicker. Like it doesn't actually matter. Like in terms of violence, that what violence can do to a human body.
Agree, 100%.
Okay, I think again the reason it matters is because what we're doing here is denying biological reality, right? That's the way that your argument makes sense. Is if we deny reality, and I think it's interesting that a lot of the people who say, "Hey, there's absolutely no difference in
Hey,
male
stop
and
talking about the biology. Talk about the whole case.
do we-
Talk about the
Well,
actual
the
trial.
biology is the reason. The biology is the reason it matters, right? That when men are pretending that when a girlfriend hits them, they're a victim to the level that the girlfriend is a victim if he were to hit her.
Wait, so Doobie, does this same? Well, I mean, I want you to answer the question about like a woman who's like not just punching you once and continuously wants to fight you, but would you also apply the same standard to a bigger guy, stronger guy, and a weaker guy comes and tries to fight him? He can obviously see that he's stronger than him, so his punches won't hurt. Is this the same?
Hold on, it depends, right? So if you this is why like typically adults wouldn't like punch children, right? So if a 15, 14-year-old comes up to me and tries to attack me, right? He's a dude, but because he's so much weaker than me, I'm not gonna punch him in the face.
Okay, well, don't make it a kid. Just make it a grown adult.
Oh, this is like the level that we're talking about.
No, I'm saying no. You're talking about a kid. I think the fact that you have to frame it that way.
Too.
Okay, no, but I'm saying if a grown adult
street.
who you can see that you're obviously bigger and stronger than you hits you, are you going to say it doesn't hurt and you should just walk
Wait, hold
it
on.
off?
I think you have that
or you should
reversed,
just
right?
hold
So
it
yeah,
down?
if a 90-pound man were to come to me and he had like noodle arms and he were to try to attack me, yeah, I wouldn't feel comfortable hitting this person the same way I would like a person like my similar size.
And his punches wouldn't hurt you
Frog,
because your skin
probably
is so
nobody
thick,
would be
right?
approachable
It hurt
for
me.
you.
It hurt me more than like a 90-pound woman doing it because even 90-pound man, 90-pound woman, there's still gonna be massive differences.
That doesn't matter.
But it's not gonna hurt me to the level where I'd feel like in danger for my life, right?
It's still violence.
I have to say this. There's a huge range between being in danger for your life and just someone punching you one time. I don't know why you keep going back to this.
But it's still violence, though, Doobie. Regardless if you
but
want to
not
think
all violence
that
in
if
relationships
it's a level,
is bad.
it
I
is
think
bad.
some violence in
It is very
relationships is
bad.
perfectly
It's
natural.
actually mentally bad. It's all around bad because first of all, then once you start creating a habit of you allowing your partner to continuously to hit you, it becomes a pattern. So when it comes a pattern, not only does that partner need mental help, but also you might need some mental help because now you're allowing it to happen as a habitual pattern.
So
again,
Doobie, this 90-pound guy, he punches you 6 times. You're going to let him continue to do it?
Again, it depends. So I could restrain him. I'd hold his arms, right? Wrap my arms around him to keep him from hitting me, which is totally fine to do if a woman's hitting you, right? If you don't want it.
And what if he tries to bite you at that point?
Bro.
Or knee you in the balls?
Again, you can restrain a person without. You can restrain a person, especially a person that's muscle. Can be like put this into context, right? If we're talking about like a 90-pound guy, this dude weighs like less than half of what I do. Right, I weigh like a bit over 200 pounds right now, and I'm 6'4". I'm a pretty well-built guy, right? So like the 90-pound dude coming at me and he's got like noodle arms. No, fuck no, I'm not gonna feel afraid of the suit. And if he attacks me, I'm just gonna restrain him. Why would I hurt him?
Okay, again, so then what if he tries to bite you while you're holding his arms? Like he tries to knee you in the balls?
I would move my arm away from his mouth so he can't bite me. Okay, I'd pin him down or something, put him on the floor so he can't hurt me, it can't attack me, and then I would calm him down, call the police. I wouldn't feel comfortable punching the dude with any force.
Why not?
It's because I think
Can we
as
please get
a
back
stronger
to- Can
person,
we please get back to
you have a
Amber Heard
responsibility.
and Johnny Depp because I'm so sick of freaking humoring Doobie because he had plenty of opportunity to say all this crap in the closed panel. Come on
I
now.
think as a physically strong person, you have the responsibility not to hurt somebody if you don't need to.
I mean, it's not whether you're like the stronger person, right? Because there's whole like there's whole like styles of martial arts that are dedicated on like teaching people how to fight people that are specifically larger and like tougher than them, right? So like the actual like raw power is like not the bit that should be determining whether or not you have the right to respond by just hitting somebody. If someone's being a dick and they've crossed enough lines, right? There is sometimes when you can just lose your shit and physically respond with violence. However, when it comes to being in a relationship, this is where that's not on the table at all. Like, this is somebody that you're supposed to be caring about, and then all of a sudden you're convincing yourself that you're able to just raise your hand against them, right? That should be, I think that's more emasculating than just simply summing it up that to just like, I'm stronger, so therefore it's not within my rights, as a man, to like just punch the shit out of people that frankly deserve it.
Again, I think there's some violence in relationships that's totally natural and some violence in relationships is totally natural, totally reasonable, especially across like different cultures. In some cultures, it's totally acceptable for the wife or the girlfriend to smack her boyfriend upside the head if he's acting like an idiot or he says something that upsets her. Right? But that boyfriend doesn't get to turn around and punch her, right? Even if she does it 3 times, even if she pinches him or something because she's annoyed, he doesn't get to turn around and punch her.
Here you go
right?
with this infantile. Oh, it's just so cute. It's just one little punch. This is what I'm talking about. Like the same obligation that you're saying that a man should have because he knows he's stronger. The woman should have this same knowledge that hey, this person's stronger than me, so I probably shouldn't hit them.
There's a reason I'm talking about this. It's because people on the panel were saying that any unwanted physical contact, right, was intimate partner violence, and because it was intimate partner violence, right, it justified the person on the receiving end being called a victim and all this sort of shit. Right, this is what they're using to dismiss Amber Heard's claims against Johnny Depp.
I understand that, but you're doing the opposite. You're saying unless they're trying to kill you, any type of violence, as a man, you can just shake it off. You're doing the opposite.
Yeah, wait, Dobby. For me, I'm not removing any abuse from either party because both of them have abuse.
Well, that's bullshit.
I was talking to Doobie.
Amber Heard is a victim. Yeah.
Both of them are.
There was an article. There's an article refuting that. There's an article refuting that the ex that allegedly was abused by Amber has come forward multiple times stating that she was not abused by Amber. It was a homophobic attack by some people that obviously wanted to freaking target her. So
yeah, again,
but
so you say, oh well, they're both abusers. That's bullshit. That's what I'm talking about.
They are.
Trying to minimize what happened
throughout
to
the
her.
entire case. If you
Paint
watch the
him
whole
as a
thing,
victim. He's not the
fucking
fucking victim, right? She's the victim here. Okay, this is
They're
all
both-
about people misogynistically trying to twist the
physically abuse
narrative,
each other, brother.
reframe it as, oh god, they're both abusive. It's just a toxic relationship. No, what
Dobby,
actually
they
happened
really did,
is
and
she
it was
abused,
toxic.
She was victimized.
I watched the whole
they
case.
did have a toxic relationship, but there was a power imbalance, and it was not freaking Amber that was in power at all, ever. Let's not forget that. Let's not forget that he never let her forget that.
Okay, well, Doobie, you said both of them were toxic at a certain point in the relationship, right?
100% me. I was.
If both of them were toxic at a certain point,
yeah, they can be like a toxic relationship, but she's still like the victim of the physical abuse, right?
Okay,
But
so
I
then
heard
what's
people saying,
toxic?
oh
Why
well,
isn't Johnny also-
there's mental abuse and emotional abuse. I think that's kind of bullshit in this case, right? Typically, they say that, oh well, she's screaming at him and blah blah blah. He's a drunk who would kick her around and
Wait, they both
humiliate her.
did drugs and they both drank. What do you mean?
Humiliate her in front of people. Long history of being a fucking drunk piece of shit and throwing things around, slamming shit. So
Yeah, but you're trying to claim that it's one-sided.
if what she does in
Johnny have a
return,
long
if
history
what she does,
of being
yes,
drunk
if what she does,
pre-Amber Heard?
yes, Yeah, if what she doesn't return, right, is scream at him, tell him that he's not the person he made himself out to be, and hit him in the arm or some shit, right? And then that's fine. I think it's kind of
But
silly.
she admitted in court that she did drugs
if anything, I'd
and
call that
drank alcohol.
self-defense.
What
She
do you
was a
mean?
2
Like,
bottle of wine
it's not a
day
one-sided.
gal.
She wasn't face planting on the sand in front of in front of her kids. No, was she? She didn't have a drug abuse issue. He did.
2 bottles of wine a day is drug abuse in my opinion. I don't know.
Come on now. You're talking about somebody on his payroll said that. Let's not freaking
No, I'm
take
just
that as gospel.
And every
For me-
single one of her leech friends who's testifying defending her.
They said that she drank 2 bottles of wine a day. Okay, come on.
No,
I
I
mean,
mean,
still, but
that's
during the-
all of her defendants for the or all of her all the depositions were
mean-
her friends who were leeching off of her and him.
You're talking about the people that Johnny Depp love bombed from the very beginning in order to make sure that he could get away with his abusive antics.
Well, I'm just listening to the
so it's
court out of her mouth on the microphone that she stated, yes, I was doing drugs. Yes, I was alcohol. I drank alcohol during the interactions of their physical or verbal abuse. I mean, she said it out of her mouth
Just
on
partaking of
court
alcohol
live.
and drugs. That doesn't mean she was abusing it to the level that Johnny Depp was.
It doesn't have to be to the same
I mean,
level.
no, I'm not saying the level. No. Wait. I'm not comparing levels. Both of them did drugs and alcohol. Now,
abuse
whoever
and
did it
alcohol and
better, I
drugs?
don't really care whoever did it better. I care about that there was violence, verbally, physically, and mentally, to both of each other. And we got Dobie ignoring that and saying, well, there's a level, and one is weaker than the other. Like, what the? Are you
We
serious?
also have,
Like,
well, we
it's a
also have
violence.
Johnny Depp.
Violence is
abuse
violence.
power levels here.
But we also have Johnny Depp on the stand, literally trying to attribute all of his alcohol and drug abuse issues to Amber Heard when there
Yeah,
was
he owned it.
a huge
Yeah, he
gap
owned up to what he
between-
did. Yeah.
No, please let me finish. There was a huge gap of time between the time that he was in with Amber and the time that he was dealing with his bullshit ass mom. And what was his excuse then with Jennifer Grey and whoever else? Is it their fault too? You can only blame everybody around you so much before you start to have to take responsibility. And he hit rock bottom. You know good and goddamn well that passing out and being blacked out wasn't the worst of his problems. He was probably being
Probably
abusive
not.
towards her, and that's probably why he ended up having to go to rehab because he
Probably.
knew that he was going really fucking off on the deep end and didn't want to take accountability for it. Now, why is it that he said 1,000 times from Sunday up until the point where she filed for divorce and filed a restraining order that he cut his own fucking finger off? He said it in every single instance. Every single recorded instance.
So
He
no
said he did
abuse,
it-
no
he
victim
did
of
it to
abuse ever
himself.
defends their abuser or
then.
protects them.
Oh, what reason would he have to protect
No,
her?
you would
No
never
victim of
apply
abuse
this. You would
ever
never apply
protects-
this standard to a woman. You would never
what
apply
Yeah,
this
yeah.
standard
No
to a
victim of
woman.
abuse
protect
ever
her.
protects their abuser. Never, right? That's not like a very commonly
He's
like
a very
noticed
protective
thing.
person with all the shit that he did to try to
No.
get revenge for
See,
for,
this
for
is
her
this
freaking filing
selective,
for
this
divorce.
selective feminism, this selective protecting of women. Because if there was a woman who never said that her boyfriend hit her, and then we were in a trial 2 years later, and men were sitting here saying, "Well, why wouldn't she say her boyfriend did it? Why wouldn't she say her boyfriend did it?" You would have all the excuses in the world on why this woman wouldn't out her boyfriend for abusing her. But now because it's a man, this women always do this.
That's
They
not
always
that,
do this.
That is not why I'm saying that. What I'm saying is,
I disavow.
his reaction was a retaliation to her filing for divorce and getting a freaking restraining order. Up until that point, he had not said to anybody. He was
Yeah, but the
being
case is about
You just
defamation.
said
He
this.
had
That's
no
the thing I
recu-
just
He
said.
had no recorded injuries aside from this thing with his finger, which has already been refuted because of the glass shards that are missing from the medical records and so on and so forth. Listen,
So let's.
in
I want to
all
let
that
it.
in all the time that he spent suing the son, why did he not spend that time and energy
I
filing charges?
I want to let in Doobie and then Purple Project.
I've spoken a lot, so I just want to point out something really quickly. Something Vanilla said. He said, women always do this, right? This is exactly the kind of language I'm talking about. It's exactly the sort of thing I'm talking about. They see an opening for them to attach their MGTOW woman-hating nonsense to a case. And because there's a recording that they can point to where she says, "Oh, I didn't punch you, I hit you," they're gonna pretend that a woman hitting a dude is the same as punching him to the same level, and it's the same kind of violence as a man punching or hitting a woman. It's the same exact thing. Of course, we're gonna deny fucking reality. I think this
No,
case
dude,
is like
I
a
was
microcosm
no, I wasn't
of the
referencing
sickness
that.
of the United States, where men feel the need to latch on to like women's rights movements, women's justice movements, and make them about themselves.
No, I was referencing the fact that women will all, if this was the other way around, the women would have 100 excuses on why a woman would not
all women
out
are
her
terrible
abuser
for it.
and why a woman would not leave her abuser.
Yeah,
But then
okay.
when we flip it around,
Yeah, so women can't just be a
why would
rational
Johnny?
person
Why
looking
would
at
Johnny not tell him?
Except, listen, the only reason why I'd even said that was because with women that decide not to press charges, it's because they want to avoid the drama. He sought the drama out. He went out of his way to file 2
Did he go to
fucking
the Sun?
lawsuits. Went out of
Did he
his
go to
way
the
file
Sun
2
and like
lawsuits.
haul?
Hold on. Before then, Purple Project hasn't gotten to speak at all. So we'll go to
Okay.
Purple Project and then Vargin. And Vargin, when you're typing, we can hear you. So just be sure to mute yourself. But
Oh, my bad.
No, not a problem. Not a problem. Go ahead, please. Purple Project.
Yeah, no, thanks. I just feel like kind of hanging back because I don't want to argue the specifics of the case itself, right? I was kind of into the conversation Doobie was talking about beta men and the MGTOW stuff, especially was kind of getting into that as well. Wanted to see Doobie's thoughts on, is Johnny Depp a beta, and should betas not have recognition when they're abused? You know.
I wouldn't call him a beta. What I'd call him is I would say that he's exhibiting beta behavior. And just what I mean by that is he feels justified in raising his hand to a woman because she raised his hand to him. Right? He's Prime mentioned earlier, hey, I've got a responsibility to restrain myself. Right? That's what a man does. Right? He restrains himself if a woman's being violent. Johnny Depp doesn't feel that responsibility. He feels okay with being violent because, you know, he was hurt, so he was physically smacked or whatever, so he can punch her, right? Just as MGTOW men tend to say this, oh, a woman wanted equal rights, where they're going to get equal lefts too. It's total fucking bullshit.
No, I can totally get behind that. That's a good argument, I think.
Well, I
The
mean,
difference
it's a good
between men and
argument.
the difference between men and women, right? Men have a good like sense of protectorship, and Johnny Depp is failing in that aspect. He was not protecting Amber Heard at all in this situation. He's attacking her as much as he can, and that's not really what a man should be doing in an instance
Purple.
like this.
Just
yes, go ahead.
Wait, can I say really quickly, Purple? You seem like an extremely intelligent person. I'm very happy you're on, but you're speaking very quietly. So maybe speak a little more forcefully.
Yeah,
you know,
it's like your sound is
proud of what you're
uneven.
saying.
Yeah, your
I
sound.
might not have a great sound setup.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, just be proud of what you're saying. Say it with your chest, right? Because you're correct.
Like an alpha.
And like an alpha, exactly. But no,
I
yeah,
think
Johnny Depp's
women
not
should-
acting
Anybody
like an
finding
alpha
it
in
all
this situation.
sus that Johnny Depp
Sorry,
never
hold
submitted
on.
to an
Purple,
analysis?
Purple's still talking. Purple, please.
Yeah, Johnny Depp is not
Go
acting
ahead.
like an alpha in this situation. If he would, this wouldn't be in such a societal spotlight that it is in. He would have handled this in a much more private manner where both of them would have not been ridiculed and humiliated in the sense that they are now, you know?
So we've been talking about like the equal lefts, equal rights kind of stuff, but at the same time, like, do you think that like you can't have equal lefts and rights in the public sphere when she's having friends publish articles in like magazines to like, if not
No, I think it would
slander
be the
him,
right-
then at least
it would be
attack
the
him? He
most-
can like
it would be the more
push forward suits to make
respectful
it
thing to
in the
do
public.
privately, you know? It would make a lot
She
more
already
sense.
made it
would make a
public.
lot more
He lost hundreds of millions of dollars off of these allegations.
And he's
Do you
still
just
continuing.
let that happen?
Wait, hold on. To be clear, so the allegations, quote unquote, are the reality of her being abused for years, right? So what's happening right now is he spends like $2 million a month on bullshit because he's a fucking drunk crazy person, right? So he needs money. So what he's doing right now is attempting to win back the public record, the audience by reframing their entire fucking contentious, passionate, terrible relationship in a light that suits him. Right? When in fact what he's saying is, hey, when I was abusive toward this woman, when I hit her, when I threw shit at her, when I kicked her in front of my assistant, sometimes she screamed at me and she hurt my feelings and she smacked me. That's total fucking bullshit.
Why
It's
was she
disgusting
stay
that
with
people are
him all
playing
that
into
time if he was so abusive?
Oh, why would she leave the fucking A+ list Hollywood star when she's a much smaller actor, when he's got all the influence and power in the space that they're in? Oh, who knows? Why wouldn't she leave him?
Oh, and she's
Wait,
got all
no,
her
but-
leech friends in his like apartment complex.
No, but
and
you're,
she's
you're
bringing
acting like
30
she's like
guys
some
in,
like
over the course of
bro-
months through their
you're acting
house.
like
There's
Yeah,
no,
you act like
there's
she's
no,
like some broke
there's no
woman who like
doubt
can't
she was
provide for her
reliant
stuff.
upon him.
She was
She
abused
was
by
Here
reliant
Johnny
we go.
upon
Depp.
him
So
and
you
had
have every
very
excuse,
little
like every
resources
excuse
to
of why
leave.
she should be subject to the abuse.
I mean, they were in that relationship. She didn't want to leave. Like Stardust said it earlier. When you are abused in these situations, you want the abuse to stop. You don't want to leave the relationship. You just wanted it to
Wait,
stop.
where were these points?
Johnny
5
Depp tried
minutes
to
ago
leave the
when we were
relationship.
asking
She
why
kept
Johnny
pulling it
Depp.
in.
Where were
Again?
these points 5 minutes ago when we were talking about why Johnny Depp
Who
didn't
filed
leave
for
and he was being
divorce?
abused?
She filed for divorce eventually, but the majority of the times they were trying to break up, it was Johnny Depp.
He never filed.
Wait, according to who?
According to the
According to the court
According
case,
to the
verbally
depositions
spoken
and
during
According
court.
to Johnny
He
Depp?
would only leave when he was
according
going
to
on
the
his
text
benders.
messages, according to the
He was
recorded
always
phone
going
calls,
back.
according to
Wait,
the
hold on.
questions.
So all the
Like
times,
we've got the
all the
calls
times
of
they
her like
exchanged-
begging to stay with him, even though he was like, "No, this isn't healthy for us. No, no, no. We need to be apart. This isn't good for us." And she's begging him not to go, even though he's the abuser.
I guess that totally
everyone else's eyes.
justifies him kicking her to the
It
floor in
doesn't-
front of his
it
assistant.
doesn't
I don't
and
think
all
it
that stuff.
justifies anything.
Stop
at all.
trying
it
to
makes
do
that totally
bad
fine.
comparisons, Dobie. That was wrong. That's not
Doesn't
a.
it-
That's not a
Spaniard,
comparison.
it's
to
not a
make.
bad
He had a
comparison, Mr.
history of
Spaniard.
having
It
his
is a
foot out
bad
the door with
comparison
every
because
single
No, it's not.
past
first you
relationship.
argued
It's not like
that
Amber is
in the court that it
odd
wasn't
one out.
spoken or said anything about it, and then what's it? Miss Lady
Ramos.
I don't know how to say your name. Rama.
Yeah.
She stated that during the court deposition was stated what happened. Then you tried to make that bad comparison. Like
What bad comparison?
we got three people who watched the case telling you the proof of what was said in the court case, and you're saying, nope, that didn't happen. It's some bullshit.
That's not.
Get
That's
out
not
of here, dude.
true. Hold on. So what I just
what
said,
is
to be super clear, right, is that what you guys were in effect saying is, hey, well, she was begging him back, back for his like hand on the phone and shit. So therefore, she was the abuser and he was
No,
he was a victim.
I'm saying
Not
I'm
necessarily.
saying
What
that-
are you saying?
I'm saying that somebody that's being abused repeatedly isn't one going to beg them to stay in the room with them when they're heated.
Not
Two
true.
is not.
Why not?
Hold on. Two isn't going to antagonize the shit out of them by calling them a bitch.
Also
and
not
saying
true.
That
These recordings were always after an argument. It's not in the middle of an
doesn't
argument.
matter. I'm
yes,
sorry,
it does
but
matter. There's
it-
always going to be somebody trying to convince the other person to work things out in an adult manner. This dude had a complete inability
if he has a history,
to tackle
if he
things
has a
in
history
an
of
adult
hitting
manner.
her, if he has a history of hitting her when he gets heated, what makes you think that it's a
He
smart
already
idea?
did it. He already
I'm
did
sorry.
it. It's already been taken care of. It's out of the way now.
No.
So she
That's
wasn't
not what
there's
she
there's a
said.
cool
That's
there's
not
a
what she
cool
said.
down on Mrs.
That's
Dobie.
Yeah,
not
there's
what
a
she said.
cooldown
No.
period.
That's not what she said.
No.
She said because I know it's leading up to him doing that. Because
So
the
you're saying,
process is
so
him
you're
leading
saying
up.
that nobody that's in an abusive relationship is ever going to say something that could potentially trigger their partner. That's
No,
bullshit.
I'm saying that somebody who just got smacked and just got beat down or is about to get beat down is not going to discuss what a bitch her husband is.
Yeah, you're not going to actively
Not true.
antagonize the person immediately
very true.
after.
I
Not
Where do
beg
you
to
get that
differ.
from?
I was in an abusive relationship, and I there were times where I was antagonistic in order to try to take back my control.
Same.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, it's a
Sometimes
wrong
you
way to
you
take
lash
back
out
your
at those
control.
people. You know?
Yeah, of course. If you've just been hit or something, yes, sometimes you're gonna be fucking pissed off, and even if you know there's a chance they might hit you again, you're gonna fucking tell them like it is, right? Like I don't
Yeah,
know why
that's
I would
just
assume that
judgmental.
because
That's
she's
When
like
you're frustrated with
because
your
she's
partner
like
because they fail to listen because they don't want to stick around and work out whatever issues that they're working out, aka their jealousy,
Being bad
aka
when
their
they do it,
controlling
they got it.
behavior with what kind of work you want to do and so on and so forth, and then you are going to get upset. It happens.
Did you hear what Vanilla just said again? He did the men bad thing because he is absolutely approaching this from the MGTOW
Yeah,
mindset.
because this is everything that you can possibly use to defend Amber, and everything you can possibly use to
Defend the victim,
paint
yeah.
Johnny Depp as the bad person, and that's the
He's
only
abuser.
lens you want to view it through. That's the only lens.
What do you mean? I'm referring to this specific case. I'm not saying in
everything
every
in the
single
case
case
that-
is the same.
I just can't see how anybody can't see how they're both being abusive.
No one's saying they're not.
Yeah, I agree.
think everybody can
how it
agree
is
with
Everything in the
either.
case that
No,
would
there are
make
people
Johnny
But the point
abusive
is that
also would
he
make
was
Amber abusive.
Period. That's
Yes.
what we're trying to come
He
to
is
the bottom
abusive.
to with this freaking trial. She's already accepted her part in things. He
No, she
has
didn't.
refused.
That's
Yes,
the part of perjury
yes,
that
she
happened
has.
during court. No,
She
that's
has-
what happened.
she has
Even
admitted
Johnny
to being
Depp's
physical
lawyer
with him.
specifically pointed out perjury
He has
when she
admitted to being
lied
physical
and
with
She can't even
proved
admit
by a
that she
voice
hasn't paid the
recording
amount
and
of
an
money that
accent.
He
he
has
said she
never
paid.
admitted to any of these things, and if you listen to his testimony, never once did he even admit to like talking all of this shit about her, unless it was with the opposition pulling it up in cross.
Wait, so can I get
Okay,
like a
so-
head
so he's
count on
supposed to-
everybody's like views on the case right now? Lady Randolph, you're on Depp stand at this point.
No, I think they're both abusive, and this court case is retarded.
Okay.
Yeah,
Then
I
there's
think I
sufficient
agree.
enough
Both of
evidence
them
that
are
he was
abusive to each
physically
other,
abusive,
and they
but they were
both need
but it was
counseling.
too volatile
Okay, so we
to
have that
even
point.
tell
They're
whether
both
or not.
abusive to each other, right?
Right.
Is
No.
Johnny
Yes.
Depp not
100%.
being a little bitch?
No,
This-
absolutely not. Hold on, absolutely. I don't think we can say that they're both abusive. I think it seems like what she was doing was reactive, right? So he was
Whether it
abusing
was
her.
reactive or not,
and-
we're
no, hold on. We
that
can't just
doesn't matter
dismiss
with
it.
this trial. That's irrelevant.
let him finish his point.
No,
Let him
we
finish
can
his
totally
point.
dismiss
Trial,
it.
though.
Right, I'm sorry.
It doesn't seem like there's any reason to think that first off that she physically abused him. Right? Maybe she hit him. I wouldn't say that all hitting is physical abuse, and
Yeah,
that
but
the rest of it, the screaming, all the other stuff he points to, her calling him a bitch, all this is reactive to his actual abuse. Right? So the victim is
All
lashing
abuse.
out at the person that's victimizing them. I wouldn't call that abuse.
The actual abuse, we have very little evidence of most of it. And
Yeah,
some of it
that's
has
not
actively been
true.
proven to be photoshopped or lies.
True.
That's not true.
What
They,
about
they literally
emotional abuse?
show that she was
No, actually,
photoshopping
yeah.
images
Yeah,
that they
it's
used
photoshopped.
as evidence of her having a bruise that she
showed
didn't
that?
have. In the
Yeah,
court
this is
case,
this
did you
is
watch
like
the
conspiracy
depositions?
shit.
Bullshit.
Just like her
Nobody
saying, "Oh, well,
watched
she had a
that.
bruise
It's
kit
not
on
You've
her."
been
bullshit, it's
looking
for
at
real.
articles.
Faking a
You've been
bruise.
looking at articles rather
No,
than
I was
watching
watching the
actual trial,
deposition.
right?
No. We were watching the court case while it was happening live, while they were showing the both pictures
It's funny.
face to
Please
face,
pull up
side
the
to side
clip
of
where
each
they
other.
prove that she
Can I
photoshopped
finish?
something.
Can I finish? Thank you. They were doing face to face, side to side with the exact image stack, shadowing, exact everything. The only thing is they made the filter made her skin darker. That was it.
Okay, so what
They
about
showed
the
it
makeup
live.
artist that had to cover up all of her injuries?
No, I'm not talking about that part. I'm not talking about that
You
part.
mean the
I'm
makeup
talking
artist that said that she carried around the same exact compact?
We're not talking about.
every
We're
year?
talking about her
That's-
actual
I'm
witness
talking about the
the-
images
yes.
of
the
being
freaking
side to
injuries
side
that
in
she
the
had to
court
cover
case.
up. We can say that she might have been inconsistent at some point, but there have been enough people that have seen the actual injuries on her body.
No, Fern, I don't think you saw the actual case part where it was live, showing one image of her
Please
in
give
the
me a
in the
clip.
room.
Please.
Okay,
People
I get it, but yeah, there's they show up one picture where she's in the light
In the chat,
in
I've
front of
got
her
the
mirror.
picture with the saturation up,
There you go. Thank you. Appreciate it.
where they adjusted the saturation to make it look worse than it was.
And then there's another side by side picture where they show where she's sitting in front of her mirror with the lights and
So
everything.
where
and
did
she's
that
saying,
come
"Well,
from?
this
Where did this Photoshop come from? It hasn't been confirmed.
This
That,
was
like-
evidence put forward by Amber Heard. This
In the
was
trial.
from the depositions a few days ago.
Right. And who said that it was Photoshop? Has it come out in court that this picture was?
Where is that?
There was no metadata for it. If you check the VC chat under Yonko territory, this is from the depositions. They have no metadata for it because apparently they can't find that. And this is two different images for being used from different sides of the court case, and it's literally just one is a different color than the other because they increased the saturation on Amber Heard's side.
Wait, so you're you're stating this as a fact, right? Without
Where did that
presenting
come
her
from?
without presenting her side of this, which is that she took the picture twice, and once was with a vanity. She was in front of a vanity mirror. Once with the lights off, and once with the lights on. The lights have a yellow hue, right? So the fact that you say, "Oh, well, she did this," right? As if we know for sure that she did this, I think speaks to your bias in the case.
But y'all
I
been
think
doing
the
this,
bias
but
is
we know
obvious
Johnny
to
did
me.
this the
Yeah.
whole time too.
In both images, I see it bruising.
The people that were being depositioned as like medical assistants did not agree with so.
Yeah, that's true. When the
Oh,
lawyer of
interesting.
Johnny Depp was asking Amber about it, she specifically, the Johnny Depp's lawyer specifically talked about how the cop didn't think that it was a hit or violence. The doctors didn't approve that it
Because
was
all cops are
violence. The nurse didn't approve that it was violence. I mean, so like you got all these professional people, but you are not a professional on it, and you assume that it's physical violence. Oh yeah.
Wait, hold on. Are you saying that a doctor said
This isn't an
that Amber Heard
isolated
wasn't
On that
physically
specific
assaulted?
incident with her face, yes, on that specific incident, not the
What did he
whole-
What did
not
he
the
say it
whole-
was?
The lawyer specifically said they asked questions from the doctor, the nurse, the officer who came on that specific
How do they
situation.
word the question?
All of them. eh, What am I supposed to like watch the video for you and tell you what the
Well, I'm
questions were
asking you.
exactly?
Oh my god.
Right, so
I'm just saying,
so
like,
first keep in
am I
mind that with
supposed to remember
expert,
You guys didn't even know about
word
this
by word?
image and
please,
haven't
expert,
watched
please,
Case.
Yeah, I know, I know, I know. They
Go
didn't.
ahead,
Oh my God,
go
I
ahead.
know both of
Dibby,
them haven't.
Dibby, please.
expert witnesses, quote unquote, brought forth by one side or the other are going to be biased in favor of that side, right? So I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever, right? If the expert they brought in to examine this said, oh well, you know, it seems like they raised the saturation on this and blah blah blah, right? But the fact that you guys are putting forward Johnny Depp's side of the argument here as fact, right, and totally dismissing her side, again, I think speaks to your bias, and I think you guys should take a step back and maybe think about where that bias comes from.
Johnny Depp
Real
hasn't
quick,
even
do you
made
guys
his
hold
argument
up,
yet.
hold up? Let me ask again, real quick. Do you guys believe that Johnny Depp was abused or Amber Heard was abused? Excuse me.
I think that there's definitely like instances of Johnny Depp being, if not abusive, then incredibly toxic, probably abusive. Amber Heard most certainly has been abusive if you want to talk about mental abuse, and we don't have any more evidence for her being physically abusive than him.
Wait, hold on. So there's a text between her and his assistant paid by him, where the assistant's talking about Johnny Depp kicking her to the floor in the airplane or whatever, right? So you would say that's just probably abusive?
That
like why would you dismiss that?
Was there video or picture?
Oh, there's no
evidence?
video. Oh, of course.
Dismissing that. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is before there's any trial, before there's anything like this. That there's a text message from his assistant saying, "Hey, I had to tell him he kicked you," and he started crying, right? So like, but that's of course that was made up. She planned this all years and years ahead in advance.
No one said that. You're literally
well, then why are you
creating
dismissing it? Why are you dismissing it?
I'm not
saying, "Oh, well,
dismissing
no,
it.
maybe
I'm saying
he was
there's no
probably-
video or
we
picture of
don't
it,
know.
of any of this.
Yeah, there's no video.
And
for it.
on her
That's why.
side, there is evidence, at least, that she says she hit him, which she admitted to doing.
So in the recording that where he knew that he was being recording, right? Where she was upset about whatever fight they just had, and he's presenting himself as calm and rational because he knows he's being recorded, and he
Of
wants
course he's
her to
presenting
seem like
himself in a good
he
light.
wants
He
her
knows
to
he's being
seem like
recorded.
he wants her to seem like the hysterical one, right? Like why would we take that again? Why are you? It seems like you're taking his side of the argument here as like fucking gospel. Right?
No one's taking his side as gospel. He's probably a
whereas
fucking drunk burnout.
You dismissed his assistant in a text message saying to her, "Hey, yeah, I had to tell him that he kicked you. He didn't remember. He blacked out, and he started crying." Right? Why would you dismiss this other person who's not Amber Heard or Johnny Depp, acknowledging that physical violence was happening to her?
Because it's hearsay in a court of law.
Okay. Yeah, because
that's
so
one person
anytime we don't have
saying, "Hey, you did
anytime we don't
this."
have video, you
I
know, it's not.
I totally believe that happened. However, in the court of law, that's hearsay.
Yeah, I think again, I think
So
the
you're
fact
saying
that
that none of the evidence that has been presented so far, even the witness testimonies to seeing these injuries on her, is believable? None of it?
Do
The
you
witness
think that the witness
testimonies that are proven to
testimonies
be
from Johnny
lying.
Depp are?
Asking y'all a question. Don't try to flip it around.
Well, there is a part where the lawyer of Johnny Depp mentioned that a few of the witnesses that Amber brought up to verify that her face was injured, they said there was no sign of injury.
Again, from the Johnny
It's
Depp
in the court.
perspective.
Like
Purple
I
party.
This is
listened and heard it.
Amber
There are
Heard's
some that said that they
witness.
saw injuries
Purple,
and others
purple,
that said
purple,
that they don't.
purple.
Yeah, no,
'Cause
like I was saying, Spaniard, that was again a dismissal of Amber Heard's testimony. You're just saying, yeah, Johnny Depp's side is the side we're going to listen to, completely ignoring all the stuff from Amber Heard's side. Are you going to say Amber Heard was not being abused in this relationship?
No, I know 100% both of them were abusive to each other. 100%.
Okay, so they're both.
Whatever level, whether it was a low level or a high level, they were both being abused to each other. 100%.
Okay, is Johnny Depp and is he justified in taking this case the way it's going, or is he?
Well,
I absolutely would if I was him.
So
Personally, I
You
think
would?
that
wait,
it's right.
hold on. I thought he was asking me. Am I?
Oh, my bad.
Okay, go
Purple,
ahead.
were you asking me? Okay.
I
No,
was, yeah.
I'm just trying to clarify. So in this case, it's all about defamation. So it's not about who's making what abuse or who's what level of abuse. It's all about defamation. So
Okay,
so
so who do you
far,
believe is being defamed in this situation?
for me, definitely Johnny Depp has been defamed on a couple of specifics, especially the one where during the live court, they caught Amber passing a note the to the I think it was like an assistant lawyer, and then passing it to her
Realize the
girlfriend,
defamation is
and
in regards
then
to her op-ed, right?
so
It's
like
not
I
in
was
regards
saying,
to what happens
so
during the
there,
trial.
so like I was saying, she was passing a note from the lawyer. Amber was passing a note from the lawyer to the assistant lawyer, then to her girlfriend, and then her girlfriend was stating all the toxicity on Twitter about what was happening currently. So that is a specific part of defamation.
Relevant to the trial.
I don't think it's super important.
I mean,
here,
but
let me put
but I
forward a
mean,
perspective real quick
Is in
though.
regards to
even
the
the judge,
op-ed and how it affected him.
even the judge
let me
kicked
put-
out the girlfriend out of the court, so it was
let me put
considered
forward
an illegal act.
a different perspective on this. Okay, you're Johnny Depp. Let's say you're Johnny Depp. You're burned out. You're 50 something. I think he's in his 50s at this point. You are one of the biggest A-list fucking actors ever. You're making millions of dollars. You have in your mind, pretty toxic relationship on both sides. Because in Johnny Depp's eyes, this is 50-50 at best. I think he probably blames himself quite a bit, even though the court case wouldn't say so. She releases an op-ed saying he abused her. He loses potentially hundreds of millions of dollars and is like, well, the only way for me to keep my career is to push back. And even if they aren't 100% like gonna win, because I mean, obviously the UK court, he wasn't gonna win because the judge was literally her friend. But beyond that, the American court, I don't think he's going to win, but I think it's the correct call on his part to argue, at least in the public eye, that he's got something he had to put up with too, or that he was dealing with, and it wasn't just all on him. Because the op-ed just made it seem like he's a rapist, abuser that is horrible, even though no other girlfriend of his has ever come forward with anything. So I think that,
except for the woman that came to the trial and so on.
Yeah, so again, so I think all Varjan is saying is that if there's no video, if there's no photographs or recordings of it happening like in the moment, we can't know that he was ever physically abusive, which I think is fucking stupid based on all.
I don't think we can't know,
and
but I
people's
think that in
testimonies
the
that have been
court of
presented. I think it's
law.
really dumb.
In a court of law, you can't prove it was happening without that.
He sounds abusive, and I think that, in all honesty, I don't think that many people would lie about it and say that he was if he wasn't.
Yeah,
In the
his
same
his
case,
friends, her
in the same,
friends.
yeah, in the same case, I like I said, I don't feel like either one of them are innocent in this. I don't necessarily feel like one is far worse than the other because I don't know yet.
Even if we say that he is like the worst
based
one, like you could
based
just
on
say
the
like,
physical injuries she sustained and all the people that witnessed them, his friends, her friends, over years, and the messages we have from people acknowledging the physical injuries over the course of like years. I think I feel pretty comfortable in saying that, hey, she was the one being physically abused. And if you guys want to reframe her lashing out at her abuser as like emotional or like manipulation or abuse or whatever the fuck, go for it. I think it's kind of gross, but you do.
I think it's kind of gross defending like that men can't be abused for 3 hours, but
That's not what I said. That's not anything.
that is
near what I said.
almost exactly what you've been saying for
No,
the
it
last
isn't.
couple of hours.
No.
You're like, oh, man gets punched in the face. She's 125 pounds. Who cares?
Yeah, I think you're maybe this is like a pattern with you, right? Of like dishonestly framing what actually happened. Right?
Well,
But what
I
I
mean,
said
you're
is that
doing
it's
the same thing
extremely,
over-
Dolby.
sorry.
Oh my god, it's
I had
extremely
to.
rare. It's
Extremely rare. 1 in 4
that a
versus
woman
1 in 7.
that a woman no, that's not true. That a woman can commit physical violence to a man. At the same level as he can to her, and to the same level, to the level that it would rise to physical like abuse, like domestic abuse, right? And I think that people that say that any unwanted physical contact in a relationship is intimate partner violence and rises to the level of domestic abuse that's fucking ridiculous. Right. And I think what that is men trying to co-opt the narrative of like women's rights and women's justice in this country.
See, I can fight back on that point there. I do think that there is a reasonable expectation for men to be vulnerable and to be abused by abusers, even if it is just a 125-pound woman slapping a man, right? That's abusive. That's a behavior that really shouldn't be happening. But what about this? Johnny Depp, he shouldn't be taking it this far. He should have handled this differently, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, what's happening is he's like, again, reframing their entire relationship. It's very toxic, very complicated through the light of him being the abuse victim and her being like this evil, manipulative monster. Like that. That's what's happening because he lost his money. That's what it is.
And using his own poop prank in order to make her look like the bad guy. Seeing as how there was a text found in the previous lawsuit, he was planning that same exact prank prior to what had happened. And the judge had even found that she was not guilty of that. It was her bed. Why would she poop in her own bed?
But to be super clear, I'd let her poop in my bed. Yeah, if she wanted to.
Okay. Why would he poop in his own bed?
He pooped in her bed.
Why would he poop in her bed? Oh, I don't know. To take a picture of it and then show it to everybody and laugh.
This is what I mean. Like, it's always the guy. Like,
what?
Well,
Wait, did you hear what you just said?
He was planning.
Femwin just said that.
Text. He found a text.
Yeah, Vanilla, explain that real quick.
A freaking prank identical to that prior to it happening.
Yeah, and now people are going around saying Amber Heard shit on the bed, right? So mocking her as a bed shitter when it was literally a prank that he was planning in a prior case.
It was her bed, and it was a plan that he had already had.
Yeah, and you have all these people running around spinning this narrative that she's a bed shitter, because he is massively, I think to his credit, manipulated you schmucks into pushing his narrative.
How would that even benefit for her in any way, shape, or form, even if it was his bed? How would she benefit from that?
How would it benefit either of them to do any of this?
He's an abusive, crazy fuck, so he should on her bed because he's mad at her. Simple as that.
So now you think he did
He's
it?
got to defend him.
Yeah, based on what Fenway just said is that
he did it or he had a friend do it. He asked his friend in text if you would do that.
Yeah. So
well, yeah, because he would
mentioned shitting on her.
His friend in context would you, like
Here
Amber
we go.
Heard's
Let's
friend did?
rationalize it.
I'm not rationalizing it. I'm just saying, from a logical point of view, that's what it looks like. It doesn't look like he's saying, "Would you shit in the bed for me?" He's asking, "Would you shit in the bed for me?"
That
What's the
is
difference
The
there?
context, the difference, the
No,
He's
connotation.
literally
he's
asking somebody to play a prank on her.
no.
The
Like
prank is
he's
shooting in the bed.
asking, like, no. I think what Ramoth is trying to say, our friend Ginger here, is that they're asking, hey, is that a thing you would go so far as to do, right? Like homie, would you take a bullet for me? Like, doesn't mean like we're actually gonna like get you shot, right?
I don't know. That's a little. That's a bit of a leap.
No,
That's a
that's
stretch.
what she was
Oh
arguing. I was
my
just
god,
making
no!
that clear.
I really think what
That
you're
sounds pretty normal to me, honestly.
Yeah, like you've never heard of two crazy ass girls in a phone call being like, "Would you hide a dead body for me?"
I'll
Not like
show
they
you
would
all the
actually, not
text.
that
That
they're
is
actually
not the
looking to hide
context
from
in
the
which
dead.
you guys are
How
trying
do you?
to
All right,
spin
let me
it.
see the text. Let me see the text
I'll
because I
show
want to
you.
see
Hold
what
on.
Yeah, put it in VC chat, pretty please.
this text.
Oh, and speaking of crazy shit you see in text messages, all that stuff he said about, murdering her, drowning her, and like raping her corpse. Yeah, this
Totally
is-
indefensible.
Totally indefensible.
Makes sense to me. That's totally indefensible on his end.
Yeah. So okay. Vanilla. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So while we wait for these texts to come through, do you think that if a person comes out saying that they are the victim of robbery, right? That we should believe that something happened?
And you mean like legally more like as
No,
far
just
as I think
just talk.
Your friend says I was robbed yesterday.
Yeah. Do you should we start with that? Okay, I hear you. Something happened to you.
yeah, that's fine to start there.
Okay, great. Right. And maybe you don't necessarily have to actually even believe that that they say were robbed, but something happened, like something distressing happened, and they believe it was a crime, and then that thing should be investigated.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
I
right.
can't find it
And
right
so-
now, but it was from the UK trial. So if you look at the results from that, that's what the judge ruled, that it wasn't Amber, that they found it in a text, that he was planning on doing a prank almost exactly like that. So
And so,
So he
the same
mentions-
for
he mentions
sexual assault. That if, or sexual or, physical assault within a domestic violence case, right? That if someone comes forth and says that, that they were abused, that something happened, right? If you heard it from any random individual.
Yeah, but that's what the investigation for me is the key part.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. No, not going against that. We should investigate. But that we should start with, hey, something happened to you. And let's look into it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, right. And so that will be basically the Believe Women slogan, right? That believe them, that when they come forward, or a victim of abuse, a victim alleging abuse comes forward, that something happened, and that should be investigated, and we should take it seriously. And you would agree with that?
Yeah, something happened and that should be investigated is different from saying this person did this thing to you. Like that's what the court is.
Exactly. That's why I use those words. Something happened, and it should be investigated, and society should take it seriously, and not, for instance, mock this person who is relating their pain, right? That you would take it as seriously as you would take any other crime, right?
Yes. I'm really not into like the mocking and all, like everything that's been going on, like with that extent.
Okay.
So yes, I would agree with that. The only thing I would say now that we're in the trial, we're past the point of just the allegation being made and the investigation happening. Like we're literally in the trial. So I think some conclusions can be drawn and some judgments made versus just the initial, hey, something happened and something, we should investigate it. I think we're past that initial point where
I think that's
of
fair.
neutrality.
I think that's fair. That evidence has been gathered, evidence is being presented, and especially if people who are following this close, day after day, some fucking how, I don't know how you guys are managing that, but for people who are following it, it makes sense. Like, of course, you can use your own brain. Like if you're being presented almost everything that the jury is seeing, then you can start drawing conclusions as well. All right. Well, then I guess we don't disagree there. And so that would be for the belief situation, right? If someone else is saying that maybe something did happen, like another party, something did happen or didn't happen, we should believe that there was at least an altercation between these two individuals, right? Would you actually no? I'll pull back. Ignore that last statement. I won't go that far. We have two people accusing each other. Yeah, okay, let's try this way. We have two individuals who are accusing each other. So you would say that something happened between the two then, right? If it happened to one person, happened to both.
If they both claim something happened, something had to have happened.
Well, they could be saying like mutually exclusive things have happened, right? So one could be lying.
Some event happened.
Yeah, an event happened.
So one of them has to be at least partially on them.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Unless they're having like group delusions about things that didn't happen, which we don't entertain.
Yeah, but does happen on occasion, actually. Okay, great. So it seems Vanilla, right? When you say that like women always do this, right? Like women always like. Oh, actually, let me not put words in your mouth. What do you mean when you said previously that women always do this?
Can you just give me like 20 seconds?
Sure. I'm not sure I'm going to do it this time, though. They don't want to say anything.
I mean,
once again, disavow.
Someone else can say something.
Yeah, go ahead. Martian, you're going to say something? Anyone?
Oh, I was just saying, once again, disavow, because that goes way too far for me.
You should these are the people you're
because that's not putting words in his mouth. I think
when you defend Johnny Depp,
he said
right?
that.
So, yeah, well,
I agree.
Yeah,
There's definitely insult types that are gonna.
I'm sorry, I was just pushing the base, and I'm gonna push the top. Yeah. So what I was saying is in the aspect of when we're giving a scenario of a man being the victim of a woman, and we ask the questions. Why would he stay? Why would he do this? Why would he make these decisions? And the defenses seem to be indefensible because it doesn't make sense on why he would act this way and why he would do that. But then 5 minutes later, when we're discussing Amber being the victim of Johnny, and we're asking why would she stay, why would she, not confess to being hurt by him, then there's all the excuses in the world. Like we can justify and we can explain her actions.
Okay.
So
okay.
okay.
I hear you. I hear you, Vanilla. Right. So what you're saying is that, in a scenario where a woman is alleging abuse by a man, and people wonder, why did you stay? Right. There are others who will come back and say, hey, it's complicated for an abuse victim. It's a lot of grays. It could be family obligations, it could be money obligations, right? Or money dependency, right? There's all kinds of reasons why a person would stay. And so that doesn't necessarily mean that like abuse didn't take place, right? Just because you went back to them, just because you hung out with them afterwards, doesn't mean that an abuse situation took place. And then you're comparing that to with a man, right? And the other way around, that you feel that people aren't being that charitable with Johnny Depp. Oh, why did he stay? Why did he keep having all these interactions there? if she had abused him. You're saying why wouldn't you use those same interpretation, that generous interpretation? Do I have you correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that this could be a reaction to the vitriol that for so many women they're used to being ignored, being slut shamed, being called just fucking liars for their stories of abuse, and that as a reaction, that's maybe an argument that might come out that, oh well, Johnny, he's different, right? He's different from Amber, and instead they overcorrect and maybe defending a person who is certainly imperfect at the very least, as Amber Heard.
I don't think it's specific to Johnny, and I don't think we need the Johnny and Amber dynamics to see this same type of description or same type of characterization play out. So I think that if we look, like just at a broader picture in our society, if we were to pose a question or a situation of a man and a woman getting in some type of altercation or something, and then we switch the roles around, the same type of rationale doesn't seem to apply. Like if a woman goes to her boyfriend's phone, oh, she throws a drink in his face, she slaps him, she can get so angry by seeing, a text message from another woman to drive her to be to the point to want to physically hurt her partner. Well, a lot of women will say, oh, he deserved it, or Doobie will say, oh, well, she didn't hit him that hard, so it doesn't make sense. But then, so if a man went through his girlfriend's phone and saw messages from another guy, could he be so angry that it would drive him to physical violence? Well, then people say, no, a man should never hit a woman. Well, how is it? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Give us an example
You're right,
of the
but I
of the
think that
phenomenon you're
the
trying
severity
to.
is important.
Could you give us an example of this phenomenon you're trying to describe here, like a high-profile example? You're saying women
I
always
can.
do this, so. Oh,
You know what
can
I'm saying?
Well,
That's what I'm saying.
well-
It doesn't need to be a high-profile example. It's just in our day-to-day lives. That's what I'm saying.
Well, to
Right,
go
but
along
he's
with
saying that
Vanilla's,
this is generally what women do. So he's asking you to give.
But
like,
I
an
just gave
example
you
that
the
you can
I
refer
just
to.
gave you the example.
You're just
Well,
giving
also, here's
a
another
general
example
say
to
this is
go
something they
along.
generally
happen.
Here's another example to go
Well, you
along
said
with what
women's always
Vanilla's
do it.
saying. I don't know. I
I
can't
agree with what he
confirm
said,
that
but I'm
women
not-
always do that, but to confirm part of what Vanilla's saying, I mean, look at what Dobie was saying. I'm over 6 foot. I'm this amount of pounds, and my woman, she slaps me once in a while. It's okay, and it's acceptable. So he's justifying her physical abuse because of their relationship.
I don't consider it
because
abuse
he's
because I'm not
bigger,
a bitch.
and I'm better, and I'm stronger, and I'm a male, and I can take those because
Look,
my skin is 20%
let's not try to
thicker.
take like Doobie's like proclivity for enjoying some like BDSM play.
But
and
it's
be
true.
so
It's an
like,
example, though.
very common.
It's a perfect example of what Prime is asking for. It's a perfect example.
I don't think we should be taking each other's personal stories into account for this. I think it's totally
know that,
reasonable
but it goes
to
along
say,
with
hey,
Prime's
men in society sometimes do get abused, and there is maybe an overcorrection you see on social media in both ways for when men are abused, that people will overcorrect and say, oh, this is bullshit, he's not being abused, or sometimes MGTOW types or incel types will definitely overcorrect and be like, oh, all women do this. This is a women's issue that they just want to beat men and get away with it. It's like, no,
Oh, no,
not
I can't
really.
agree with
No,
that one. Yeah, I
didn't
can't
say
agree with
they
that
want
either.
to beat men and get away with it, but
And I think Vanilla T
Well-
definitely made a like
What's up, Purple?
overly broad statement that I don't think they're even trying to defend at this point, that women do this.
I
That feels
just explained it.
I'm just, for everyone else's sake,
So
who's
you're
going
saying-
to just
you're
automatically
you're
drop you.
equating getting beaten to slapping somebody for cheating.
And that's the point I want to hit too. Is
No,
are these
that's
two
not
things
what I
di-
was equating.
Is 220-pound guy getting mad at Rhett's phone situation and beating up his girlfriend, is that the same as a 125-pound woman getting upset over the same phone situation? Are those two situations
Wait.
equivalent?
You
No,
said
but then
one
that
was hitting. Wait, you said one the male was hitting and the female is just yelling. That's a difference
No, they're
of
both hitting
that's
full
different.
force. So you think
If
the
they're
situation
if
is
they're
going to be
both
the
hitting
same?
at full force, it's abuse. It's just
If it
domestic
is,
Do you
violence.
think?
if
Do
it
you
is,
think the
If you're
situation is the
close
same?
fist and everything, that's a totally different ball game.
let's use RPG terms for this.
No, it's
If
not.
you are a
A hit
level
is a hit.
60
Keep your hands to
Yes, it is.
yourself.
male with
If
125 damage
I
with your
catch you
punch,
cheating, I might slap you.
And
Well,
then
hold
if
on,
I slap you back, then what?
I caught you cheating.
You're a
you
bitch.
fucked
You're a
up.
bitch.
this gets
Okay,
into
See,
I
you
this
got
gets
deserved
into
you.
it.
really
I
She
shitty
hear
just
shit.
said
you.
it. You
Okay,
deserved
I
it.
hear you
Behaving
that
like a
you said
child.
You
I hear
deserved it.
you said you just caught me cheating. I got you. You slapped me because you got emotional. So if I slap you back because I'm
It's not
reactionary,
tit
then
for
what?
tat, dumb. You're the
Well,
one that
again,
No,
fucked
no,
then you're
no.
up.
Slow
behaving like a
down.
child.
Relax.
Wait a
Hold on a
second.
minute. But you said if you slap me because you caught me cheating, I got it.
First of
You
all,
got
I didn't say
emotional.
that I do that. I'm saying
No, I'm saying
if
no.
other
You're
people
making a
do
This
that,
is
situation,
a
right?
hypothetical.
we're in a dynamic
Right,
No,
right,
where
exactly.
we're
She's
being
making a hypothetical. I
yeah,
agree.
it's a
Yeah.
hypothetical.
So if you
actively
slap me and I slap
screwing
you
up a
back, then what? Are
relationship.
you gonna call the police because I slapped you?
What do you mean?
I slapped you
Yes.
back. I'm going
Yeah,
along
you
with your
should.
hypothetical. You
And you should be
slapped
put in a
me
cage
because
for
you
hitting a
caught me
woman.
cheating, right?
He
So
should.
if you
Why would
slap
you
me,
slap back?
why would I
See,
slap back?
this is
Because
what I'm
you
talking
hit me.
about.
Why would you slap back? You're the one that
Because you
screwed
hit
up.
me first.
Do you see what I
You
mean?
hit
This
me
is like
first.
literal
This is
childish
this is
Wait,
behavior.
what
wait,
I'm
wait, no, no,
talking
no.
about. You
In
deserved
your
it. You
hypothetical,
deserved it.
you said
First
you
of all,
physically slapped me because you caught me
Open
cheating.
that door.
First
Open that
of
door.
all, you have no. There should never ever be a reason why you were hitting your partner.
Exactly, lady. I
Not
agree
true.
with you.
Plenty of good
100%.
reasons.
100%. Agree
No,
with lady.
there's and unless they raise their hand first, there should never be a reason why you hit your partner.
Again, not true. There are plenty of good reasons to hit your partner sometimes.
But Dobie, you're living off
I
your
think
own personal way
I,
of
I
No,
think
how
well, I'm
you
living
live
off
with your
fucking
partner.
reality. Maybe
No,
maybe
you're
you grew up in
not.
a
You're
bit.
not even
Maybe
close
you
to
grew up surrounded by
reality.
bitch-made men who felt
here's
comfortable
a
hitting
much
women
more
if they smacked them.
Here's a
I didn't
much
grow up
more
like that. I think
realistic
most people
scenario.
understand
Listen to
it. Oh,
this.
God.
Oh, wait a
I'm
second.
on a date with somebody.
Hold on. Let Doobie finish his point. Then I want to go to you win. Okay. I have
Everybody
to do
else talks over me, but I don't get.
that.
to
Hold
freaking
on.
cut in.
Whoa. I decide who talks.
Well,
right?
you deserved it.
Okay. Let's please. Let's let Doobie go, and then Win will take the floor.
Wayne, I'd like to acknowledge that some of these men here have been speaking of you. I apologize if I did it. Okay. So yeah, as I
Dude,
was
that's
saying,
awfully beta
Mr.
of you.
Please. So as I was saying, Mr. Spaniard, so maybe you grew up in a culture where you're surrounded by like bitch-made men who feel totally comfortable hitting a woman because she hit him. Like I didn't grow up like that. I think most people didn't grow up like that. I think most men in most societies have been taught, hey, don't hit women for a good fucking reason. Right? Hey, you can hit your friends, you can hit your brother if he pisses you off. You can hit the kid down the street, even that might even be a good thing, right? If he's being an asshole. But don't hit women. Right? So you're rejecting this and you're saying, hey, well, if a woman hits me, it's okay for me to hit her. You're rejecting your responsibility as a man and you're acting like a child. Don't fucking do it.
No, I was just going off on her hypothetical. That's
let's
all.
Let's go to Win, please.
My hypothetical. Say you're on a date with somebody. And there's some sort of reason. Okay, say you guys go swimming or something, and she wants to go hop in the shower after you guys get finished swimming, and your dude freaking tries to sneak a peek, and she slaps you. That is justified because you violated her. You violated boundaries. You crossed the freaking line. Now, I grew up in the 90s. Pretty much every single form of media showed a scenario in which somebody crossed a line. Typically, it was the guy, and a slap to the face was just a slap to the face. People moved the fuck on. That's not the same as me punching you in the eye. It's not the same thing.
Okay, so
Listen,
Win.
I
So
know,
reverse the situation
I know, but
around.
there is a limitation to that. There is a line that you do not cross past that point. When you violate freaking boundaries within a relationship, knowing that you are violating those boundaries, you are fucking crossing that line too. So a slap to the face is not abusive if you're literally freaking violating that relationship and crossing boundaries your damn self.
Okay, Win.
Well,
So let's flip the situation around. I'm going to get in the shower,
Yeah,
and
my
I
fighting
catch
God.
I catch a woman. I catch a woman sneaking a peek. I can slap her in the face, right? Because not a punch, just a slap in the face, because she crossed my boundaries.
Believe so
Just
now.
gonna
Right?
slap a woman in the face? Is that
Well,
what you're gonna do?
He's turning the situation around
You
for you.
just said in a
Sure.
relationship, if
Sure.
someone crosses a
Okay.
boundary that you know is a boundary and they cross it and they
Because I
just
was
slap you in
taught
the
that the women
face,
are the weaker
it's just a
sex.
slap in the face.
So yes, that's
You didn't say it
totally
was
not
based
an
on sex
imbalance at
before.
all.
You said, see,
Listen, I was born and
exactly
raised
what I
in
was
the
talking
Mormon
about.
cult.
This
Listen, I
is
was born
exactly
and
what I
raised.
was talking
I was
about.
born and raised in the Mormon cult, so I was conditioned and brainwashed at a very young age that women are the weaker sex. I do have a
Okay, so if
tendency
you're the
to
weaker
try to.
sex, then don't hit
Would
someone
you
that you
fucking
know is
let me
stronger than you.
finish?
Don't
Yeah,
hit
but you
someone
did
that
cut
you
him off
know is
first.
stronger than you.
Go ahead, Win,
You
finish.
did
Win,
technically
Win.
cut him off first.
Win, go ahead.
I do have a tendency to revert back to that brainwashing. I am conveying that. But I do think that I do think that it's a stretch to say somebody is being abusive just because they get slapped. For one thing, and Walt Disney, fuck you, man. He was asking me a question and I was freaking answering it.
I want to jump in real quick.
Don't-
So
yeah, but try to
earlier,
finish.
Lady ran off, and I think it was Virgin or Vanilla, maybe Spaniard hit this point too. They said there was no valid reason, I could say, that one spouse, one person in a relationship should be hitting the other, right?
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
Right.
Nobody should.
I don't think I said
nobody
that.
should be putting hands on each
So,
other.
Happen.
Definitely, nobody should be putting hands on each other.
There is a power
wait, Win, let
imbalance
me
and
get
there is
Win.
a physical imbalance.
So
Call me
when
fam.
I said Win, sorry, but when a woman hits a man in that relationship, right? She crossed that line. Is that okay for the man to then cross that line against her as well, and why?
I've got an
Right.
example I was trying to show earlier.
You're right. I was
Say
showing the
this
double
is
standard.
No, I was
Wait,
asking
I'm sorry?
Spaniard or Lady Grandma. Why would it
so can you repeat
be
the question
okay
again?
for? Yeah, so
I'm sorry,
if
I
one
cannot
person in a
hear you.
relationship, if one person in a relationship hits the other, they cross the line, right? If the woman hits the man, crosses that line, she's not supposed to cross. Is it then okay for the man to go ahead and cross that line against her
No,
as
it's
well?
not. It's not.
Right.
It's not okay for either party. We've already established that. Can we move on?
I don't think they have.
Wait,
I
but
think
the
you're just saying
question was to
I
me.
think you've
I
The
moved
just
on
question,
from the
said-
conversation.
the question was to me and
think-
Lady. When?
I-
Holy crap!
Yeah, I don't think that anybody should raise their hand to anybody.
Right.
I feel like that rule that everybody taught boys at a young age should have been don't hit. And everybody should have learned that. You raise your hand first, you get the consequences of what comes after. Does he have the right to beat the shit out of you? No. But he definitely has the right to smack you back. Are you kidding?
He did beat the shit out of her.
That's not what
Okay,
we're
so-
talking about right now, are we?
No.
Wait, hold on. I think I misread you. Did you say that he
Okay,
did
so
that?
for me to
in
answer
her-
Purple's question, okay, I'm gonna agree that a little bit what Dobie said earlier. I'm 47 years old. I've never put a hand on a woman. Yet I've had a woman put hands on me. Yet I know how to defend myself as a boxer, mixed martial artist, and also being in the army. So what I did was I just pretty much just put them in an arm lock so they couldn't do that shit anymore while I'm calling the police at the same time.
That's
And you're going to
totally
jail
fine.
because you're not putting your hands on me.
perfectly-
I'm just
yeah,
not
I'm
going to allow you to
perfectly-
put hands on me, but I also taught myself not to put
Right.
hands
Yes,
on
that's
somebody
what
else.
You are not supposed to be putting your
That's a
hands
better
on
way
the
to
woman,
go.
even if
on
the
a woman,
puts their
yeah.
hands
And
on
so,
you.
but also while I had him in the arm
Okay.
lock, I did get
I'm-
on the
can
the
I-
cell phone and call the police on her
Can I
and
just
got her
say
arrested
from
for
a
putting her hands
woman's
on me.
point
She
of view,
deserved
and
it.
this is from my point of view as
Not
a
really.
woman.
An arm
Okay.
lock is a
sorry,
controlled
hold on,
controlled movement.
Go
Sorry,
ahead. No, it's a problem. Ginger, please.
Okay, from my point of view as a woman, if I raise my hand to a man, it is only right for me to assume that he may hit me back.
Yeah, there are lots of
Regardless
bitch
the
made men running around these
situation.
days.
Yeah, there are. There are a lot of men that will raise their hand back to you because you hit them first. but
is
would
it okay?
never touch you in the process before that. Yes, if I smack a man, I give him every right to smack me back.
That's total bullshit.
Yeah, I think the
Why
alpha
is it?
man would actually hit you back. As they should.
Say that again, Katie.
It's beta not to hit back.
Yeah,
There you go.
There's my
that's
key.
really
This is
Wait, are you
why I
saying the
like
alpha is
Katie.
good? What the fuck?
Yeah, that's
I mean,
really
I just
dumb.
look at it
Again,
like-
what that is
sorry.
women rejecting biological reality, and what we have here is a bunch
No,
of men
they're rejecting
rejecting
biological
their
reality by hitting
responsibility,
a man in the first
rejecting
place.
their responsibility to restrain themselves if the weaker sex hits them.
I'm
right? Like
sorry,
that's what's going on.
but like I said, I believe nobody should hit anybody back.
Sure,
But you
that's
shouldn't
fine.
expect there not to be consequences for any actions. There's consequence
Again,
to every action, whether you're a female or a male.
yeah, the
Well,
consequence in that situation you
that
described should be
consequence was
that
Amber
if he hits you
finally.
back,
Go ahead.
go ahead, Win. I'm
That's not,
sorry.
but we're not discussing Amber at the moment, are we?
Hold on.
Oh
So
Lord,
Amber,
we are going back
why did I
and
call you
forth
Amber?
throughout. So
I'm sorry, I called you Amber. Lady
You're
Ramoth. So the consequence in that situation should be, yeah, you hit him, you're upset, but if he hits you back, he goes in a cage. He gets put in prison for assaulting a woman. Right? Absolutely.
And then a week later, because you didn't hit her back, and now she realizes that she can hit you without you retaliating.
At that point, you should be gone.
You leave the
there were
relationship.
there were things that Johnny actively did in the relationship that, generally speaking, in previous relationships would keep the other person quiet and keep
Yeah,
them
but you
from
don't bring along
lashing out
your
and stuff.
history of your past relationship to the future, to the present
What are you talking about?
relationship. You just said
Shouldn't,
according to
but
his
he did.
past relationships.
That's what he did. He had a history
Okay,
of,
so that
of
was his
dipping
history,
out in
but
every single relationship. That's
Okay.
what he did.
Alright, what does that sound?
He would
Sorry.
lash out and he would
No,
freaking
what does
run
that
and he would freaking go on his benders and stuff.
Can I ask Doobie a question?
Crazy person. Of course.
Doobie, if your girlfriend kicks you really hard in the balls, can you slap her in the face?
No. Absolutely
Really?
not. Yeah,
Okay.
fuck no.
Yeah, I mean, she
You're
must be
delusional,
really
Doobie.
frail.
Yeah, I know that there's like this drive within feminism or feminists like to pretend that men and women are equal and yada yada yada.
I don't
But
think
realistically, if a
That's
woman were
not
to kick
the
me in the
issue
balls
that we're
and
talking
it
about,
hurt,
right? It's
and
not
it hurt,
about
okay,
biological
and it
differences. It's
and it
about the
hurt.
Doobie has
socialization
brass
that
balls.
allows
Oh my
women
God,
to
please!
attack
I'd
men.
like to finish my sentence, please. Right. So yeah, if a woman kicked me in the balls and it hurt, right? She kicked me very hard, right? I think again, my duty as the man, as the stronger person, right, is to remove myself from the situation, and to not hit her. I don't think it'd be reasonable for me to kick her with all my strength because she kicked me.
I didn't say kick her.
At what point do you
Or
draw
hit
the
her
line?
at all. I wouldn't. Why would I fucking hit her?
So
I
after she
have
kicks you in
more
the balls,
questions.
she punches you.
But why
Then
is
what?
she
No,
hitting you?
so I want to give
That's
Kitty
what I
some
wanna
space here.
Okay, so two things, and I think Lady has been trying to say this the entire time. We're not talking about the biological differences between the sexes. We are talking about the social conditions that have taught women that they are somehow allowed to physically assault men, and
Because they
society
won't hit
accepts
them back.
that. Yeah, that's insane. I used to do that with guys all the time. You know what my boyfriend did? He started hitting me back until I stopped hitting him because it wasn't cool that I was hitting him. And that's really fucked up, you know? So we're not talking about the differences between the sexes. We're talking about socialization. That's the first point. The second point is, Doobie, would you then agree that maybe when two people enter a relationship, we assess who's physically superior. And then if the guy just happens to not be the physically superior one, then they get to hit their girlfriend all the time. Would that be okay?
No, again, so two things. So I know you're late to the conversation, but I brought up the social conditioning earlier, right? When I said, hey, I'd compare this to small dogs and how they tend to be more aggressive, more bitey. And the reason that's the case isn't because they're naturally this way. It's because the owners see their aggression, see their desire to chomp and bite things as cute or funny, and they don't take it as seriously as they do with a big dog, right? Because a big dog can actually do damage, whereas a small dog it might nip your fingers. It's fucking cute. It's hilarious. Right, and I'd say that the reason women feel comfortable hitting men is exactly the same thing. Right, it's because hey, they know they can't really do
Because
damage
they're
most of
female
the time.
dogs.
Okay, but
It's because
I
they know
can
they can't really do damage most
but
of
I
the
can
time.
turn this
Because
back
you
So,
sit
around.
around on a
please,
panel
please,
calling
please,
guys
I'm not done
fat for
speaking.
hitting
I'm
you.
not done speaking. I'm not done
I don't
speaking.
care.
So please, well then I don't give a fuck that you don't care. Right. So I think that again, it's because people say that hey, women can't do damage the way that a man can. Most of the time, it's not going to hurt if a woman hits you, so it's not as serious, right? If a woman were to slap me, for peeking into the shower, it wouldn't be as serious an offense as if I were to slap her back. That's a much more serious offense because I can actually do damage because I'm the man, and when I hit her, it's going to hurt much more than when she hit me, even if we're attempting to play equal levels of force.
Okay. Can you now engage with the hypothetical that I questioned? So if the girl is the stronger component in the relationship, can the weaker component just be the one distributing the abuse? Why
No,
not?
absolutely not.
Why not?
I explained this earlier again. Right?
No,
I think that even please, I explained.
Let me go. Let me go. Hold
And
on.
then when I
You
attempt to
gotta be able to
respond, you say
respond.
no. You got to let me
Come
respond.
on.
Yeah, come on. You ask me a question. I
Hey,
start to
ask him a
respond. You say
question
no.
and then cut him
So I'd like
off.
to just respond to the thing you asked me. Yeah. So the reason that doesn't make any sense. So first off, I'd like to know what you mean by by physically like inferior, right? So do you mean that she's like a bodybuilder girl, big as fuck, and he's
6'5" MMA
Please, I'm not done
fighter
speaking.
woman.
I'm not done speaking. And he's like a fucking tiny noodle armed 90-pound dude. Yeah, in that case, even still, I would say it's not okay for him to hit her, and it's less okay for her to hit him than it'd be for my girlfriend to hit me, right? Because the biological difference there, I think, would be evened out a bit, but not to the point where I think it'd be okay for a man to hit a woman, right? I don't think there's ever any excuse for a man to hit a woman unless she's actually like trying to kill you or something, right? Then you just fucking restrain her like Spaniard described earlier. So yeah,
They weren't actually trying to hurt the other
You-
person.
you- Can I just
So
say?
Doobie,
Can I just say for
ontological.
Doobie's analogy about the little dog? There's three things that usually happens with that tiny little dog when they attack a big dog. Okay, it's either one, the dog has the control to not fight back. All right, which is not necessarily always going to be the case. Two, that dog's going to bite just hard enough to make sure that that little tiny dog never does that again. Or three, the big dog kills it.
Yeah,
So
well,
I don't
luckily
see where
we're
your
not.
analogy works.
Okay, well, luckily we're not. Well, it was a
No, you
conditioning,
brought up
right?
the
So
nope. You
please,
brought up
it was.
you brought up the dog
I'll
conditioning
explain.
first. You
I'll
brought up
explain.
the
I
dog
know, but
conditioning first. You
I know.
opened
I
that door.
understand. I understand, right? But the reason it was brought up was the conditioning that I pointed to earlier, that Katie pointed to, then I pointed to again, right? So the reason it's because it's not taken seriously. But when a big dog's aggressive or violent and bitey, that is taken seriously, and and they do try to train that out of the dog. But if you want to use something more like where we're dealing with like humans. So if a child hits an adult, if the child punches or slaps an adult, you think it'd be reasonable for the adult to punch the child?
Oh my god.
How
You
old is
think?
the child?
Hold on.
It might.
Hold on. Dobie, I got a question for you. So you're trying to make a comparison to a kid to an adult. So the strength of a kid is not even comparable to an adult female. So an adult
Not
female
true.
who's no, it is
Like
true.
a 16-year-old
100%
kid or
true.
a
A 16-year-old
15-year-old
boy
kid?
will
100% true.
be so
You're
much
talking.
stronger than a
Wait. You
25-year-old
said
woman.
kid, right? You didn't say like
Well,
middle-aged
yeah, I'm
teenager.
sorry. I
You
mean like
said
teenager,
kid or
middle-aged
child.
teenager. Yeah.
See,
Okay. I'm
all
sorry.
y'all got
I
these
consider 16-year-olds to be
representative
kids.
definitions of like child,
I'm
wrong
sorry. I
age.
consider 16-year-olds to be kids. Maybe that's not a
No,
thing in
they're not
your
kids. They're
culture. So
actually
like,
middle-aged teenagers going to be an
okay,
adult
yeah,
soon in
middle-aged
about 2
teenagers.
years.
Okay,
If
so
it was
Yeah.
legal,
a 15, 16-year-old middle-aged teenager, right? If a 15, 16-year-old middle-aged teenager were to hit me, do you think it'd be reasonable, or you, Mr. Spoonyard, do you think it'd be reasonable for you to punch that kid?
It's illegal.
I
Well, I'm
mean,
not asking if it's
if
illegal.
he
I'm asking
okay,
if it'd be reasonable.
it depends. Is it a male or a female?
It's illegal.
Wait, why does that matter?
It matters a lot because if a male, because if a male comes up and tries to hit me, right? It's a guy. Is it 16, 17 years
Well, I
old?
like this.
Wait, hold on, time out. He might have been in the boxing team in the high school. You don't even
Yeah,
know.
girls don't box
He
for
could have
others.
been a purple belt, blue belt, black belt. You have no idea,
Yeah, girls
Doobie.
can't do karate,
You're
of
just
course.
assuming some small individual who's a young of age cannot whoop your ass
So,
because
Han,
you're bigger.
but you would also say, Spaniard, right?
What's up? What's up, bro?
that a woman, a teenage middle-aged woman would also. I mean, she can also be a black belt, right? I know a few female black belts.
Yes,
and
I
that
agree.
she
But they're a woman.
She could be
Come on.
a high level jiu-jitsu. You don't know. You don't know until
Might be
you
Captain Marvel, you
feel
don't know.
what you get hit by. You have no idea yet.
Yeah. Okay. So again, why would it not be reasonable for you to hit the teenage? I'm sorry. What is it? Teenage middle-aged child? I don't know what the fuck he said. Boy.
A middle-aged
So it'd be fine for you to hit him. It'd be fine for you to hit him, but not fine for you to hit the girl.
To establish the child
No.
assaults you first, correct?
Yeah, the child hits you first.
If
Why,
the
he said,
teenager
At
who's
16?
Spoonyard said it's responsible.
It's
I don't know.
absolutely.
Maybe
But
they
you're
maybe
legally
they
not
should
allowed
get
to
it
hit them
back.
back.
Yeah,
No, that's
absolutely.
stupid.
I will say it. Well, you should absolutely be able to defend yourself, right? But
Yeah,
I
defend
would
yourself,
use-
100%.
I
But you
would
know
I
that you
would try
can't.
to use. I mean, depending on the situation, obviously, right? But especially
As much leniency.
if I can,
as much leniency,
So,
right? Yeah, exactly.
Like
yeah.
I said previously, to be like the duty to retreat, right? Like if it's a child, maybe try to retreat first. But if this person is
Yeah, but Prime-
intent on doing you bodily harm, then absolutely defend yourself. Break their nose if you
But
got
Prime,
it.
you're speaking
It's like an
like
escalation
hold on,
of force
wait,
conflict.
you're making sense, please, Prime. You're making sense because you're not a bitch made man. Right? What these people are saying is that hey, if it's a woman, I don't have a duty to retreat. I don't have a duty to separate myself
I
from the
didn't
situation.
say that.
I can just
I
hit
didn't
her.
say that.
Right? I can just hit this person.
I don't think you can hit.
Dobie, I
don't
have
think you can
not
hit
said
them,
that
boy or
at
girl,
all
'cause it's illegal.
whatsoever.
Yeah, you
I did
did.
not
You
say. I
Vanilla
did.
Tea might
you
agree.
can
Get the hell
Most of
out
us
of here!
don't
I
think
did.
that.
You said if she slaps you,
did-
you can slap her.
No. That's not true. Win
Yeah,
was
it
making
is.
a hypothetical, and I was asking the situation
Please
to
call me
where
femme. You're
if
confusing me.
I said win, WYNN, win.
Right, and I'm saying please
15
call me
oh.
femme.
Her first name is Femme. Okay, be
Okay,
respectful.
fem, win, whatever.
Okay, dude, move
Holy
on.
shit! Like it's in your name.
Okay,
Ask
Yard, shut the
you
fuck
to
up.
do
Continue
that.
your point.
Anyways, I was
You're a
asking a
bitch.
hypothetical.
Nerd, can you get to
I
the
was going
questions?
along with their hypothetical. I was going along with their hypothetical. Stop trying to derail the situation, all right? Look, I was
Nerd,
going
can you get to the
along with
questions?
her hypothetical, saying that if I got caught cheating on her and she kicked me in the balls and then, or I mean, slapped me in my face, would I not have the right to slap back? Of course I would,
Escalate the
because you
force
hit me
against her.
first.
No, you
Of
wouldn't. You
course.
just said the thing again.
Legally,
This is
maybe it's morally dubious.
Hey, hold on. So
Yeah,
Prime,
you're
he
going.
doesn't believe.
That's
He doesn't
self-defense
believe that you
as
have a
well,
duty to
though.
retreat. He said
Yes.
he thinks
That
you
is
can just hit her.
self-defense.
That's what I
That's not
disagree
duty
with.
to retreat. You're giving the same amount of force that was given to you. That's not
Exactly.
retreating.
Yes, I'm giving
you don't have that
equivalent
duty to
force.
retreat.
Equivalent. Yes, I'm giving
Yeah,
equivalent force.
so
Exactly.
so I guess that's Doobie's pointing out the difference between us, right? So I don't want to enact balance on anyone, really. Like that's like not something I'm interested in. But anyways, right, if a woman was attacking me, my instinct wouldn't be to immediately, like she punches me, right, to immediately deck her back. I'm not going to do, even if it's the exact same force.
If
I
you're ready
wouldn't
to
wanna
deck
do
a
that.
woman back, it's probably bad. Probably a really bad reflection on you.
Yeah, in fact,
No, I
so
wouldn't
instead,
punch.
so,
No,
hold
I
on,
would
so
not
instead,
punch.
You
so
just said
instead,
that you would though.
oh my god, hold on, let me finish. So instead, I would try to. I would make it very clear. Hey, stop it! I don't like that. Knock it the fuck off. And I would try to retreat. You know, if this person is trying to do, well, first of all, won't stop ever, right? Then that's an issue in itself, whether she's doing silly body harm or not. But if they definitely are doing something serious, then yes, I would respond. But first, try to retreat. Try to de-escalate the situation. Yes, that's what I'm looking for. De-escalate the situation.
Does anyone disagree that there's a line where you swing back?
There is.
Doobie, you agree, right?
There's that
Hold on,
line.
yeah, like I said
Does
earlier,
anyone disagree?
if she's actually trying to murder you, and for whatever reason you can't restrain her, otherwise, yeah, you can swing back. But that's
Let's not
extremely
even say
rare.
murder.
But
Let's just say she's trying to punch you in the face multiple times.
No, then I would just hold her arms. What do you mean?
Yeah, I think
So,
murder is
you
another
just
line
know
there.
you can restrain anyone.
Yes. I feel very
Uh,
comfortable saying that I can restrain 99.999% of the women on the planet pretty easily. Yeah.
I would disagree as someone who's had to do that for security and stuff.
That's hilarious.
Women,
Yeah, they squirm. They squirm. They might try to pinch
Nobody's
you.
hilarious.
They
Like,
bite.
for
They
real.
use nails. You've ever
Yeah,
been
they might.
bit
They
by
might
an adult
scratch you.
human?
They might.
Oh,
They might
man.
bite you. They might pinch you. They might kick. It's not that difficult, right? To
Oh,
take the
those
biting
heels?
like a
Holy
man.
shit.
Take the scratching like a man. That doesn't. You just hold them. You restrain them. You pin them down if you need to. You don't hit them.
Oh man, women get wild.
You
Women
can do
get really
more
fucking
damage
wild.
by like.
I'm just waiting
pressing
for
them
the point to
into,
where a
like-
female actually takes out Doobie's eye or something, and then he's like, "Okay, it's about time I defend myself." I'm just waiting for that point.
Yeah,
Why
that's
do you
the
think
point.
he hides
Okay, to be
behind
clear,
the-
I
Well, if he
currently.
keeps
Why
on
do you think
pinching
he
his
hides behind the
girlfriend's
V-tube?
nipples,
I
then she might just do
I
that.
don't pinch.
He's
Hold on. I do pinch them
one-eyed
sometimes.
doobie.
Sometimes I flick them because it's fucking hilarious and she gets really mad. But hold on.
Well, yeah,
I
flick her
currently
nipples.
have like
We're
skin
talking about
missing.
very playful stuff.
I currently have skin missing from my arm because I was fucking. My girlfriend and I were fucking around, and she like clawed my arm. Okay, it's fine. I can take
That's
it.
definitely
it's
physical
fucking
abuse,
hilarious.
dude.
No, it isn't.
That's
It's
100%.
fucking.
bruises on
No,
my
it is
body.
not.
Your
Literally
skin
says
is
no,
missing.
Sometimes you fuck around.
Hey,
with
y'all
girlfriend,
hear
you
this,
get
right?
play around,
He-
it's not a big deal.
No.
Y'all hear
no,
this,
come
right,
on.
Prime?
No.
Am I retarded
You
or
don't
something?
have the
Like,
context of
skin
his
is
personal
missing
life.
from his
That's a
arm.
little too
know
much.
about the
That's
hotline.
too much. I've complained. I think Doobie, you might have been here for this, right? I complained talking about like during sex, some women who like to claw at your back.
Just
What
nails?
the fuck?
Oh, man, I
Don't
hate
do
that.
that. I fucking hate that. But
Wait,
yeah,
sometimes
someone
it's
like to
not.
claw
Oh, I
at their
like
back.
it.
I don't consider
some
it
guys
abuse.
ask for it,
It
though,
fucking
okay?
hurts. Yeah. I don't
They
fucking ask for it. I
literally,
can guarantee you that shit
literally
sucks.
ask for it.
I know. I
But
get it.
during
I
a
get
fight,
it.
two cents, please don't.
I get it. My point is that it happens, right? Some women think it's cool to be clawing at your back, and you don't like that shit. You tell them to knock that shit off. But that's the thing that happens. But it's not abuse. Maybe if she continuously did that and started drawing blood, after
Especially
you've made it
enjoy
clear
when
that
you
you're
pour
into
vinegar
that,
over the
then
wound.
that's a problem.
Especially
I'm
for,
so
like,
happy.
us,
Prime, please.
whether if she happens to like
Prime.
scratch him or something. Give me a break.
Prime, I'm so happy that you finally come to your senses. This is literally because the people, I think some people here, and definitely the people that were on the panel earlier, would say, "Hey, that she's hurt you. That's abuse. That's intimate partner violence. You're a victim." That's the kind of shit that I'm talking about, right? So just because it's unwanted, just because it hurts, just because it leaves a mark, doesn't make you an abuse victim. That's fucking disgusting.
Not
Can I
necessarily.
ask a question?
I think it's abusive, but it doesn't make you an abuser.
No, it's
Right.
fine. It's fine.
If you
It's not-
make if you start to make that a pattern, then
I
you're
feel like
obviously an
said a lot of
abuser.
people.
it's fine.
Policing people's personal relationships and the level of minor engagements and violence that we all engage in sex and relationships, it makes no sense to just be like, oh, it's all abusive.
Katie,
Obviously,
Did you say
you
that
can.
she thought that I hit a lot of people?
You seem like a
I
hater. I'm gonna
didn't
be real with you.
I did say
our friend Katie,
What?
please. Katie, please.
That's an allegation there.
Doobie, I get that you're a
Slanderous.
very strong, powerful man, right? I'm not doubting that, right? I'm sure 99% of women can do nothing compared to your raw, strong, powerful arms, right? But you are talking in generalities here, right? About men in general and not just the rules that you should follow around in the world. So can we at least agree that if there's a guy, he qualifies, he is anatomically a male, okay? And he weighs 90 pounds, really scrawny, really beta, really, really sad stuff. The guys that you don't like, okay? Guys you think shouldn't exist, right? Can he not restrict? Can he punch back? Can he I don't know, not wait until he's on the verge of death to swing back if he's been
stronger man
swung
if he
at
did.
by a woman?
So,
Is that
again,
okay with you?
No. I don't think so. I think,
That's what
again,
I thought. Okay.
Well, here again. So again, like I said earlier, it'd be less okay for her to hit him if he's that much physically inferior, and she's a UFC champion bodybuilder, whatever the fuck, right? Less okay for her to hit him, but we got to remember there's societal training to take into account here. Right? She's been trained from birth that it's okay to behave a certain way, right? So if she smacks him or something, or she punches him in the arm because this is what she's been raised to think is okay, I don't think it'd be reasonable for him to like lash out and punch her like in the jaw. Right.
Well, I
I
think
think he
society's
would need to
put her
restrain
off.
himself. He need to be a man, restrain himself, take the pain. Yeah, it's going to hurt a little bit. But like, hey, don't do that again. And if she does it again, leave the fucking relationship. You don't need to hit her.
So, do you think that? Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I was just gonna say you could say the same thing about women. Then that's terrible.
No, he can't do that. He needs to
No, of
infantilize
course
women.
not. You're right. That's right.
don't
He has an
infantilize
ontological
Or puppies
like
and
men
Middle
must
East-
be this way kind of attitude. So,
It's like, oh, women were socially conditioned. You can't expect this woman who's a bodybuilder to like fight against her socialization and not hit this person who's clearly much weaker than her. But he needs to restrain himself against the physical assault that he's enduring because he's a man, right? Come on, Doobie.
So hold on, I'm gonna try this, Dibby. What about a woman, right? Bodybuilder, right? She can lift just as much as you, Dibby. It might be a possibility. Okay, just
Impossible.
Maybe.
They
maybe.
can't do that.
Just to clarify, I never hit first.
That's not
That's
okay.
good.
So she's a bodybuilder, right? And she can and she's been trained in martial arts, right? But she's a lesbian. And she is in a relationship with a woman who is not all those other things, right? So if the smaller, weaker woman, right, comes at the larger woman, what are her responsibilities? The larger woman, the bodybuilder.
I think that I think that's like you've created like a niche situation, I think, right? So I would say that because she's still so much physically like superior, it wouldn't be okay for her to hit the other woman, for sure.
But you don't really care about physical superiority. You don't
but I
care
do.
about that.
Hold on, wait.
No, you
but
just care about men
wait,
versus
please,
women.
No, that's not true. As I said earlier, when you're dealing with a man in the same situation, it's less okay for the woman to hit him, right? But I
Yes, but
I
you
think
still think that the physically inferior men, like, still should hold back. So
Yeah,
it's not
absolutely.
about who's physically superior in the situation. You still apply certain rules based on like the gender or the sex,
Based on the sex,
regardless
yeah.
of the physical prowess. Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's not consistent.
Wait, hold on. But it literally is, right? So as I said earlier, so it wouldn't be okay for the bigger woman to hit the little woman. I think it'd be less okay for that to happen. But I also wouldn't say that it's like totally like it's always wrong for the smaller woman to smack the other woman. Right, like there might be a situation maybe they're arguing and she punches the bigger one in the arm, and in that situation, if somebody's been bodybuilding and shit like that for their entire life and they're like a UFC champion or whatever the fuck, then hey, they might have my reaction, right? They might laugh about it, right? But I think that
Well, why is when you the smaller person is initiating this physical contact, it's always just a punch in the arm? Like, why is? Because it's that
so
like
what do you want to call it?
framework.
She said earlier that it was like a kick in the balls. Someone said a slap to the face. In all
what
these
about a-
situations, I wouldn't be okay with a man hitting a woman.
What if she pulled back and just socked him right in the face?
He already said that she did that.
Wait, what?
He literally said his
Yeah, my
girlfriend
girlfriend
punched
does
him
that
in the
sometimes.
face.
It's
Like,
really
that's not
funny.
cool.
Yeah, it is cool. It's fucking hilarious. Like it's fine.
No, it's not.
That's how
Yeah, it
him
is.
and
Punch in the
his
face?
let,
Oh my
let,
God.
let's not police people's personal like relationship issues. If
I
they
think
like
women
having a
okay.
little bit of physical contact like that, that's not really abusive necessarily.
I think women would like to believe that if they punch me in the face or punch a man in the face, it's going to like do some kind of damage. It's usually not. You don't have the strength for
Yeah,
it.
Bargin.
Consent
Skin
is
removed.
important as
Skin
well.
removed.
If you were to
Skin removed
if you were
because
to-
of fight. It's
if you
okay.
were to punch Nerd in the face, right, there's a good chance it's not gonna hurt him very much.
Okay,
Right? So when my girlfriend does it, it's like an ow. It's like an ow, but it's not like I'm like, oh god, she punched me.
Your nose is the weakest point in your body. You can't. Okay, humans cannot train their face. Correct? Right? Like you
That's
can't
correct,
like.
Brian.
Yeah, you
Completely
can't,
correct.
Like build muscle,
Use
right?
organs.
You can't do anything, right? The face is the face.
Yeah, it's one of the most fragile areas of body.
And if you punch
I don't think
and
that's
on
true.
the face, hold on, you don't. If you
Anyway,
punch
no
the
punch.
face,
Actually.
the nose is the weakest part. I believe it's the weakest part. And
yeah.
fragile, easy to break, right? So you would agree that a man's nose is just as easy to break as a female's nose?
Correct.
It's nose, temple,
Hold
then
on.
jaw.
Never broken a
Right.
nose,
Thank
so
you.
I have no idea.
Well,
Please,
it
can I-
doesn't have to be just as easy to break. It would be, does the woman can the woman generate enough power to break the nose?
I mean, that's where I was
Yeah.
going. That's where I'm
Yeah.
going with it.
I
But
have
like,
I have broken a nose.
so
A woman's
Okay,
nose?
so
Tell me
can I ask
more.
Doobie a question?
Please tell
Doobie,
me
Doobie,
more.
Doobie.
The one
It's
that
very
like,
easy.
okay, so
me
she
and being
has.
violent.
So she has.
Okay, so first of
She has
all,
broken a nose.
First of all, I have something. I do have two things that I have to say. First of all, I would like to make an apology to Fem. That was a joke that came out completely wrong, and it came out of context. So I'm very sorry. I did
Thank
not
you.
mean to say that I think that you hit a lot of people. I was just saying it. I was
I'm a
trying to make a
survivor.
lighthearted.
I don't
I was
start
trying.
fights.
I
I
was trying to
finish
make a
them.
lighthearted, like
Warrior,
you sound
man. I
like
can see it.
you're talking from experience type situation. But I was just joking with you. I promise I do not think that of you.
I
Second, Doobie,
appreciate that.
I have a thing for you. So I know somebody
I
said
can tell.
earlier about personal. Shut up. So I know somebody said earlier about personal scenarios or whatever, but I do know somebody who occasionally, when her husband angers her, will jump on him and strangle him.
Is that you?
No.
And you're the one that admitted to breaking a nose, right?
Oh yeah, I broke somebody's nose who
You accused
who
me.
tried to
This
force
is
themselves.
hilarious. What a turn.
Also, Prime, in your question, whether it's a male or female hitting somebody's nose, from my experience, being trained in the army, depends on a person who's heavy-handed. A female can be heavy-handed. It doesn't
There's no
even matter
such
if they
thing as
weigh.
heavy-handed.
You're full of garbage.
That is not true.
Well,
It's a
what
proof.
does heavy-handed mean? Tell me what that means.
But
What does that mean?
anyways, like I was saying,
Exactly.
there is proof of heavy-handedness, and somebody who has stronger bones, even if a female is maybe 130 to 160 pounds, which is kind of like the average, they can hit a man in the nose and break his nose because of the bones of their heavy-handed in bone in their hand.
Some people have bigger, just like straight up bigger
Yes.
fists, right? Like
Bigger
I don't have a
knuckles.
huge fist, unfortunately.
They have bigger
So
knuckles.
Yeah.
So yeah, all of that.
I want to reiterate.
protest.
I broke this person's nose after they tried to force themselves on.
How easy is it to break somebody's nose?
Lock them up.
Very
I did
easy.
not mean to,
I
and I didn't know
mean-
that I could.
How
So,
easy?
in all honesty, like all I was trying to do was defend myself, and that happened. It was like
I
an
would-
elbow. It wasn't a punch to the face. It was an elbow to the face.
Well, that should be a whole lot
Ooh,
easier.
elbow.
Okay, yeah.
Well,
So
the elbow
Doobie-
is stronger than the fist.
So Doobie, like a woman, especially with her elbow, as Ginger is proving, right? Purple will get you afterwards. A woman could just as easily break a man's nose with her elbow, then, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so
Well, I don't know
a
about
woman-
just as easily. Again, she'd need to be able to generate the force, but provided that she could. Yeah, a woman can break a man's nose.
Well,
with an elbow,
Ginger is our woman now. Ginger, sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that.
much.
Ginger is our example. Sorry.
I believe that Ginger could break my nose.
Okay.
Stats on nose breaking. It takes 400 newtons of force to break a nose. That is an 88-pound person standing on 1 foot.
Okay. Well, there you
If
go.
you think you can do that much pressure on the nose, you can instantly break someone's nose.
Yeah.
So according to what you read, 88 pound of a person, right?
Yeah, just standing
so can
still
I-
exerts
Can we get to Bram's
400
question?
newtons.
Yeah. So, Ginger, right, is your girlfriend in the future, right? And she likes to be physical, and she decides to elbow you in the nose, right? And she breaks your nose. And then you're like, ow, you broke my fucking nose. And then she's like, well, I mean, we're just playing, right? And, as a lady, right, I can't really hurt you. So I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna keep elbowing you, right? I'm gonna in the face. I'm gonna keep elbowing you. And it's like not a big deal, right? Because she's a small woman, and there's no reason to respond.
Wait, hold on. So, if she breaks your nose, if she breaks your nose and she can see that your nose is broken and pouring blood and shit, and she's like, "Oh, it's not a big deal." The first thing you could assume she didn't do it on purpose, right? Shit happens. I've kicked women in the face before accidentally. It's not shit happens, right? When you're fucking around. So that time, you get a pass. Yeah, you broke my nose. We got to go to the doctor, and I got the shit on my nose for a few weeks, whatever. She says, "Hey, I'm just gonna keep breaking your nose because it's funny." Well, then it sounds like a fucking crazy person, and I just leave the relationship. Right? I just take myself out of the situation. I don't need to break her nose in return.
For the record, this is why I've been saying we should have police.
Hold on, Doobie.
And if she's trying to do it, and if she's trying to do it, right, and I don't want her to do it, I just restrain her. Like, hey, don't fucking break my nose again. Like, it hurts.
Wait, but
So,
Doobie, when we were talking,
Follow, I get
when
in
we were
this.
talking about Amber,
My turn, me right here. There, right here.
Purple,
Yeah.
it's
So,
purple's, yeah. And then we'll go to you after that, Vanilla, okay?
I wanted to like
I
have
wanna have
another
Vanilla.
hypothetical. So let's take the position of two men in a relationship. A man who's like femboy, 90 pounds, very feminine, whatever, and then bodybuilder on the other side who's like 220, jacked, in the gym all the time. If it's a femboy being playfully aggressive and abusive towards the bodybuilder, who's the bitch made in that situation if the bodybuilder?
If the bodybuilder does or doesn't respond, sorry.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
again, so I think just general. So if you're talking about like a bodybuilder versus like a femboy, which is like a very typically like a very twinky thin person, right? Like it's very little muscle. Like I said earlier, I think that generally, even if it's a man, if he's very physically like inferior to you, you shouldn't hurt him. You should avoid hurting him, right? Restrain him if you need to. Tell him to fuck off, but avoid hurting people that are weaker than you, obviously.
and I think that kind of gets to the point. It's not so gendered as you might want it to be, right? It's more of the person who has the stronger person in general. The stronger person usually has a responsibility to uphold that duty to retreat and that restraint, I believe.
See,
That's a
that's not
hypothetical.
really what he's saying, though. I wish it was, but he's not saying that. He's like he reserves those interpretations to when it's like same sex like relationships. But once you insert the like male versus female category, he's still going to be like, yeah, but you still shouldn't hit the stronger woman who is clearly physically superior in the situation. And he said
Yeah, I
that
think there's-
multiple times.
Yeah,
So-
I think again, like I said, there's a duty as a man to behave in a certain way, right? And if you guys are rejecting it, reject it. I think that
What's the
makes
duty
it,
for a
kind of
woman?
We are.
Doobie, what's the duty for a woman?
Wait, hold on.
How
I
should
don't,
she
Kate, I
behave?
don't care that you're rejecting it. It makes sense for you to reject it because women would like to believe that they're physically like as capable as men. Like, both
Doobie,
feminism
I
is how
am
you guys
not as
to reject
physically superior
to
as
reject
you,
reality,
okay?
right?
You could like break my nose easily, okay? You could break all of me, okay? You're very strong, very powerful. Can we move on?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that.
But Vanilla
I
had
would,
a good
I would
question
that
though.
he's not even human, so.
That's rude.
Yeah,
Vanilla, what was the
so we were
question,
talking-
bro?
As a frog, he could break 99% of women on the planet Earth. That's how
Frogs are pretty
powerful.
small.
Yeah, so we're talking about the duty of a man to not hit a woman, but what duty does a woman have?
think
Women has
about
to be
that.
not to hit the man
women
as
have
well.
lots of duties.
To be feminine. All right.
They don't have the brains.
I have a hypothetical.
To take
Vanilla
care of
then.
her man, to cook, to clean. Correct, Tubi?
I wouldn't
No,
go that
I'm talking
far.
about,
Wouldn't
about
go
the
that
aspect
far.
of like
I know.
physical
I'm
violence.
joking. I'm joking.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
Prime was just fooling around.
Half
Okay.
joking.
Goddamn Prime.
Or does anybody have it? Because we have tons of opinions
I go.
on men who hit women, but what are our opinions about the women who hit men?
Yeah, again, I think it's usually fun. So if you don't like it, I think have a conversation with the girlfriend, be like, hey, I don't like when you're breaking my nose, and if she keeps doing it, leave the relationship. I don't think you get to hit her.
Yeah, as
Yeah.
a stronger person, you
She
decide
said-
Wait,
that
but
the
Doobie,
line is-
but you said that Amber was justified in hitting Johnny back. Why wouldn't she just
Yeah.
leave? Why would she hit him back? Why would she just leave?
Because I think in that situation, as we went over like, I don't know, 50 times earlier, so you're dealing with a person who it seems like is in a toxic relationship where she's being physically, emotionally, verbally, every type of abuse, right?
Yeah, but you
And
said they should
sometimes-
leave and they shouldn't
And
hit back.
sometimes she lashes out, right, at her abuser, who is the man, by the way, who is the person who is not supposed to be behaving physically this way toward her. So yeah, I know that you guys don't like, for some reason, modern men are rejecting like the responsibilities that come with being like a man. But yeah, there is a double standard, right? And in this double standard, her as the weaker, fairer sex, right? She gets some leeway here that he doesn't get, right? And I think that's okay.
Well, I wanna take that-
Even
Disagree.
though I don't agree with the double standard about when she should hit back. I'm talking about the double standard of, you said if the woman hits the man, he doesn't like it, he should leave, and he shouldn't retaliate.
Well, hold on.
So why shouldn't she leave after the first time he abused her?
And not
Again,
retaliate.
so
Good point.
typically, and this is true across like all like abusive relationships, right? So this is something like a line that's used with like lots of abuse victims, right? So your husband's beating you, you're doing whatever. Why don't you just leave? Just leave. So typically the reason this doesn't happen is there's like financial dependence. There's fear of retaliation, like violence. There's they're in love with this person. They've been socially manipulated, or I'm sorry, psychologically manipulated into believing that the person is going to get better, into believing that the
Let's
person
not
loves
forget
them. They're
that
trying to
she was
work on.
trying to get him to go to rehab the entire
Right.
fucking relationship.
So, in the specific case of Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, you can say, oh, well, the financial thing doesn't really exist there. But you got to keep in mind, as one of you guys said earlier, she's like a D-list actor, right? And
I think that
he's
the moment,
fucking Johnny Depp,
the moment
right?
when I realized that Johnny was not in the right here was when he tried to accuse Amber while he was telling his testimony that she was convinced the quote unquote monster she referenced was his sobriety. I knew he was full of shit. I knew the second he said that, he was full of shit. She had been trying to get him to go to rehab. Why would she fucking think the monster was his sobriety? Get the fuck out of here.
And she loved him, and she was trying to work on it with him.
So I wanted to, before we get too deep in the Depp trial again, I wanted to take seriously, though, what DB said previously. Talking about the physical responsibility of a man. I think this is something that everyone here generally agrees with, right? That men tend to be stronger, and then they have a greater responsibility in terms of what they do, like in terms of how they exert their physicality on the world, right, and on other people. So, like you would agree that a man would have to take greater care as to when he should use violence than a woman. Would you like? Does that seem fair?
I think the stronger person should always have at least a minimal amount of like restraint in comparison. Like if you just say, "Oh, equal fights, equal rights, equal lefts," and you're stronger, it feels wrong. I don't know how to quantify it outside of you're stronger, therefore you can do more damage. But
for my take on your question, Prime, I kind of agree to a certain point, to the point to where you don't know who's stronger unless you get into the fight. I've been in plenty of fights where I'm the smaller and you're the bigger, and I've whooped that ass. I mean, this is plain and simple. Height and weight doesn't always assume the outcome of the fight. It also determines the boxing skill, or the street fighting skill. It depends, like what you can do and what you think you can show, right? But I also feel that when it comes to male and female, to the point to where yes, I feel as a man I shouldn't put my hands on a woman, but I also agree that a woman shouldn't put their hands on a man, even if it's reactionary. It still shouldn't. We should not put hands on each other. And if you acting like some grown adults in a relationship, 100% needs to be talked about or stepped away. Even when Dobie said a man should walk away, a woman should be able to have the same ability to walk away and talk and come back and talk to each other regardless. I think it should be of equal, that both should learn and know how to just walk away. Yes, but I also agree that men also know that we are stronger. The majority are stronger than versus a woman. Yes, we should have a little bit more authoritative of ourselves and more responsibility. I agree, but there has to be also, women also needs to not put hands. Just stop putting hands on each other.
Absolutely. And we're not disagreeing on that. I don't think anyone is actually disagreeing with that part.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I'm kind of with you, and I got my other point too. So yeah.
Vanilla.
Yeah. So I think I don't think it's a strength thing, and that's where I have a problem with, because I think in the cases of when you're to the point where you want to hit someone, it's not based off of how strong you are. It's what happened or what the situation was. So I don't think so. Like the example I gave earlier, like if a woman found, a text message from somebody else in their man's phone, and then she wanted to, punch her man or hit her man, whatever, because of it. It's not how strong she is. It's that somebody did something, and that thing that they did was enough to push you over the edge to want to exert physical violence on someone. So in that sense, what you all are saying is a man would have to have stronger willpower or some sort of more mental fortitude, not based off of strength. And he would have some more mental fortitude to be able to handle that situation,
So
quote unquote, better than the woman.
I think it's two different things. For men and women, I think with how we're generally raised, right, is that taking on Katie's story, right, Katie felt that she could hit her boyfriend, and not get a response until got a response, right? So that's the thing that happens, right? For women, they don't necessarily, at least when they're dealing with men, I'll put that out there. When they're dealing with men, they don't necessarily like put in judge the other person's strength, right? If they're hitting them, right? Like they take on Doobie's, like honestly, yeah, they take on Doobie's ideas, right? And just saying like, oh well, it's a guy, right? He can handle it, and it's okay if I hit him. And on the other end, for men, right? I think it's always about how strong the other person is, right? Whether you're willing to do violence. It's a simple fact that it's your appearance, right? More than carrying a gun or whatever, right? The thing that keeps you safe is your appearance. If people think you're tough, right? They look at you, you look well built, right? They're less likely to fuck around with you rather than anyone else, right? That's just how it is.
Yeah.
So let me finish, and I promise I want to hear what your response is, right? So that men are used to like judging others and then deciding when, right? And if they're weaker, then that's what will take violence against them. And unfortunately, women tend to be weaker oftentimes, and so men just feel feel that they have the leeway to enact violence against women because they're weaker, because they can't respond, right? I think the only time women, consider strength is when they're dealing with another woman who might really fuck her up, and then they remember that. But go ahead, Vanilla.
Okay, so I'm thinking about it. I guess I might make a little bit of a distinction because what I was focusing on is like immediate like reactions. So like immediate like emotional, like something was very emotionally like invigorating or stimulating, however you want to say it, and you just reacted in that moment. Yeah. I would say that's different from you contemplating and having time. So like if I found out, if I found out, someone was cheating and they're right there, that's different from okay, it's an hour later until they get home, and then I decide, or like I decide there's a guy who I don't like, I want to go fight him. I have time to contemplate and weigh my options and do that calculus of he's stronger than me, this, that, and the other. So I think that plays a lot more into it versus like immediate like knee jerk reaction. So I might say men have a little bit more of a responsibility. I might be willing to.
I would disagree with you there, and I want to hear what other people have to say, but I would disagree with you there. I think that even when people are emotional, or at least men, I can't speak for women in on this, but I think when men are emotional, that even then they still know like, yeah, this other guy could fuck me up, right? Like, yeah, I can take a swig at him, but a few of them will, right? But like, I think a lot of them, even when they're like, oh, I found this motherfucker in my bed, like insert it into my wife, right? I want to mess this
I don't
dude
think
up.
but
you put a lot of
faith in that.
He's twice your size, right? He's triple your weight. You're like,
that doesn't matter at that. It doesn't matter at that point. Are you serious?
I think it is. I think it might.
You put a lot of faith in men.
I think it
I
might.
think the giant is on top of your girlfriend. Are you gonna go?
I don't know.
I don't trust most men's emotional stability to not still attack him. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I would not attack him for different reasons, but
What is those reasons?
I don't think any person, man or woman, should be attacking the cheat. What is it? I don't know, the cheater or the person who's cheating with your significant other. They didn't rape them. They're not
One trying to
raping
sneak a peek.
No one forced them. If they chose to cheat with that person, why are you fighting for that person? Like, that's the dumbest thing ever.
It's all on the cheater that's
put
actually the
yourself
problem. It's
on
not
the
the person they're
line
cheating
and
with
risk.
usually.
I agree.
Yeah, to put yourself on the line and risk your physical wellness to fight for someone who chose to cheat on you. That's the dumbest thing in the world.
I perfectly agree with you.
I think that you're like logic lording that, but it's not. That's not how people are thinking in those situations. Right? Like sometimes this is somebody you've put years of your life into, right? And you've made plans with this person going forward into like decades, maybe raising a family, growing old together, and you walk in and suddenly that whole life you've been building, putting money toward, putting all this effort toward for years, is in pieces. Right? It's done.
Yeah, I'm not saying people
are gonna
don't
get,
do it.
people are
I'm
gonna
talking
get
about for
like,
me, it
like
doesn't make any sense.
I don't
I 100% understand that people will do it, and that's probably never going to change.
I don't believe that
but
if
it
you
doesn't
walked
make
in on
any
me
sense.
fucking your wife of 10 years, you'd be like, oh, it's fine. You know, you can have her. I just don't
No,
believe
you literally could have her. Cool.
That would probably be an idealized world where you're just like, all right, this person doesn't want to be in a relationship with me anymore. Let me put my 10 years of baggage away. Just, it's fine.
Okay, so
that's
or
very
the other
idealistic.
Or the other scenario is I fight Doobie, I beat Doobie because I would, and then a week later she's cheating with somebody else. So then what? I gotta fight that person too, and then you
It's
gotta
not
fight
about-
the
it's
next.
not-
Yep, it's time to start fighting some more.
Sense.
It's not really about salvaging the relationship, right? You can still say, hey, even if I fight you, the
I'm
relationship
raising
is
my
over.
hand.
It's more about the in
I
the
thought
moment.
you were giving like a
No, I
a
want to
pageant
talk,
a
and you
pageant
can't
wave.
see me.
A pageant wave. Go ahead, Doobie. I'm sorry.
It's more about so it's not about rebuilding the relationship, right? Or thinking that you're gonna be able to get her back. I think for most people it would probably be about the rage, right, at the realization that this life you've been building has been fucked to death, like right on that bed. Right?
Okay, so
you wanna
Doobie,
hit
just hold
them
on. I don't want to like cut you off, but so if we take that same scenario and we take out the other person, and you're just at home with your wife, and you go through her phone, and you find a text message or some type of something that shows that she has been cheating, and that same rage comes up, would you then be okay with hitting her?
No, hold on. So in the earlier situation, I would be okay with hitting her. I'd be okay with beating the shit out of the guy.
No,
Right?
I understand the
Even
other
if she
situation. I'm talking about this
seduced him,
situation.
even if she seduced him, you still kick his ass, right?
No.
Even if he didn't know that you existed.
No, but what
Um,
I'm saying
Sounds
is,
like
you
to
have-
people just joining.
But-
It just literally sounds like we're trying to all talk Doobie into hitting his girlfriend.
Oh my god. But in
Doobie,
the
you gotta do it. You gotta do it, otherwise
I
you're
have
a
a,
beta.
I have a hypothetical.
what's
Can I
happening,
bring that
actually.
up? Come on.
So really, let me just say, I want to
I have
answer
a
his
hy-
questions really
oh,
quickly,
fine.
if that's okay. I'm sorry, Wen. I'm sorry, Femwen. I apologize.
it's okay, Ubi.
So I think yeah, so because in that situation you find the naughty text on her phone or whatever, there's no like appropriate target around to beat up. Yeah, you go hit a punching bag or punch the wall or something if you need to. You can't hit her.
But that same, what I'm saying, that same rage would come up, and you said you wouldn't rationalize whether that person was stronger or not. So why would you rationalize that she's weaker? Like you're just in that same amount of rage. Your 10-year relationship is out the window, and this is the person that did it. Well, like I don't understand.
I think you're mixing my point. I think you're mixing my point and Prime's point, right? So I think that if you went to the room and it's like, what I was responding to earlier was just the I just walk away thing, right? You know, well, if she doesn't want me, I'll just walk away. I don't believe that, first of all. But if you're saying, hey, what if this dude's like 12 feet tall and he's made of muscle, right? Yeah, I wouldn't fight that guy either, right? Even if he destroyed my life, I'd find some other way to
And
bait
your
him into a
wife.
fight in public, to bait him to a fight in public where he can hit me, put me in the hospital, and then I can sue him and put him in a cage. That's what I would do. But not at that moment.
Yeah.
That just sounds so weird.
Destroyed your life and your wife. All right, so let's go to Femwen and then Katie. Oh, but before then, guys, actually, hold on. Pause. Oh, okay, I'll do it later. Go ahead, Femwen, and then we'll go to Katie.
Okay, so here's a hypothetical. So say you like somebody and you're not dating them or anything. You like have a tendency to slap them because you like how soft their skin is. And they won't
Why
tell
would
you
you
to
do that?
stop. Won't tell you to stop. So you just kept on doing it. Is that abuse?
No, just like some men will spank their girlfriends or whatever, their wife when she's walking by, right? Because they like the way her ass feels.
Phil, can you just tell
That's
us who this
fine.
person is that you have a crush on?
All right.
But for the record, this is the exact reason why I think we shouldn't like bring up people's personal stuff and be like, "Oh, that's abuse," because this is totally normal grass touching behavior in my.
Yeah.
Well, that's the problem I had earlier. People on the panel were saying, "Oh, any unwanted
Early in
physical
high
contact
school, I
is
didn't
abuse."
know.
I agreed with you at that
No,
point,
that's
but it
not
was
true,
not
dude.
worth
Dude,
attacking.
that's not true.
That
You were
is
going to
true.
like some extreme elements. Like,
No, I wasn't.
what? Nobody wasn't
Yes,
talking
you
about
were,
some
Doobie.
physical,
No, I
like if
literally
I
wasn't.
just,
They said
tap
any
I
my.
think the
unwanted
problems they were
physical
having was
contact.
the scratch
They said
mark.
when I asked them
Yeah,
what
like
it is,
extreme
they said
levels that you were
any
saying.
they said any unwanted physical contact is intimate partner violence, and that's abuse. That's
Okay,
what I was
I'm gonna say the argument between me and you. I was specifically going off and reacting on the extreme parts and levels that
I
you
think
were referring to.
Sporadicus said that, or Spartacus, or whatever his name
I
is.
ain't got nothing to do with
on
that
the previous
panel. I'm
panel.
talking about this panel.
Wait, what'd you call?
But I mean, I think they were just giving you a general. I watched the panel, but I don't remember like exactly what their mind frame was or their tone was. But that's just like the definition for assault. You look up assault, it's going to say any unwanted physical touching, but we don't like. There is some general unwanted physical things that we don't consider assault, even though that's
well, they
what
were using that to
definition
suggest
is.
they're using that to say that men are just as much the victims of domestic violence as women are, which it's obviously not true.
So I'm gonna go to Katie next, but before then, guys, if you're enjoying this content, subs to the channel, subscribe, $5. $5 helps us out a ton, right? So we're giving you all a whole lot of content,
Twitch
a whole lot
Prime.
of fucking crazy. Yes, Twitch Prime, yes, Amazon Prime, Prime Gaming. If you have that, then you can sub to the channel for free. Consider doing that. Helps out a ton. You'll get some our emotes. You'll get ad-free viewing. And you'll just be helping us out. You'll be keeping this stream up and running. If you like the fact that we're here, you like the fact that we can deep dive into topics and just like really dig into them, right? Get to these points where we say ridiculous shit like our friend Doobie and well, honestly, some other people on this panel too, have been saying. Then support the channel, support this community, sub to the channel, gift bits or give subs, super chats help out, or becoming YouTube members also is a huge help, right? So if you like the content, support this content, keep it up and running. I need your help to make that happen. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs to make sure that we're back day after day. All right, our friend Katie, please.
What's annoying about Doobie's argument is that nobody is questioning that men shouldn't go around like punching people. I know you specifically say women, but maybe we shouldn't punch people in general, especially if you're a man and you're capable and you are like physically superior or something.
Cripple them on impact.
Sure. The issue is that when then me and Lady are trying to talk about, and Vanilla even are trying to talk about like responsibility of women, and you are sitting here being like, feminists want to pretend that women are just as strong as men. It's kind of like, no, we're just saying that women also have a responsibility to not physically assault other people, whether they're men or women. Then you go, no, they don't. Because they were socialized not to, so why would the poor creatures would have to like apply any mental exercise to like try to stop their silly brains from assaulting people? It's like so misogynistic. It's beautiful.
Right, guys trying to say that
I think I
women
can
should be in positions of power because they can't handle their emotions, and yet they literally want to.
No, so I think Doobie was saying is that it's not that they're okay, that they're saying women are not capable of not hitting the other person. He's saying that there should be leeway given to women in these situations when it does happen.
Leeway that he's not willing to give men. So then the question is, why is Doobie so fine with giving leeway to women and not to men? And the answer is he's kind of misogynistic. Yeah, and it's
Right, so to be
it's
super clear,
infantilization.
So to be super clear, sometimes it is okay to hit people, right? Sometimes it's okay to hit men. Some
Like in
men
my
need to be.
case in high school.
Some men, hold on. Some men need to be knocked into place. Okay, this just happens in like male interactions sometimes. So this is why I wouldn't say across the board, people just shouldn't hit people. Sometimes you need to, right? And it's fine. But yeah, again, the reason I think that and it's like this point about me like infantilizing women in some way. I agree that there are certain cases in which women have been infantilized and they're continuing to be infantilized in our society. We were talking about one, what was it, yesterday, Prem? I think it was yesterday. Remember the day before yesterday? With like women getting drunk and people saying, oh, well, she's had 2 or 3 beers. You know, she can't consent. You know, so if you have sex with her, it's rape, even if she comes onto you and tries to suck your dick. Like that, I think there are cases where women are like infantilized, right? So, but I don't think that here is one of those cases. Like I said, like Mr. Purple said, right? Or Purple Project said that it's not that they shouldn't do this or they shouldn't hit the men. I just think that they should get leeway because of of not only the societal training that they get, but also just the fact it's extremely unlikely that they're actually going to do any damage. And the reason men don't get that leeway is because, first off, they don't have the societal training. They have the societal training in the opposite direction when it comes to other men. And I just don't think that, like, and again, another thing, like you guys saying how, well, this shouldn't be gendered. It should just be, you know, who's physically superior or whatever. But I think that, again, ignores the reality that men, by and large, are gonna be much more physically superior to like most women. Most men are gonna be physically superior to most women. Right?
Well,
We can
this
point
kind
to
of goes
edge
back.
cases that we can point to edge cases that make this a little complicated, but I think
No,
it's totally fine to have it as a gendered role,
don't.
based
I
based on
mean,
all the.
so this goes
Go ahead.
back to me saying, wouldn't it be then right to say, let's stop signaling little boys out and saying, don't hit girls, to make sure that we're saying the same thing to women. Don't hit men. Unless
Yeah, I
there's a
think
Because they're
reason.
I think
stronger
that's
than you
fine.
and they can hurt you.
Like
Exactly.
that stigmatization of it just being that men have to be taught that. Women should also be taught that as well, so that this doesn't happen.
I
We
think men
can
are
there's
already
like a
taught not to
gender
hit women.
imbalance.
No,
Men are
that's
also
what I
taught that
mean.
sometimes you might need to hit other boys.
But women should be taught as well not to hit, and they
Yeah,
We
I'd
can
be
agree
fine.
are
there's
not taught that way.
we can agree there's a gender imbalance on like exactly how much force on average a man versus a woman will be, but generally speaking, just like people should be just generally as a societal thing taught that they shouldn't hit someone else. Just keep your hands to yourself. The boys shouldn't hit girls. Should just be boys don't hit people. Girls don't hit people. Like this.
Yeah,
This
I'm
feels like it
wrong,
shouldn't
but
be
I
like
believe
necessarily gendered.
I
But
believe that's
I've
the
got a
way it
dip.
is
It's been
already, right?
fun. I
No,
No,
hope
it's
the rest of
not.
you fine panelists can tell Doobie that he needs to beat his girlfriend. Thank you very much.
What the
Well,
heck?
Yeah,
I
so
just
I
want
don't
to
think
be.
that's the way it is already. I think that right now, there's like this boys would be boys attitude, right? And part of that is, hey, sometimes another little boy's acting stupid, and you need to punch him in the face because he's being an idiot, right? You need to stand up for yourself, right? I think it's fine to hit
But
people. Sometimes it's fine to
I
hit boys. That sometimes they might need to hit a person, and that's okay.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a separate topic. But I just want to point out that what Doobie is
yeah.
exhibiting right here is not misogyny; it's actually misandry. I know a lot of times we have to like label everything under misogyny, but
Well, can it be both? Because I feel like there's both. I feel like there's definitely both. But also, Doobie, that's like it's kind of bullshit what you're saying, because when we were talking about domestic abuse, right? And maybe I missed a lot of stuff, but when you say if your girlfriend breaks your nose and then she just like repeatedly keeps breaking your nose, you should like get up and leave. But then Vanilla was like, well, what about women who are in like physically abusive relationships on the other side? Why aren't you just saying get up and leave, right? And that's like, and it's not that it's easy to leave abusive relationships. You've detailed why that is difficult. You're just pretending like those threats don't exist to men who live under physical abuse from their partners, and that's just not the case.
Okay, so
No, well,
there's two.
statistically speaking, men do still make more than women. Wage gap does still exist, so that is
what?
still
Well,
a
come on, we're not
factor.
talking about the wage
Okay.
gap.
Please let me finish. That is still a factor that does affect. That is the why men are more likely to get away with domestic violence situations. Obviously, there are exceptions, but that is a large issue when it comes to
Could I
the
clarify that?
financial stability. You know how women are expected to stay at home and so on and so forth.
Could I clarify what I meant then?
I think
I
we all
think
got
that
what you
there
meant. Wade was just off location.
Can I just respond, Katie?
Sure.
I think the issue with that question is so what Prime what Prime presented me was a situation where you're playing around, you're roughhousing, it's playful, and she breaks your nose, and then she's like, and then you go to the doctor, and I come back, and she's like, and I'm like, hey, don't break my nose again. And she's like, no, it's fine. You know, I'm going to keep doing it because it's fun, and we're just playing around, and I'm going to break your nose again. That kind of situation, I don't think I'd call that like a domestic abuse situation. I think she's just like insane, right? But if you have like a situation where like, and I acknowledged this earlier, there are situations where men are trapped in abusive relationships, right? And the reasons they might leave, maybe it's like there's kids, maybe they're getting promises that the woman's going to change, whatever it is, right? That also exists. Right, but I don't think the situation Prem presented to me was like an abuse situation. It was literally just, you know, a woman broke my
So
nose
if the genders,
and then didn't stop breaking it when I told her to
were
stop.
reversed on that, you wouldn't call it domestic abuse either.
No.
So if my boyfriend like broke my nose because we were playing around, because he decided he was gonna break my nose because that was just like what he felt like
Funny,
doing.
yeah.
That was his way
It
of
was funny.
playing. Which is exactly how Prime described the situation. He just decided to playfully break my nose. We go back home, he tries to break my nose again because it's just how he has fun. And it's like, so you wouldn't call that abuse then?
I think you're misrepresenting the situation Prem painted. Because my
No, I'm not.
understanding was that she's elbowing you in the face and she's gonna like break your nose, right? And she's elbowing you in the face in a playful way, right? Because you guys are playing around and this is like one of her moves or whatever, right? That's what I got from what Prem said.
Okay,
Yeah, Prem, correct me if I'm wrong,
Prime
but like
can
that's what
explain
I
then.
got. It
Wait,
wasn't
but
just
Doobie,
she's
doesn't
gonna
matter.
randomly break my nose, you know, and then I'm gonna be like,
No,
hey, don't
he
break my nose again.
literally
So I'm gonna do it
said
again.
he just decided to break your nose.
Wait, but Doobie, you said it multiple times that even if they weren't playing, you still wouldn't call it like you still wouldn't call it domestic abuse if it was the woman doing it to the man. Like,
No, that's not true.
I don't understand.
No, hold on. So to be clear, what I said was that hey, if she breaks her nose, right, and it's like an accidental thing the first time, and then she keeps doing it, right, and you're telling her not to do it again, and she's like, oh no, it's fine, I'm going to do it again. Well, if that's what you're like the situation we're talking about, then yeah, I'd say
Not.
that's just a crazy person. But if it's like, you know, there's like an argument and she's like screaming and hitting you and shit, and she breaks her nose and she like continues this behavior over and over, yeah, I would call that abuse.
I mean,
Wait, but she wouldn't continue it over and over again because you're supposed to leave, right?
But
Because you're the man and you can do that.
Wait, hold on. So what you would, I hope, do in that situation is restrain her. If she's hitting you, if she's elbowing you in the face, restrain
No,
her.
you say if she repeatedly does this,
Yeah, leave the
then she's
relationship.
crazy. Okay, but what if y'all have kids? What if she's been psychologically manipulating you?
Well, yeah,
What
that makes it much more dangerous, much more complicated, right? So I can obviously like empathize with that, but the reality is that in most of these situations, the reason the woman doesn't leave. One of the reasons woman doesn't leave.
No, we're
and
talking
I
about the
think
man.
it's-
We're talking about the
I-
man.
Please.
not leaving.
Well, I'm gonna get into that really quickly. So, I think it's like
We already know
95%.
the woman.
I'm not done speaking. In like 95% of cases, if someone's killed in like a breakup like that, it's the woman. I don't think the man has that fear of like death, right? The same way that the woman does, of a man like retaliating violently and killing her, right? I'm sorry, and killing him. So yeah, kids can make it much more complicated. That I would consider that abusive if she's just like constantly breaking his fucking nose, like obviously like in arguments. But I wouldn't. Please, but what I'm saying is I think those situations are extremely rare, given that he can restrain. Typically, he's going to be able to restrain her.
God. Physical
I'm gonna dip
abuse
out.
towards
Thank you
men
for having
exists
me.
too.
Yeah, I've acknowledged this from the start. I'm just saying it's
No,
extremely
it's
rare.
not rare.
Yes,
It's
it
not
is rare.
extremely rare. No,
Yes,
it's
it is rare.
not.
Yes, it
Oh
is.
my god.
No, because in these manipulating abusive relationships, if he even tried to restrain her, then she would call the police, and then
Well,
he
he
would be
just
sent to
doesn't
jail and
consider
get
women
charged
assaulting men to
for
be
domestic
abused, so that
violence.
helps.
Like that would be
your bar
that
for
would be
what's assault
leverage.
is very low.
Well, I'm saying that would be leverage that she would hold over his head.
But you also got to
Oh,
understand.
now you're back on your
You
MGTOW
also got to
topic, where
understand,
all
Doobie's been in
women.
an abusive relationship this whole time.
No, I
mean,
haven't. Oh,
yeah, you have. You have. You stated
No, I
it. You
literally
gave
haven't.
examples of it. You told
It's
us.
not abusive.
I can go on
Are you at
Prime's
like a
pod
carnival? What's going on?
and clip it. I mean, and
What
you
is
think
that
it's
noise?
okay. You really think you
Hold on, you
literally
sound
think
like you're
it's
like
okay.
you sound
What
like you're in the
she did to
Shire right
you,
now. Like, what's going
that
on
you think it's
behind you?
okay, and it's not okay. Like
Shire.
seriously, it's not okay. Like that is definitely.
Yeah,
You
Spaniard.
both need some psychological help, like some counseling,
Mr.
like some
Mr.
relationship counseling for real. Like
Yeah.
that
No,
removing of
Before,
skin
Doobie, before
definitely
you,
needs
I'm
some
sorry,
help.
before you respond, Doobie, I have to say this. Okay, so you're
Yeah, I hate the Shire.
you're likening the fact that a woman hits you a bunch of times just means she's crazy. Do you think that people that are abusive, men that are abusive, are in their right frame of mind? You don't think that they're crazy?
I
Isn't
would
that the
say
same thing?
no. I don't think it's the same thing. Not always.
Why not?
Yeah, sometimes sure. But I think it's like a different kind of thing when we're talking about like physical like violence. I think with women, because of the Chihuahua effect that we talked about earlier, they feel very comfortable. It's very like socially acceptable for them to behave that way. It's not socially acceptable for men to behave that way, right? So if they're bucking social norms, doing a thing that's so taboo in our society, right, is hitting a woman, there's something else going on.
Because women are female dogs, right? You were saying?
Look, the
Women
Chihuahua
are
effect. Just
bitches.
everybody knows what I mean by it. I think it's fine.
Hmm.
Did you want to respond?
Sure,
to
it's fine.
Did you?
So yeah, now I'm gonna head out now, but I want to end off on like saying I'm much more on Doobie's end than I may like kind of portray. I feel like the gendered roles that this plays out, how this plays out, is a little fair. I think women should have more leeway in this abusive scenarios than men, honestly. But that's about it.
Can no one have leeway?
I think
Because
it's
women
more
get emotional
beneficial if there is.
sometimes.
Why?
I think it's more beneficial if there is.
Get
But like I said, I'm gonna get out. It's late. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Women have periods,
Love all
so
y'all.
they,
Yeah,
Great night.
I was gonna
Goodbye,
say,
sir.
can I get extra leeway on my period? It's like we
The
just
women do
report
get
it.
extra leeway on the period. Everybody knows that women are fucking demons on their period. Okay, everybody knows this. Like, come on.
All right, I'm gonna head out. You guys are great.
So we should give
Goodbye,
so we
sir.
should give men more leeway if they're horny and they just happen to not stop when
I talked
Ooh.
about this. Hold on, I talked about this yesterday. Was it yesterday? I don't remember when it
Oh,
was.
Saturday night. Yeah.
Yeah, the coon brain effect that people massively like dismiss, right? Which it's a real thing when you're very horny as a dude, blood's literally flowing to your dick.
Coomering effect?
The coon brain effect, okay? I don't have another name for it. That's the technical name for it right now. And yeah, sometimes you get really horny and you do shit that you wouldn't normally do, right?
This is
And
true.
I'd imagine
That part's true.
that a lot of situations where a man and a woman are fucking around and she wants to stop, but he's like way over the fucking line into like coon brain and he's not thinking clearly and he rapes her. Right? I'm not saying that's okay, but we got to acknowledge that that's probably what happened, right? But that doesn't make it okay for him to rape this person. He should still be put in a cage for it.
That's
Wait, but he should get a little bit more leeway, right?
No, absolutely not.
Why not?
Then why you went through all that to say that, but then you
I'm saying
completely
it's a real
disagree
thing,
with
but
the
again,
point.
like with the physical violence thing, I think men have a responsibility to control themselves.
And women don't.
Not to the same extent. However, like we talked about yesterday,
Why?
this idea that
blood's
women
popping to their clits,
hold on,
right? Like I don't.
hold on. This idea that like a woman at a club can
Engorged
come
labia.
grind. Please, a woman at a club can come like grind on my dick, but if I like grab her tit or grab her ass or something, I'm like a sexual assaulter. That's fucking ridiculous. Right? So women also need to be realistic. They also need to stop infantilizing themselves. If you're grinding your ass on someone's dick, it's an inherently sexual thing to do. And if I grab
We
your
don't-
tit, it's fair game.
We don't need to infantilize ourselves next to you. You do it so well already. It's like I don't need to do any of it.
But I
I
feel
would
like
never
I feel the
infantilize
same
any
way
of
in
you,
the
okay?
sense that I don't feel like women should be overly sexual towards men in that matter either. I don't think anybody should be touching anybody unless there's like each other. Like I never liked going into clubs and having that happen anyway, so I stopped going into clubs.
Yeah, and that's totally fine, right? But I told people a story about like where I was at a club, and a woman came up, we were like dancing, grinding on me or whatever, and I escalated things, and eventually I was fingering her on the dance floor, and people were like, "Oh God, that's sexual assault," blah blah blah. Like, no, it's not. It's not even weird, right? It's this shit happens in clubs sometimes. And it's fine, even if she had taken like 5 shots before that, right? Even if she was intoxicated, it's totally fine for me to do that and to accept her sexual come-ons to me.
Are you asking?
No, I'm stating it. It's fine to fuck drunk women sometimes.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I feel like I should start streaming just like a dating advice show, because I feel like some of you guys like, there's
And
very
this is
like
what frustrates me. 'Cause
online
I
opinions
know,
going on.
He'll be
I
up there
know
with
this
Fresh
is your
and Fit, right?
position, Doobie. It's like, I know, I heard the fucking fingering story. I know how you feel about agency when people are
Right?
drunk and stuff. And yet you're like incapable of extending that agency. And again, it's like, I know you're not very consistent with your opinions, right? But it's like, it doesn't make any sense with what you're saying right now. It's
He won't have
either
sex with
women.
women unless they taste like soap, by the way.
I think it's totally consistent. I think it makes sense. Yeah, I don't know what's not consistent about this. That each of the sexes has like a certain
Do you
responsibility.
do you think that if a woman makes sexual come-ons onto you, you don't have the responsibility as a man to figure out what's in her like heart of hearts and whether she really means this and what's her psychological
No.
profile and how right, okay? So, but then we're talking about this stuff and there's all this leeway for women because the period thing was a meme, presumably, but it's hard to know with you. So
Not a meme. Okay, women are fucking
it's
terrible on their periods. Any guy that's had a girlfriend for any, I have 3 sisters. Right? Women are fucking demons on the period. Okay, like I know
okay,
this.
but
Everybody
should they
knows this.
get leeway because they're on their period, Doobie?
Yeah, you should expect them to be really bitchy and annoying and naggy and to just throw
But
shit and
should
shit
you
and
be
smack
more
you
okay with
because
it?
they're grumpy because they're on their period. Yeah, you should expect it, and if it happens, it's not that big a deal.
Well, so then
Okay.
they should also get more leeway when they want to grind up against you in the club, right? Because they're women. They can
Yeah,
do that.
they're in a heat, so they.
Give us a bone, Doobie. Give us a bone.
They're
They
ovulating.
okay, but they do, right? So if I were to go up and just start rubbing my genitals on a woman, most
Yeah, we
people
will
would say,
say
"Hey,
they do, but you
that's
said
not
that they
okay to
shouldn't.
do," right? No,
Okay,
I'm
but
saying
you
I'm
should.
saying it's fine for them to
guys
do
do
this.
that all
What I'm saying,
all the time in clubs without
what I'm saying, please, what I'm saying is not okay is for people to say, "Oh, well, she's drunk, so you shouldn't do anything sexual with her," blah blah blah, or she's had 5 shots or 10 shots, so that means she's way past the line of consent, and even if she says she wants to have sex, you shouldn't do it because she can't actually consent. That's what I have a problem with.
So I don't think
Because
anybody.
women
Go ahead.
because
No,
women
go ahead.
still have the ability to make those decisions even under the influence, right?
Yeah.
Or because they're adults. Okay, good.
Yeah.
So why don't they have the ability to stop themselves from hitting other human beings against
I
all
think
that
she can
socialization
she can
they've been
assault you. She can assault you for ass, right? So she can like exert the same amount of newtons of her ass against you, right? But what about when she transfers that power into her fist? Like, what makes a difference?
Oh my god. So again, I feel like I'm needing to like lay out like really basic like human interaction, like so we can all acknowledge that, hey, if I spank a woman, that this is different. So my hand striking her is different than if I were to like slap her in the face, right? Same action, same force. If I did it to her face, it'd be much worse than if I did it to her ass, right? Can you all acknowledge this?
Yes.
Okay. Well, so this is why, yeah, it matters where the where the forces are coming from.
It's so much fun
Um,
being talked down to by a demon frog. It just.
I do my best, okay? Like I feel like I need to come down sometimes and just help you guys navigate through the world, because you guys say some crazy shit, and I wonder like how do you get through the day interacting with other human beings?
Where would we be if we
expedite this?
have you to
I
guide
worry
us?
about you.
Of course you do. We're so like tiny brained. We don't have the capabilities on our own. Doobie,
I'm writing this all down, Doobie. I needed this information.
First lesson's free.
I guess Doobie, I understand that there's a double standard, right? I think my argument, and presumably Lady's argument, is that we're not okay with the double standard. We think it's bad in some way, or unfair in some way, or unreasonable in some way. And whenever you get the opportunity to say, I agree, you say, no, double standard, good. So it's not that we don't understand reality. We're saying maybe reality is bullshit and we should do something about it.
Yeah, I disagree. I think the double standard is pretty good. I think it's very useful.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I think it respects, biological, physical reality in a way that I enjoy. So yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Well, hell
I don't know. I think, and again, I think so. You guys are. I know that we're in like a very lefty space, right? So this is like, maybe this sounds crazy to you, but I think this is like an opinion that we shared by the vast majority of people on this fucking planet, right? We all understand that, hey, sometimes women are gonna whack you and you don't get to whack them back, right? And maybe they shouldn't hit you, right? But hey, it's gonna fucking happen sometimes. It's not that big a deal. You don't get to slap them back. You don't get to be like, oh well, you hit me so I can hit you because you're an adult. That's not
No.
how people behave.
The thing that really frustrates me is that you talk about us being in a leftist space and about feminists not understanding like differences between the sexes and stuff like that. Yet all the two feminists are saying in this entire discussion is like women should be held more accountable when they choose to exact physical violence on anyone else. And you're like, nah, women good. And it's kind of like we're trying to take more accountability and like have more responsibility onto women and change the socialization that women are being put through to act in ways that are societally inappropriate. And you're saying no, but then you also say that the feminists are being unreasonable.
Well, this is like,
right?
so this is a corruption of feminism in the same way that people who say that porn is actually freeing and porn is feminist and porn is great, and they call themselves feminists while promoting an industry full of patriarchal, racist nonsense that demeans women and treats them as sexual objects, right? And encourages young women to behave the same way, right? I think that's a bastardization of what feminism's ideals are.
Women taking more accountability and responsibility and hitting other people less is a bastardization of feminism.
I think so. We can take accountability in the way that we should say, hey, woman, if you hit a man, that's bad and you shouldn't do it, right? You shouldn't strike a man in anger. But what we shouldn't say is that accountability is saying that it's okay for the man to hit her back, right? Which is what most of the people on here earlier were saying, is that, hey, if she hits me, I can hit her back. If she slaps me, I can slap her back.
We're not saying that it's okay and that should be the thing that happens. We're saying that if you hit somebody not expecting them to hit you back, that's on you.
I'll be right back.
Also
He's dealing with his lady. She's probably slapping him. In fact, she's probably putting DP into his place, right? But but playfully, and it doesn't hurt at all, right? So maybe she's taking a 2x4 to the back of his skull. But like it's only a lady.
Have the arm strength.
It doesn't feel the same when a woman breaks a man's leg as it does when a man breaks a woman's leg.
That's right. It's also not the same when a woman waterboards a man, right? Like it doesn't hit the same. So it's cool, right? That's why they had all those women in Abu Ghraib way back when, right? Because it's not the same. It doesn't count. So all those men liked it.
It's not really torture if it's done by women. If I remove your fingernails, does it really hurt the same way?
That's enhanced interrogation. That's what Bush is trying to say.
Fingernails, so
well, if you remember, Katie, he said earlier that a man's skin is 20% thicker. So I mean, it wouldn't hurt if you pull the nail out, right?
We don't bleed the same blood. All right, we don't bleed the same blood.
Men don't bleed at all.
Yeah, men don't bleed at all.
Oh man, no! We expel testosterone when we're angry. It just billows out of us as a warning.
Like air out of a. Just
the question is like, is this a meme? Or is the drunk thing a meme? Like, which one is it? Because one of them gotta be. So it's like,
No,
I
think
actually
he's
agree. I agree
think
with
he's
the drunk
actually being
stuff.
genuine here. So I think he actually feels.
But that
like,
makes me sad.
it makes me sad too. But you know, it's if he feels like it's the alpha thing to do to be beat up by your girlfriend because it's not being considered beat up by your girlfriend. I don't. You know, if she gives you a
You
black.
can't
It's
save them
okay.
all.
It's okay if she gives you a black eye because it's a female black eye. It's you know, it doesn't hit the same.
Oh god.
No, to be fair, I love Doobie's takes most of the time.
Doobie is
Doobie.
back, right?
Ultimate.
Tell us about the 2x4 loving that your girlfriend just gave you.
Actually, she brought me a mango. That was like really, that was all chopped up and prepared for me. It was really sweet.
That is really sweet.
She didn't
So you
crack
should
it
try to
against
keep
your
going,
skull.
guys.
Presented
Did she
it to
slap you in
me,
the face after
gave
she
me a
gave it to
kiss.
you?
It was really
This is the calm before
adorable.
the storm.
Yeah, this is her taking care of her man, like most of you women don't know how to do it these days. Okay.
Okay, so she's not on her period right now, right? So she's so she's safe and she's put together enough to manage that.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you, when she's on her period, does she has her separate room that you send her to where she stays until she's done with that shit?
So we actually, okay, this is like a true story. So we actually have done that before. It was like a few days, right, where she was on her period, and she's really annoyed.
And you deadbolted it.
Well, so there's like multiple rooms in the house, right? So like she just went to another room,
Got her
slept
name
in
above
there,
the door.
and I slept in my room, and it was like it was fine. We
She's
did
a
that for few
demon.
days.
So did you invite her priest over
Until,
to
like,
help
the
exercise?
the flowing. It was more. I think it was more like it was about her mood because she was like really like pissy too. But it was like also about like it was like heavy flow kind of thing. And like I didn't want to be in the bed when that was happening. So
Wait, so Doobie, you don't have period sex?
No.
fuck no. What the fuck is wrong
You
with you?
hear about the heavy
You don't know.
flow?
Uh-huh.
You think The
That's
Rock would do
extremely
that?
unsanitary.
You
What
don't
the
know
fuck are you
about
talking?
Doobie's.
How is it
Doobie's,
insanitary? You got to shower.
No, Doobie's
That's
OCD when it comes
nasty.
to sex. Doobie's OCD.
I'm an extremely clean person. Okay, like
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go anywhere.
Oh,
near
I've said it before.
you're germophobic.
Vanilla
I'm not a germaphobe.
Vanilla gets it, right? I've said it before. I'll say it again. Blood is a very good lubricant, right? You
Disgusting.
should take that opportunity to like.
Just
I
wanna
don't let that
point
stop
out-
you.
I've
Just want
actually
to point
known
out that
women
the
to
guy who
be.
fingered someone in a club, the very clean guy, the guy who just
Look.
fingered
Yeah,
a random
exactly.
girl at a club.
As I said
Like, you
earlier,
know,
when
He dipped his
I
fingers
told
in
Prime this.
tequila first,
Oh my
okay?
God.
I mean,
told
I've
Prime this.
known. Well, the
Imagine
women
if she
I've
was
been
on her
with, I've
period.
known
told-
women to be on their period that they've been more horny than usual.
Yeah,
on
that
their
is the thing
period.
that happens. But
Yes.
she usually just gives me like a blowjob and it's fine. So I think that
That sounds
Yeah,
boring.
that
I said this to
that
Prime. I said this to
satiates
Prime
her
the other night.
horniness is giving him a
I don't give a
blowjob.
fuck about her. What the
Yeah.
fuck? So I said this to Prime the other night, right? Where it's
Whoa,
like,
he just said he don't give a fuck about her.
so
Oh
my dick
goodness.
is like so big and beautiful and pristine, right? That when it gets hard, it takes up so much blood from my body that I'm not going to be thinking straight. Which is why I got into situations where I was fingering
my
girls
goodness.
on the dance floor. This is coon brain in effect. It happens to everybody.
Well, your coon brain should allow you to have sex on the period.
Fuck that. I have standards. Okay. I would not even let myself get to the coon brain stage if I know that she's like on her period.
What if she removed the skin off of your penis? Would that go
What
too
the
far?
fuck?
Ow.
Well, I mean,
What?
earlier in your relationship, it's okay to remove the skin off your arm, but what about your penis?
I like my arm. Okay, I think that's. Okay, maybe.
Well,
you're-
I mean, I'm
you-
just
you-
asking,
maybe you're like
what
a
is your
sensitive guy or
boundary?
something,
Do you have a
right?
boundary? Like how much
I'm
skin
just.
she
I'm not.
can
I have
remove
a
or
very.
what?
I have extremely high pain tolerance. I'm not a very sensitive person, right? So if like
I'm
we're
not
fucking
sensitive at
around-
all. I'm a mechanic.
We're hold
I've-
on.
I've
We're fucking
gone through
around,
heat
and so I can tell you.
pain tolerance
Let me
myself.
let me tell you what's going on, right? When she like clawed my arm, we were fucking around, and she gave me a hickey one week while I had like a meeting, right? And that was me on like a Zoom call in a meeting. With work, and it was like right at it was like at the top of my fucking like jaw, like it was like right in the fucking corner, very obviously there. So I got revenge, right? She went to like this what is it called, like acupuncture thing, like an acupuncture massage spa
Yeah,
thing.
acupuncture, yeah.
I gave her fucking hickeys all over her fucking back, right? And they were asking her, she was like abused and shit, which is fucking hilarious. So we did this for a couple weeks, giving each other like hickeys in awkward places back and forth. So one day I was holding her and giving her a hickey I think it was like on her shoulder, because I was like trying to make a face with the hickeys, right? Like right on her shoulder. She wears a lot of sleeveless like tops, like tank top kind of things. And she grabbed my arm. She's like, "No, stop, let go." Struggling, swimming around and shit. And just clawed the fuck out of my arm, like really deep, dug her nose in to try to get out, and then like yanked it away, and my skin came off, right? And it was fine. I bled a little. It was funny. She had a hickey face on her arm. It was totally fine. This shit happens sometimes in relationships. I wouldn't say, oh God, I'm abusing her because I'm restraining her and giving her a hickey, and she's abusing me because she clawed me when we're fucking around.
I don't think anybody thinks either one of those things are abuse.
The guys, I think Njard would say that it is. Njard was saying, "Oh, well, she's clawing the skin off your arm. The skin is being broken. That's abuse."
Calling him Njard.
Yeah, well, his name's Njard.
He calls him Dobby, so I think that's fair. I had a question about Doobie, how is it possible that you have a big, beautiful, pristine penis, but then you claim that other men experience this coom space type of thing where they clearly have a less of a big penis, right? Because yours is the biggest, right? So how could theirs ever compare? And then it wouldn't work because theirs doesn't require as much blood. So how do you account for that?
Well, I think that generally, I'm much more mentally aware, much more mentally calm, less impulsive than most men. I'm a very clear-minded person, right? But I think most men, even Prime can probably attest to this, even with a smaller penis, right? If you're not the kind of guy like me who's very who's not impulsive, who is very clear-minded, who doesn't act out irrationally all the time. If you're just a normal dude who's prone to all those things, you can get there even with a smaller dick. Prime, explain.
I know.
He's bringing you into it, Prime.
Doobie, you forgot that I'm full black. I'm not 6 drops black like you. I'm full fucking black,
racist.
all right?
See, I didn't that's racist as fuck.
And it
Wait,
shows,
Prime,
all right?
didn't we find that he's like 1,124 black?
I'm 6% black. Okay?
I will say, look, as being full black, I lose complete control when I have an erection, right? I lose all rationality. All those things they were saying about black men, right? The sex fiends, no, it's true, right? And I can't help it. It's like wielding a tree trunk. It's like I'm dying here. It's like the rest of my body shrivels up to support my penis. So, you don't know what it's like. You don't know what it's like to not be able to control your own actions. So
I have a confession too, as a black person myself, right? My penis, when I get the coon brain, it's bad too. There isn't blood and everything.
I mean, I'm sure everybody's been there, right? Where you you fuck somebody and then as soon as you get the nut, you roll over. I'm like, oh my God, why would I put my dick in this person? What's going on? I don't even like this person. I don't want to be here.
To me.
They smell kind of fishy. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here, right? This should happen.
Were they on their period?
I think I've experienced lots of vaginas. Some of them smell fishier than others. Some of the I've been with women who's had a vagina that had they smell literally like a dirty turtle tank.
Yeah,
fucking awful.
That's awful.
Not a good time.
Been there. It's not good.
It's
not good.
Wash. Take care of yourselves. Holy shit.
Wash your pussy. I'm gonna be in there. Wash that. Seriously, just just basic hygiene. That shit does not.
Prime.
It was the summertime, and it showed. I found out.
I don't know if just washing is the answer, because a lot of times it comes from
diet,
the inside. It comes from the inside because you don't smell it until you go in.
Gosh,
you have that what you call it? What do you call those things? The douche bottle. You got those that help a lot.
Prem, have you ever had to do the swerve, right? So you're gonna go down on a woman, you get down there, you start pulling her clothing off, and then it's right in your face.
Yeah.
This waft of fucking death.
I've only happened that once.
And you gotta swerve out of it. You can't do it.
I've done that.
I went home.
I've done that, but also but also when I was younger, right? I there was the one time I don't want to be rude, so I went for.
Did you say your shit stank?
why would you
Prime,
do
did you say it?
I know. Look, and look. The only thing worse than the taste is the aftertaste. It lingers with you.
Smell the smell you're in, like inside your nose.
It's
you have to, like,
the
scrub that shit.
worst.
It's on his lip and his tongue.
Wash
Ugh.
your vagina. It's terrible. It was fucking terrible. I think it might even make me sick. It was horrible. Wash your fucking vagina.
A little sick.
Sorry.
Wait, dude, should we talk about guys with sweaty balls too?
Absolutely, wash your balls.
Absolutely.
Question
Yeah.
first.
They need to wash their ass too.
Doobie, so like, Doobie, if a girl doesn't have good hygiene, right, and you have to go down on her, and then it smells bad, shouldn't you take it like a man and do it?
Fuck no. She's lucky I'm anywhere near that shit, right? So if I want to go down there, right?
So
which
you'll
I
take
don't
the nose
do,
breaking,
which
but not
I don't
that.
do, which I don't do for most women, right? If I really like a woman, I'll do it. If she has a pretty vagina, I'll do it, right? But
has a pretty
I find most vaginas to be like just aesthetically like ugly, right? So if I'm down there, right? That's already a privilege, first off, because I'm very good at that. If she hasn't taken care of herself, then hey, fuck you. You don't get the prize.
Okay,
You know,
no, so
you're gonna have.
What you need to understand about Doobie, but when he means pretty vagina, he actually has a very strict criteria as to what he means by a pretty vagina. If your vulva is at all two-toned, right? So like if your vulva is maybe slightly darker, slightly larger than the rest of the area, then it's not a pretty vagina. It's hideous, according to him.
He's exaggerating a little bit, but
No,
that's
I'm not. Or am I wrong?
Hold on. So he's exaggerating a little bit. It's not if there's any tone difference. If it's like a lot, right? Like if it looks dirty, like I can't.
How open does it have to be before you call it ugly?
No, it's not about openness, right?
So you don't mind that if it's not like shut.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's usually okay, unless you get like massive fucking like beef curtains or whatever, right?
Yeah,
But
I know.
that's-
He beat me to it.
But
See,
what
I knew
I'm
there
talking
would
about
be
is like
specifications. so.
I can
Wait,
allow some leeway from women there, like I do.
I
with
love
Chris,
roast
but-
beef. Putting that out there, just unrelated. I'm a big fan. All right.
So how big can her clit get before you start seeing it as a tiny penis and then you don't want to do it anymore?
I actually don't have an issue with big clits. I actually
That's good.
I think it's fine.
The only preference I have is as long as it's cleaned and trimmed. That's all I ask for.
Wait, what do you mean by trimmed? What do you mean?
Yo, that crap don't look like the Amazon forest, man. It needs to be trimmed up, you know?
Wait, so you're saying like
I mean,
If you got a lot of hair
even
down there, it
women expect
contributes to
men
the
to be
smell.
trimmed up a
Like,
little bit. They don't want a
it's not a
forest
good time.
either. They want to see what they look. They want to see what they're gonna about to
not
engage
really.
into.
No, they don't.
I just
No,
had
they don't.
images of
We
Larry
don't.
David with the pubic
Yeah, you
hair
want it
sticking
trimmed
in
up.
his throat.
You don't want to see like hair knots and garbage and all that
Oh
down
God, you should.
there. Right,
be
exactly.
probably
You want it
prepared
trimmed up
for-
too.
But even if, okay. So
I didn't say
you cannot
bald.
have-
No, I
but
didn't
I'm
say
just
bald,
saying,
but at
even
least
if you
trimmed.
have hair down there, it should not look like that.
Yeah, like
And
I
the
like.
excessive hair actually contributes to the like the smell, like in a bad way. usually.
Yes, I agree. Yeah,
Which
yeah.
is why
No,
you wash.
no,
Look,
that's
you're
just
gonna-
body shaming.
You're gonna fuck, right?
No, it's
so
true.
you
No,
just
he's right.
wash
No, Doobie
beforehand.
is correct.
That's what you do.
Literally
It's simple.
right about everything.
Wash beforehand, right?
No,
And
not
I-
everything.
And I
Just-
take
just
very
this one.
care. If I'm going to have sex, I take very big care of like my groin region, right? Like I put extra work, extra care into it because someone's mouth, hopefully, will be all over it in a few seconds, a few minutes, right? So like it's it's spick and span when I'm done.
Wait,
with it.
So
You
what
don't
about
do
having
trim.
sex like?
Go ahead.
I'll let
Katie's,
Prime answer
Katie's
that question
initiating
first.
that you go bald. Is that what you're saying?
No, prime is either be bold or be like foresty, but no
Oh.
trimmed because it itches.
No in
It
between.
itches.
No in between.
Yeah, no, she's absolutely right. It's a forest because I don't
It's
want it
either
to
one or
itch.
the
Like
other.
I've complained
I know,
about
like,
ass hairs. I've complained about ass hairs before, and like, why the fuck do we have ass hairs? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, evolutionary, why do we still have fucking ass hairs?
I
Like,
know,
only
I don't like
catches
that
poop.
either.
That's it, right? But like, I'm not gonna trim it because I'm afraid it's gonna like come in and like be scratchy. Like, I would.
But
I don't
Prime,
want
there's
like.
a difference though. If you make it bald, right, and then you wait, a period of time, yeah, it gets a little scratchy or itchy, right? But if you
My
trim
ass?
it
No, thanks.
like a short bald fade, it's different. It's not. It's actually doesn't get
He's
itchy.
right.
at
It's
all.
like a lot of work. I don't know.
Right.
I'll just
He's
actually
pick,
right
about that,
I just
but
pick
I
Get
shit
some
out of my
clippers.
ass hairs.
Get
It's
some
fine.
clippers, Prime.
DB?
I was just gonna say that I think he's right about that. But like, I don't know, and also like, I think that people should just like try to be less hairy in general. I've shaved my body a bunch, like my entire body, like a bunch of times, and I've always found that
Actually,
it's really. It feels so good, actually.
about
Like
hair
wearing
down
wearing your
I don't feel
clothes,
that about
wearing like just like a normal ass shirt, right? After you've shaved all of the hair on your like torso, feels really fucking good.
Why does that not surprise me?
I don't know.
It
Some
just- it
women
feels
love a
great.
man with a hairy
Does
chest.
it
Not
feel
gonna
nice
lie.
on
Some
the
women
nipple?
do.
Does it?
Yeah, some women like that, right? Like I've
Yeah.
had a woman like, oh no, don't do it, or blah blah blah. Fuck them. If it feels good to me, I'm gonna do it.
I prefer it took me a long time to grow my hairs, right? So I'm not an especially hairy man, but I appreciate every hair that I have. So I treasure them. So I'll never shave my pubes, right? It's a sign of achievement on my
Terrible.
part. So I'm gonna keep those in place.
I'm all
terrible.
for the hairy vaginas. I support them 100%.
Oh,
I feel
yeah.
like as a ginger, I get asked about my vagina way more often than most women.
No, I was gonna go there, but like if you want to.
Wait, lady, nobody asked you if you got hair on your chest. Is that what you're saying?
No.
I'm just
We
having
should talk
fun now.
about
Just having,
women's
just having
chest
fun.
hair more. We don't talk about it.
Women
It's never
do
talked about.
Some
It
women
is
do.
rare though. Like if you ever see a woman with hardly any hair on her chest, it's so rare.
I had a friend that like way back in the day that had extremely long hairy nipples. Like
Oh,
extremely long. And it was so bad for her. I felt so bad.
In
And
her
that's not like something that
Was it
women
just on the nipples or the entire chest?
like it was just on the areolas.
Oh, that's not that bad.
Yeah, but I mean, you have
it's a
you have
bitch
clinics.
to like handle.
Yeah.
But lady,
I mean,
there's clinics that can handle that, no? There's clinics that you
I
can
mean,
go to
I
get
don't
it
specifically know
lasered
myself.
or.
I
Wait,
feel like
but
that'd be
why
easy to
why
be
is it
taken
need
care of.
handled? Why is it
Yeah,
need
right. It could
handled?
be easily taken care of, correct? Right?
She actually went into a very niche type of porn.
I think she's fucking with us.
No.
she's, I think- okay, all right. Well, that's a perfect place to end the stream, right? Hairy nipples. I feel like that is the natural arc of this. So, guys, if you've been enjoying this content, sub to the channel, give bits of good stuff, support this stream. Super chats appreciated. Super chats are read on the stream. Hop out the community, follow the channel, hit us up on social media. We got your Twitter where we announce stuff, Discord where we do fucking everything. Be a part of our Discord. TikTok where we're posting great clips of the show, and maybe I'll like say something original at some point. And then YouTube is where you'll find the VODs. Like, comment, and subscribe out there, right? Consider becoming a YouTube member, supporting the content that way by hitting that join button. It's a huge help. So shout out to people who've been supporting this community, right? We can't do it without you. So I will raid. Who am I going to raid? I will raid. God.
Thanks for the fabulous panel, Prime, and I appreciate it. It was wonderful.
No problem. I'm gonna raid someone who hasn't been streaming for a fucking long time, but Doobie's gonna appreciate, right? We are going to raid Wake the Beast.
Oh, I love that guy. No,
He's-
actually, like he's cool.
He's actually
guy.
streaming. Hopefully one day we can entice him back to his channel because he is a singular individual. There's no one like
He's
him.
very he's very into gender roles, and I appreciate that.
He is. Off you go.